Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og poker.no.
Dag 2 av Norgesmesterskapet i gang, eller den i gang om noen få strakser, og med oss i studio har vi selveste sjefen selv, Frode Fropsi Fagerli. Gratulerer med dagen, og velkommen til studio.
Takk for det, Mattis.
Du, det går rykter om at du var så nærme en NM-titel i går. Eller du var i hvert fall på finalebordet i et game?
Det riktig. Jeg fikk ikke tatt noen chips der, men det ble en respektabel femteplass der.
Femteplass bra. Eller?
Før turneringen starter, så jeg fornøyd med femteplass, selvfølgelig.
Men når du på finalebordet, så
vil man jo komme lenger, men jeg fikk aldri tak i noen chips, så det ble å sitte og prøve å få til en dobling, men det gikk ikke, da ble jeg slått ut.
Oppoverbakke på finalebordet?
Jeg hadde flyt ellers i turneringen, så det greit, det jevner seg.
Men det var jo ikke noe dårlig kvintett du møtte på det finalebordet heller. Det var jo solide pokerspillere.
Der var det mange titler samlet på ett bord. Og når jeg ble slått ut, så var det jo da 3 norgesmestere igjen.
Ja. Og det jo litt morsomt at det finalebordet ble brutt i går. Det var 3 stykker igjen. Og i et norgesmesterskap så det sånn, nei, vi vil spille noe annet vi nå, så vi avgjør titelen senere.
Programmet jo lagt opp sånn at alle som spiller skal få lov å spille alle titeløvelser. Og i 8 Game så ble jo strukturen kanskje litt for god, så da ga vi dem muligheten til å spille videre på tirsdag kveld, for da ingen av de som skal spille heads-upen. Så da kunne de melde seg sent inn i PLO, så vi fikk spilt den nå.
Og det jo 3 spillere som på en god dag kan havne på et finalebord i PLO også.
Det helt riktig.
Ja.
Jeg tror kanskje noen av dem med videre, faktisk.
Ja. Og hvordan gikk det med deg i PLO-en i går?
Jo, hyggelig at du spør. Jeg jo da videre til dag 2.
Så du skal være med å kjempe om en sånn en i dag, du, Damer?
Ja, i dag skal vi dele ut en sånn for første gang.
Men dette her jo noe helt nytt, Frode. Kan du fortelle litt om, for du jo en superkreativ fyr. Du gir deg jo aldri med å utvikle ting, og disse plakettene, eller de kan henges opp på veggen. Har du noen historie bak hvordan dette her har kommet til?
Ja, vi begynte med en vandrepokal, så vi fikk navnet på. Men den hadde du bare 1 år, så det litt, når du blir norgesmester, så bør du få et eller annet som du kan ha bevis på at du norgesmester. Og det har jeg lett etter i mange år. Men i fjor da, så begynte jeg å tenke ut den ideen her, og nå tror jeg jeg finner på noe lurt nå, og den her jeg veldig fornøyd med.
Få se litt, vi må få den frem til, oi, dette her det jo ikke plast heller dette her, for å si det sånn. Det ordentlig treverk.
Det mahogni.
Og sånn shiny fin, og det sånn, Men det står jo ikke hva jeg blir norgesmester I da. Altså annet enn I poker.
Nei, hvis du snur den på baksida,
Aha.
så tenkte vi at du skulle lage sånne... Du kan få flere titler bak der.
Flere, ja, altså det her det plass til mange titler.
Det riktig.
Men det plass til alle dine NM-titler da, Frode? Hvordan det?
Ja, det tror jeg skal være veldig enkelt. Jeg har ingen.
NM-arrangør 2004, 2005, 2006.
Sånn, ja. Ja, det skal gå det.
Nei, men det altså disse her som... Hvor mange skal vi dele ut I år?
8 stykker.
8 stykker. Den første blir delt ut I dag, det vi helt sikre på.
Nå vi helt sikre.
Ja. Og hvor mange igjen I PLO-en I dag, som starter feltet? Det 35?
Jeg tror det 35, ja.
Ja. Og så det 24 som får betalt, eller som kommer I pengepremiene. 29. 29
som har betalt.
Du sikker på at du klarer å slå ut 6, eller kommer ikke være blant de 6 første som ryker I dag, Frode?
Det kan jeg ikke garantere. Jeg skal prøve å bygge stekk.
Prøve å bygge stekk. Men vi har en annen øvelse som starter I dag også.
Ja.
Fixed limit.
Det
Hold them. Det 2 ganske forskjellige spill, eller for en som ikke så bevandret I de forskjellige spillene som det du Hva den største forskjellen hvis man har sittet og spilt PLO hele dagen I går, og så skal man over på No Limit Hold'em, eller ikke No Limit, men Texas Hold'em Fixed Limit I dag?
Ja, det jo et helt annet spill. Jeg vil heller sammenligne det med de som har spilt bare No Limit Hold'em, for det ikke så mange som har spilt Fixed Limit. Det mer den eldre garden som har vært med helt fra starten. Fixed Limit var jo stort tidlig 2000. Så det da du får se mye mer flopper, for det går jo ikke an å gå all in. Du må by det som limiten. Så det mye mer kortspilling.
Så det blir ikke så store potter som regel, men du får da mulighet til å se mye mer?
Store potter blir det etter hvert, men I starten så det små potter da. Så det gjelder å få de riktige bettene igjen og vinne potter, ikke tape på store potter.
Får vi se Frode Fagerli I Fixed Limit I år, eller blir du værende
Det tviler jeg på.
Fordi du skal langt I PLO?
Så prøver å komme langt I PLO, men jeg får se. Jeg tror ikke jeg skal spille Fixed Limit I år. Der jeg ikke noe god, faktisk.
Men, Frode, vi har regnet oss tilbake, og vi har kommet frem til at dette Norgesmesterskap nummer 23, 22, 23, men 2 av dem var online på grunn av COVID. Så dette det 21. Norgesmesterskapet som du arrangerer live. Det en lang periode, og vi har vært gjennom mange land, men kan du fortelle oss litt om hvordan det hele startet, og hvorfor det hele startet? Hva får en fyr fra Drøbak til å finne ut at jeg skal starte et Norgesmesterskap I poker?
Vi var jo spilte på en klubb I Oslo som da var litt kall det undergrunnsklubb, men det var helt normale mennesker som likte å spille kort, som vi spilte flere ganger I uka, og etter hvert så begynte jeg å lage noen rangeringer på hvordan det gikk I turneringene, og så la man til litt sånn, la det på internett, begynte å lage forumaktivitet, og så begynte det å da melde seg spillere fra andre steder I Norge. Og da kom jeg liksom, en av husker første tråden jeg skrev da, var liksom, hva om vi kunne samle folk fra hele Norge og spille en turnering? Det var gøy. Norgesmesterskapet I poker. Og 2 år etter det så ble det en realitet. Da var vi 89 spillere som møttes I Oslo, flydde med folk fra hele Norge for å delta. Og mange av de jo med og spiller her ennå I dag, så det gøy.
Hvor mange av de 89 som var med første gangen fortsatt en del av NM-familien?
Oi, det tipper jeg ganske mange prosent. Tipper sånn 75% sikkert.
Sånn 60 stykker kan vi møte på her I Bratislava denne uka?
Det jeg rimelig sikker på.
Det noen som har vært med på absolutt alle mesterskapene? Det mulig?
Ja, jeg har vært med på alle.
Du har vært med på alle?
Ja, vi 3 igjen nå som har vært med på alle.
3 stykker som har hatt deltakelse I 21 mesterskap på rad?
Ja.
Det jo helt fantastisk. Det kjempegøy, Frode. Vi har også, altså vi får den første norgesmesteren vår I dag. Vi skal kåre antageligvis par norgesmester I morgen, blir det da. 8 game og fixed limit i morgen.
Ja.
Og så skal vi jo gjennom semifinalene på heads up i morgen. Og så får vi en heads up Norgesmester på onsdag. Men det store innrykket kommer jo i morgen til main event.
I morgen begynner main event. Den er ferdig på lørdag.
Ferdig på lørdag. Men for det er jo noe som er nytt i år. Og det er at det er kun én dag, startdag i main event. Tidligere så har det vært både 2 og 3 og kanskje 4 startdager. Hva er tanken bak det? Hvorfor kun én dag?
Antall deltakere i main event har jo, jeg vet ikke om det har nådd toppen, men det har begynt å dale litt ned. Det har vært veldig mange deltakere, men dag 1 nå har liksom ikke hatt så mange spillere, så tenkte jeg, nå kanskje det er mulighet nå for å kjøre alt på en dag, så nå prøver vi det i år. Håper på nå 900 deltakere. Og så avslutter vi da får vi avsluttet main event på en lørdag i stedet for søndag, som jeg tror er mer gøy, da er det mer mennesker her. Vi kan feire de 4 norgesmestere vi får på lørdag.
Ja, for det er jo noe med det at hvis det hadde vært flere startdager, så hadde man skjøvet finaledagen til søndag, og da er det eneste som skjer på søndag, og da er det kanskje mange som har bestilt flybilletten hjem på søndagen, og da blir det ikke den stemningen rundt mesterskapet, men den lørdagen, den kommer til å bli ganske heftig.
Vi håper og tror det at vi treffer der, ja.
Og da kommer vi til å se Frode Fagerli i finalebordet på main event, mens han multitabler i turbo og senior-event.
Det er det ingen som har gjort før.
Jeg har regnet på det. Hvis du er en 50 år gammel dame, 50 pluss, så kan du være med i kampen om 4 NM-titler på lørdag. Ikke helt realistisk kanskje, men det er teoretisk mulig.
Det har skjedd før at noen har spilt 2 turneringer, men å strekke det til 3 og 4, det hadde jeg ikke anbefalt.
Ja, men det er jo mange som spiller flere turneringer samtidig, eller flere bord på internett og sånn, da.
Ja, men da sitter du med en PC.
Du må ikke løpe fram og tilbake, liksom.
Nei.
Jeg utfordrer deg herved, Frode Fagerli, til at du skal spille 3 turneringer på lørdag. Jeg vil se deg på finalebordet på main event. Jeg vil se at du har gått videre til dag 2 på seniors, og at du deltar i turboen. Tar du utfordringen?
Man kan alltid prøve. Hvis jeg er på finalebordet i main event, så skal jeg gjøre det. Skal jeg prøve. Men nei, det går ikke, tror jeg. Jeg tror det er umulig.
Du må bare ha bygd opp nok stack i senioren da, på fredagen, til at det ruller over til dag 2.
Det er fryktelig mye løping på fredagen der, da.
Ja, men du er ikke en fyr som sitter stille, Frode. Du flyr jo rundt i gangene her hele tiden.
Det er sant. Men ja, nei, vi kan gi det et forsøk, men jeg tror det blir vanskelig, altså.
Frode har ikke helt trua, men jeg har trua på at det kommer til å gå bra på lørdag. Jeg gleder meg vilt allerede. Det kommer til å bli en heftig dag. Vi gleder oss jo vilt bare å være her. Man kjenner at NM-bobla blir bare større og deiligere og mykere og mer fluffy for hvert minutt som går, for det er en utrolig deilig stemning. Det vi gleder oss aller mest til nå, det er å sette over til dag 2 på pot limit. Omaha, vi skal kåre en norgesmester. Det kan hende at norgesmesteren sitter på TV-bordet som Stig Moen skal begynne å kommentere på nå hvert øyeblikk. Jeg vet i hvert fall at det sitter noen norgesmestere der fra før av. Vær så god, Stig.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back and good afternoon. This is Jason Glatzer alongside PLO beast and commentator George Sanford here to chat about the final day of the 800 euro buy-in pot limit Omaha championship event here at the Norwegian Championship. And we are down to just 35 players. 24 will make the money for a min cash at around 1,515 euros. Bjorge Dipvik, who is in seat number 3, is the overall chip leader, but he has a tough table. We see Tobias Leknes, we see a few other beasts at the table. So looking forward to the action. We'll probably be down to the money fairly soon because there's a lot of short stacks in play, but we shall see. But welcome back, George.
Hello, sir. Good to be back. Good to be on the final day of a PLO tournament. And yeah, really interested to see how this one develops. We saw a real mixed bag yesterday. Things started pretty slow. Then we got the John Kite table, which was a bit more rip-roaring in terms of the action. Then things slowed down again, and then we did see the accumulation kind of period between the end of late reg towards the day 2 bubble, which was pretty hectic. There was some big pots towards the end. We saw the set over set with the guy in the middle folding the second nut straight for a lot of chips. So yeah, chips were flying yesterday. Dipvik was a familiar face. Sagstuin as well. Shows that he's a pretty mean contender coming back to defend his title from 2019. That was won in the Norwegian Championships in Ireland. And so now in Bratislava, 5 years later, trying to get it done.
And they chipped up the 1K chips, so that'll be a little bit interesting that the 5K is the lowest denomination, and blinds are at 10,000, 15,000 after starting yesterday at 100, 200. So we made it through a big journey yesterday, and we have Mr. Leknes here with just 9 big blinds. I caught up with him this morning. He shared that he had about 600,000 near the end of last night, but things did not go well. And a player that had a stack of around 18,000 now has a stack of around 600,000. So it seems like there was a bit of action for Leknes near the end of the night, but 9 big blinds is nothing to laugh at. In pot limit Omaha, you could still get something going pretty easily. And we've hopped into the action, but it doesn't look like we have the right deck of cards at the moment. So basically, we're going to do at least one hand without any hole cards. But we'll try to follow along the action old school style, even though we are on a long delay. And looks like there is some... And we can see that this is not the right deck because cards aren't showing up. So we may have a small delay. They've already started this hand, though, so they can't really delay it now and swap in a deck of cards. So it'll be next hand that we will be back to seeing whole cards. And it looks like there was a raise from Dipvik and a call
from both the blinds. By the looks of things, 8-4-3. Typically not a board I think we're going to see Dipvik continue that often. Actually, we are going to see the lead from the small blind. That's interesting. So he's saying I've got hands like 8s, 4s, some ace-king 3-3 type hands. And he's also going to have some pretty strong draws as well. An 8-7-5-6, some kind of connected low middling hand. Bluffs are going to be sort of, you don't really have any air as bluffs here, but you can definitely lead hands like 10-9-8 with a backdoor, which gives you a lot of impetus and makes it difficult for, one, the big blind to defend, and then secondly, the opener, who's going to have just a lot of ace-high, king-high, and overpairs. Makes their life quite tricky too to defend. So I do like this lead. It's not something that you see very often, so let's keep an eye on this player in suit 5. It's a shame that we didn't get to see what exactly he had, but one of those kind of moves that is somewhat unorthodox and not seen too often. So usually indicates either a super loose aggressive player or someone that's got some tricks up their sleeve.
So it looks like we have a different deck of cards now. And hopefully back in action.
Yeah. Here we go. So one hand late, but we are having cards in the air in the form of our coverage. Yeah, Tobias with not enough of a hand there to open. So we go over to Mr. Dahl, who I look like, by the looks of things, has a bit more than 200K, because he had 3 pretty big stacks of the 5K chips there and some 25s. So maybe these chip counts need altering after that hand as well.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Because now the pots are getting big,
Yeah.
even the small ones. And both players capturing a piece of this flop, with obviously Sagstrom capturing a bit more. Top pair, flush draw, some backdoors.
It's about as good as it gets for this kind of ace-jack 6-5, pretty middling strength hand without the nut suit and flops top pair with the flush draw. No reason to raise whatsoever. You don't want to isolate yourself versus hands like aces, nines, ace-9. So just calling in position, keeping the range nice and wide, and improving to jack-high flush on the turn for the third nuts. And OE, how do you pronounce that? OE? It's all vowels.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
He decided not to barrel on the turn. He did turn a flush blocker with a straight draw and middle pair, which doesn't have that much showdown versus a continue on a board like ace-9-3. A little bit, but wondering if he's going to value bet this 2-pair versus the check back or elect to check. He goes for the more conservative line, and now surely the door is open for Sagstrom to seek some value, which he does in the form of third pot. I think at this point in the hand, his hand is essentially the nuts and wants to go a little bit bigger in theory, but he's definitely been someone that kind of beats to the sound of his own drum and has really navigated quite well in a lot of certain situations.
As we mentioned yesterday, he's the 2019 champion of this event, so certainly comfortable in this spot. Vidar doesn't look like he called that bet, so it wouldn't have mattered if it was big or small, but I agree with you that if you're going to be betting hands you miss big, you should be betting your made hands big, especially when you feel that you're good because it was checked to you.
That's something that we've seen as a kind of a theme of the day one. Was this like smaller sizing in position on the river is very, very kind of face up. Is like, I don't have the nuts, but I want to bet, you know, and that makes it tricky if you decide that you want to bluff from time to time, because bluffing would require a little more fold equity for the most part. So Dahl, ace, queen, jack 10, try suit, lovely hand. An all Broadway holding. So surely going to be opening as he does to 40K. Nothing for Vangberg. OE is out the way, and Sangström here does fold, gets out the way. Don't think we'll be seeing Dipvik folding though with the Poker Pro patch, and extremely active player from yesterday.
He may call though because he's in the big blind as well. He has some nice mining.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Just take your price here. A 9 and a 7 is the obvious first ports of call, but some straight draws, some flush draws potentially as well can come in handy. So pretty playable hand. He does flop an overpair. His opponent really absolutely nothing here on the 8 deuce 4 two-tone.
And Dahl in a tricky spot because he has less than a pot size bet behind and brick this
Yeah.
flop. But if he checks it, that's just leaving it open. So he goes with the smaller betting size. This shouldn't scare away Dipvik, but it does.
Okay, nicely done there with the small betting size. Just saying, you know what, I flopped absolute air, I'll just go for a cheap C-bet.
I guess if he flopped top set, he's betting around the same.
Yeah, or the nut flush draw with aces or something like that. Some kind of hand that doesn't need much protection.
He could even be doing that with just bare aces because of his stack size. If he's pushed, he has to call, but you know, it's basically trying to build that pot so that you maybe get a little bit more value.
Yeah, exactly. Put hands like worse overpairs in a spot of indifference. Makes it very difficult to play against, whereas if you just pot it in there, it's kind of easy to fold a hand like jacks or queens or even kings on that kind of board.
I can't remember if we saw Christian Dahl yesterday. I don't think we did.
No.
Langberg we've seen around. I don't know if I don't think we saw him yesterday either, but he's a veteran on the poker circuit. Vidar is not a face I've seen before either. Sangström we got to know yesterday. Same with Dipvik, and Senkel probably needs no introduction in C3.
Yeah, very well-esteemed online player. He's cut his teeth across all the games. Mixed games, Hold'em, PLO. Very much an all-rounder, but focusing on mixed games. Does he have a bracelet in any mixed?
I don't think he has a bracelet, actually. He has like 19 coupe titles or something ridiculous, though. Norway can't play at that site anymore, so somebody may eventually beat his record if Leknes decides that Norway will continue to be his home, because he would have to leave Norway to continue his streak, but he's won the most coupe titles in history.
When did they leave Stars?
Last year, I think, after the W Coupe.
Oh, wow, okay.
Or maybe even during the W Coupe, I don't remember. It was during October, for sure, though.
Yeah, total live earnings on the mob of $500,000, and looking at his string of results, mostly coming in mixed games.
But meanwhile, we have him with top set here.
Wow.
Dipvik with the open ender and putting some pressure on Leknes. Leknes doesn't really have any chips, so this is going in. Even if he thinks his opponent has a straight or a flush, he has some outs to the full house, or even quads, but we can see how far Leknes is ahead.
Yeah, it's annoying on the 3 spades. He's behind some straights, and he does have a pair blocker, but he's going to have to. Oh, he's got a few more chips than we can see there.
Yeah, it looks like he has 55 back.
Yeah.
Ooh, awful river card though for Leknes.
That's a straight now for Dipvik. And does he now elect to value bet the straight for the rest? Yeah, it's only a quarter pot behind or so. And he's going to put the rest in. And Tobias in a really annoying situation here. Some of the hands that were semi-bluffing on the turn, such as Dipvik's holding, actually improved now. Some of those 7-6, 7-5, 7-4 type hands, 9-7. Just left with a set, no spade, and no straight blocker either. Does block the bottom end, but I don't think Dipvik is going to be value betting 3 deuce, so having the 3 not so important in this situation.
He's played this like he has actually a flush, not the straight. So I think if Leknes folds, it's just a combination. Well, even if he didn't have the flush, he probably got there somewhere. But it's awfully hard to fold when you just have like 50 or so back in a 300K pot, even though the bubble's looming. But he played for, what, 10 hours yesterday?
Yeah.
So you invest all that time, you definitely do not want to bubble the tournament. Leknes is more concerned about winning the trophy than he is about min cashing, but everybody wants to get that cash as well.
For sure. 1,500 min cash. Yeah, it doesn't go amiss. It certainly helps you at the start of the week. Yeah, good fold. It's an annoying one. He kind of, all the bluffs that he was ahead of on the turn now improve in some ways, and it's just very difficult for him to be, there's no way he's value betting a worse set there like that on the 4-liner and the 3 flush. So just a discipline lay down there from Tobias.
Yeah, when he looks back, at least he'll know that he wasn't pushed around. He was pushed around a little bit, but that he made the right fold. And we see Thomas taking photos in the background. Shout out to Thomas Stacha, to Vojta, to Elizabeth. All 3 of them have been doing a fantastic job taking photos from the morning until late in the evening. Thomas especially is an industry veteran, been around even longer than I have, for a couple decades now. And it shows Leknes as being already all in, but we know that he's not. Maybe he will be, but he isn't yet just by posting the small blind. We saw he folded around 50 to 60,000. So Vidar folding, Sackstrom folding, but Dipvik more than happy to open up the button with a double suited pretty, single, no, it is double suited, ace 9, 6, 5. It's an easy open for him. Meanwhile, Leknes has a decision to make here with the mini rundown. He has the clubs, but his clubs would be dominated if he got it in here. But he needs to make a move. He has an orbit, but decides this is the time. Does have some live cards in here, so. And look at that smile. He knows he's making a move. And Dipvik is probably not going anywhere off his big stack. He has a very pretty hand. And apologies, but the stream has just frozen. Welcome back to day 2 of the 800 euro buy-in pot limit Omaha Championship of the Norwegian Championships. We're going to crown a Norwegian winner today, but first we are playing down to the money with 29 players getting paid and just 30 left in the field. The day began with 35 players. We decided to start the action during hand-for-hand mode so that we can get some nice bubble play. We see Dipvik there. With a nice stack of chips. He began the day as the chip leader, and it looks like he's added some chips since then. And unfortunately, Tobias Leknes, who is one of the players with the short stack, is no longer with us, but perhaps we will get him in the commentating booth a little bit later. I am Jason Glatzer. I will be shortly joined by George Sanford to provide some expert analysis of the PLO affair. In the meantime, we do have many familiar faces at this table, including some previous champions in Sondre in seat number 1. Folds around to Owi. Vidar opening up his ace-queen 5 deuce. Nope, he folds it. Saxton, the 2019 champion of this event, with the queen, jack 4, 2 diamonds in his hand, opening the button. Dipvik folding his ace 10, 5, 4. And a new player that we haven't seen yet, Magnuson, folding. So it's a walk on the first hand for Saxton at the TV table. So the top 30 players, the top 29 players will walk away with a min cash of 1,340 euros. The payouts go up from there, with the final 7 locking up 6,455 euros, and tonight's winner will go home with a hefty payout of 40,051 euro. Quite a nice return, and of course the honor, the prestigious honor of being the latest Norwegian champion. Wangberg opening up his ace-queen 8-8, suited to the queen with the clubs. Meanwhile, Vidar with the kings. His other 2 cards are not that great, so does give up on the hand. Sondre with 7 high, also giving up. Dipvik already folded. Meanwhile, Magnuson has one of these awkward stacks where he just wants a player to bust out, as does Dahl. He likely will not defend this ace 6 3 deuce, even though it is double suited, but perhaps he will. It was a hefty open. The blinds are now at 10,000, 20,000. The day began with blinds at 15,000, 30,000. So it's a second level of the day, level 20 of the tournament. And I stand corrected. Dahl making the call. And not the best flop for either player. Wangberg still ahead with his 8s. Dahl is drawing super, super thin. Needs running spades or some other running combination. Wangberg, though, probably doesn't realize how far he is ahead. He didn't get any piece of this king, 9 flop. But after the action gets checked over to him, we will likely see a bet from him. We do see a bet. It's a bet of 45,000 into a pot of 150. That's enough to get the job done. So Terry Wangberg picking up some chips off the short stack. And here in the booth now is George. How are you doing today, George?
Hey, great, thanks. Looking forward to commentating on a bit more of the 800 PLO action. We've got a couple of new faces, I believe, after the delay. Seat 6 was someone else, right?
No, that's I think still Vidar.
Oh, it's Vidar, yeah.
Vidar Owi.
Yeah, that's right. My bad.
We have a new player in seat 3 though. So Leknes, who was in seat 3 to start the day, was one of the 5 players to already hit the rail before the money.
Yeah, he was really crippled after the set versus straight hand where he had to fold, getting 5-1 on the river. But unfortunately, he did manage to get himself a chance to spin it back up because he was dead, of course, but no luck from him. So that's a shame. It would have been nice to see a really high-level online player cut their teeth in this kind of field. Just watching how they'd have navigated would have been interesting. But nonetheless, we've got a pretty strong lineup regardless. Dipvik and Sagstuen seem to be the 2 ones to watch from my standpoint so far.
Dipvik is came in with the chip lead and now is a chip millionaire, so things have been going quite well for him.
Yeah, and just getting that one through as well, up to 1.2 million. That's an enviable position. 60 big blinds on the pure bubble of an Omaha tournament. You're just going to get to open basically every hand. And there's really not much anyone can do about it.
So while we're waiting for the hand for hand, also starting very soon in about 30 minutes is another championship event in the 800 limit hold'em affair. We may have some action of that later depending on how long the day takes in the Omaha, because we'll be seeing this one out to a winner. And yeah, tomorrow we have the semifinals of the Heads Up, which I'm really looking forward to.
That's going to be fun, yeah. It's nice one-on-one poker. Really nowhere to hide for those guys. Lots of let's say, wider ranges than you'd normally see, and lots of uncomfortable but interesting spots to learn from, both as a viewer and a commentator. So looking forward to that. Dipvik is more than enough of a hand for him to open. I think he doesn't even need to look at those cards in this situation. Just chuck out some chips and take it down for the most part. Not going to be getting much resistance, that's for sure, in this kind of situation. Especially from Magnussen there, who's on 235, just north of 10 bigs. But wow, Dahl on the short stack finds the aces. I do believe he is going to get some action here. He's only got 8 big blinds, so 5 big blinds to call. And yeah, just off to the races here. Going to have, wow, 23%. I guess a king was folded or something, but usually you're looking at a 65-35 situation here with aces versus kings. Kings has the live suit, so probably some a king and maybe some spades folded.
Yeah, something like that. But a 10 on this flop makes things a little bit interesting. So now a deuce kind of helps him out. Obviously, a paired board is no good. And there we go. The board is paired.
Yeah, the board's paired. So a 10 or a king only. 4% equity. So must have had a couple of those folded from the pre-flop folds. King or a 10? Nope, that's a 7. So ace is going to get the job done there with the full house, pipping those kings, and nice timing for Dahl there to get into that spot, and very happy to see the kings rather than some kind of 8-7, 6-4 double suited.
That's for sure, because I think Dipvik was priced in regardless of that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really the dream scenario, to be up against kings there with, you know, half decent side cards, but nothing much to worry about.
But I like the no fear. There's definitely players on the bubble that would just call there. There's maybe even some that would fold as well. Just not even look at their cards or pretend to look at their cards.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where if you've got like the absolute nut low aces, like ace, 7 deuce rainbow, and there are some short stacks in the room, you could consider maybe passing. But he only had 8 big blinds. There's no guarantees. You know, I've played enough bubbles, and so have you, to realize that it can get really grueling at points. You think you've got the cash in the bag, and then the short stack doubles 4 times in a row, and then you're left with 3 bigs. So whilst you do want to make the money, you also do want to not ruin your chances of winning the tournament. So getting in those single-suited aces, they're certainly going to be the play.
Meanwhile, we'll probably see Dipvik open again. George mentions he should be opening just about any hand. This is certainly one he'd be opening regardless with the double suited. Been seeing how Dipvik has played yesterday. These are wow,
he gets out the way, and Magnussen now is probably going to go for the pot-sized open here off of this 12 big blind stack. If it goes repot call, he can get out the way. Goes for 65, so yeah, just south of pot.
Based on his stack size, that's a good raise, actually. Because if
so.
you're repotted, you have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And if you're not repotted, you're just called. You have basically a pot size bet behind.
That's the beauty, exactly. When you open for pot or north of 3 bigs, as he's done, you really force your opponents to play extremely honestly. They're really only going to give you action with ace, king, king, and aces in that kind of spot. So nice takedown there, and good awareness, because you saw a couple of hands that might have called if he were to min-raise, and he doesn't want to min-raise because he doesn't want to induce any kind of post-flop variance. He just wants to take it down.
Magnuson, who recently doubled up, folding his rags, and Dahl, who recently just took down that last pot, folding his double suited king 6-4 deuce. But meanwhile, Wangberg is going nowhere with his ace, king, queen, jack double suited. What a pretty hand here, George. 4 Broadway cards, double suited. Doesn't get much better than that. But meanwhile, he may be facing some resistance. We could see something happening here because we have a very strong hand here by Vidar with the ace-queen, 10-8. It would be better if the ace was suited than the 10, but it's still a strong hand nonetheless.
Yeah, this is a kind of hand that you could potentially 3-bet fold. You would have to put in like half of your stack, so it's pretty risky, and there are going to be much shorter stacks than him. So it looks like he's just going to get out the way with the non-nut suit here. A hand that you'd never fold in a cash game or early stages of the tournaments, but certainly reasons to get out the way now without that nut suit, without the purer connectivity in some ways. It's just very difficult. As you can see, Omaha tournaments on the bubble, it's very difficult once the first person gets the raise in for anyone really to do anything about it, even with such a strong hand that's like a top 15% hand, but just kind of caged. And that's why I'm surprised that Dipvik didn't open that double suited hand, because he may have even got the ace-king double suited behind him to fold with another 4 players behind, and that just shows the power of the raise first in on the bubble.
Perhaps the double up that he gave the short stack before slowed him down a little bit.
Yeah.
We've seen, and we both even probably commentated on tournaments where the chip leader on the table turns out to be the player that bubbles, you know, because they lose, they double up one player, then they double up another player, then all of a sudden they're short stack.
Yeah. And they're a bit tilted, and then they get it in. Yeah.
I've seen it happen a few times.
Very often, that's for sure.
So it's sometimes better to overfold if you feel like you are going down that rabbit hole.
Absolutely. It's a matter of taste. This is a great spot for Saxtuin to open because he's got the chip leader in the small blind and a short stack in the big blind. Unfortunately, he does run into a pretty strong hand here. I can't see Magnuson folding 2 big blinds. So it's 40K into 150. He's getting 3.5 to 1. You're just going to call here. Potting is also an option, and I think it would have got the job done here versus that specific hand, but it's quite risky.
Yeah, it's a little too risky based on his stack size, because he would basically be committing his stack at that point with the ace, king, jack, jack, and you get very often running into kings and aces there. We see that he's not, though.
Absolutely. You do have to give a little bit of respect for this button open, even though it's a good spot to open. You do see that he's got a pretty strong hand, and he's not just in there with some, you know, king 7, 5, 3 single or whatever. It's a pretty meaty ace, queen, 10, 3, and that's kind of what you can expect. So fair enough for taking the caution. I think an aggressive online pro would probably pot this in pre-flop and just kind of run it, expecting some decent fold equity, blocking aces, blocking kings, but just does check fold the flop, and unfortunately allows his opponent to maneuver him off of the winning hand at that stage.
So do you think the differences between live and online, you mentioned one, but do you think it's due to the fact of the time investment? Like these players played all day yesterday and they're playing all day today, so they're maybe a little bit more cautious in these spots than they would be online, where they, you may be on the bubble after 4 hours or so.
Exactly. It's a massive psychological factor, and I think that at the end of the day, we are humans, not robots, right? So what the machine tells you to do and what you actually do can often differ a lot. Yeah, the time investment, the fact that they played such a long, grueling 18-level day one yesterday, now they're on the pure bubble, makes it very difficult to pull the trigger in this spot. And that's why when you do, you get so much credit, because we've only seen aces really 3-bet for most of the tournament. There hasn't really been much activity outside of that. We saw yesterday Vigdal with an 8-8-5-5. He was kind of going after that specific opponent at the time, but what tends to happen in PLO tournaments is that the cash game 3-bet ranges are a lot wider, and people just tend to kind of wait for the blades in PLO tournaments.
I'm kind of curious what's happening on the outer tables. It
Yeah.
looks like the play is going fast, though, so that's always good to see.
Yeah, it's always interesting to know if there's someone sat on 2 big blinds, really milking it. Magnusson here has got aces blind v blind. It's going to be a pot-sized raise. Two big blinds out there for him to steal. And he's opening into a short stack, which is quite nice, because you're not going to see much peeling in general. This hand will call, yeah.
And Dahl's not that short anymore, because Dahl has up to 340. He can. Oh, what happened here?
He's shoved.
And a snap call. Wow. So ace is at risk, but far ahead. We don't see the equity percentages right now, but it's probably something like 65-35, maybe 70-30.
Yep.
It's much different than aces versus queens and hold'em.
2 clubs is not good, because Magnusson has the flush draw covered. So Dahl's only escape route really is the queen at the moment. No, and that's not going to do it. That's the nut flush versus the second nut flush. And Magnusson is going to take that one down. Don't think you can see the run out, but we can see on our side screen here it was 6-8-3-4, king, 3 clubs. So Magnusson's aces holding up, improving to the nut flush. Dahl, unfortunately, a little bit of a pre-flop cooler. I'm not sure how well these guys know each other. If he considers that his opponent is going to have raise folds in that spot, then it's a good take. But often people are raising out of position there, blind v blind, extremely tight, and just limping most of their range, or folding quite a lot as well on the bubble. So you are going to see a slightly stronger raise than you'd be used to from the small blind.
I think even if he calls, the stacks are eventually getting in on that hand. Probably not on the flop, but by the time the river comes, it's getting in.
Yeah. Would have been quite short on the flop, so yeah, I think Magnusson wouldn't have taken any chances, probably just potted it in, and would have been a relatively trivial get in. But yeah, nowhere to hide in that one. If he'd have called, he would have been stacked anyway, so still has a little stack to spin up here around about the 150, 125k mark, so that's about 6 blinds.
And that's really the big difference between Omaha and Hold'em, is the post-flop play.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of post-flop play, obviously, in Hold'em, too, but you can get away with a little bit more in Omaha if you're making pre-flop mistakes.
Yeah, you can. And in Hold'em, in that spot, he would have just jammed, right? Or
if it was aces versus queens, it would have just been jammed, but then the aces doesn't have as much of a sweat. They're 87% favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we've all seen bubbles with aces getting it in pre-flop and beating the player out, but at least you went out in style.
You didn't make a mistake, that's for sure. Wow, what a hand for Magnusson here. King, queen, jack, 9. No ace, so he might just call.
His jack 9 are counterfeited suit-wise anyway.
Yeah. I think if he had ace, king, queen, 9 or something double suited, he would pot, but it's really important to hold that ace blocker so that you block your opponent having those ace, king, king, and aces type holdings that are not going anywhere. So I like this slightly cautious approach. We do have the button. We've got position for the entire hand. Let's just peel one off. And disaster flop, so he manages to navigate his way out of danger here, as he is quite heavily dominated by the ace, queen, 9-8. Sagstruan looks like he's just going to bet a really small size. You don't need to go big at all, something like 20 or 30k. He bets 35. I think that's, is that 35? No, we can't see, but it's a small bet.
So it looks like some of the players are definitely more relaxed at this point in time than others, but it seems like everybody is fairly relaxed.
Yeah, Dahl a little bit winded after that big loss on the bubble. So there's going to be some areas for concern for him. But even just sharing a little wry smile with his friend maybe on his right to say, aces? Really? 9 big blinds?
Sagston wishing that it was PLO 8, ace, king, 4-3, but we'll open. No, he does fold it. Folding all the way around to the button. Dahl folding his queen, 9, 8-8 on a short stack, but Wangberg with 10-10, 8-6 will at least limp from the small blind, if not raise. Does raise to put pressure on Vidar with the ace, queen, 7 deuce.
Yeah, and I think we just have to fold this ace, queen, 7 deuce. It's just too disconnected, and the risk of colliding post flop, having, you know, when we flop top pair on an ace or a queen high board, we can't really fold. So the best adjustment is just to get out the way. Even though it's a pretty tight fold, we've got a relatively strong hand, blind versus blind. The ICM implications are quite vast and severe. So, you know, getting into a spot there where we defend and take a flop with Dahl sat there on 7 big blinds is somewhat of a disaster.
I'm curious if we're actually in the money yet.
That's true, because it's manually updated our ticker, isn't it? So
there was no pause after that hand.
Yeah, that's.
And it didn't take very long for that hand to be played out. But we'll see soon enough.
Got the floorman pointing and kind of observing quite intensely, so that could be an indicator that we might be on the bubble, but usually it would be hand for hand. So I imagine that yeah, we could well be in the money at this stage. Magnusson opens it up. 3 broadways, double suited, a very strong hand. It's a big hand on the small blind for Oye. Ace, king, 9-8. Does he go for the pot size 3-bet? He folds. Wow, that's quite tight. Although it's very difficult in the small blind, your actions are very tricky. Peeling is something that's not necessarily advised in these kind of situations. So it's kind of a 3-bet or fold. And he would have flopped pretty well there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he didn't stick around. Nobody else with really much of anything. Both players pairing up their queen. Some diamonds there for Magnusson. So he actually has a strong hand. He has a middle pair. He has a flush draw. Gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah. Yeah, he should just be taking this one down. Denying the equity of his opponent, who's got a live one on the 7 or the 4. And yeah, does a good job of folding out around 20% equity. Great board for the opener, of course. He's just going to have all of the aces and top 2 pairs and strong draws as he had. Very high card dense opening range, so just going to be a range bet on that kind of texture.
Yeah, we're straight into the next hand, so I'm not quite sure. I imagine that some of the hands on the outer tables would be taking longer, being that that hand was just taken down on the flop. So we might be in the money, we might not. So Wangberg with the 10-9-7-5 rundown, suited to the diamonds, not opening from the cutoff. But meanwhile, Vidar with the ace-ace king 5, double suited. This is a beautiful hand. Vidar will certainly be opening up from the button. And the blinds are now 10,000, 25,000, so he can put in a good portion of his stack on this one, but opting to raise to just 65,000 and not to 85,000. And Dipvik will likely defend his queen 10, 7-7 double suited. Both of his suits are covered though by Vidar, so if we see some monotone black flop.
Yeah, some kind of like Jack 9 with 2 spades or 2 clubs would be a tasty one. That's not so tasty actually. It's a pretty annoying board for the aces. You just kind of pod it in here and hope for the best.
Which may work, actually. I mean, Dipvik does have top pair, but doesn't really have too many redraws here. The 10 would complete some straights. If it does come, the 7, there's only 2 of them left. 2 queens left.
Yeah.
So if he buys the story that his opponent hit this flop, or has some diamonds, he may decide this isn't the time to be putting in about 40% of his stack.
Yeah, and gets the job done there, gets the queen with the 7, the 10 to get out the way. Nice bit of equity denial.
And very disciplined quick fold by Dipvik. Didn't take really any time. I thought he would at least think about it a little bit, but knew that he was likely not good.
Yeah, his opponent's going to have a lot of aces, kings, and hands like ace-queen there. Plus, if he doesn't, it's going to have some kind of flush draw, or his just opening range is going to be quite tight and relatively face up. So on that board, it's very tricky to continue. So the word is that we are in the money, pretty much guaranteed from our standpoint on the delay, where we're commentating from now. Due to some technical difficulties, the field size is not updating currently, but will be back to normal after the break.
Okay, and they'll be doing a redraw, from what I understand, when we're down to 18 players, and another one when we're down to 12.
Yeah, 3
and then
tables,
obviously
2
the final
tables.
table, seat draw 2. So
Yeah.
that changes quite a bit, though. I mean, then you're not putting your opponent, if you're Dipvik, you don't have to put your opponent's range on aces and kings at that point.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit wider, but still going to be fairly tight off of the short stack for sure. Magnuson having a little joke with Dahl as if to say, am I going to finish you off now? Or but surely not enough hand here with the king, jack, 4-4 pairs versus this kind of pair heavy under the gun range. Really not the ones that you want to defend. You want to defend any kind of unpaired, semi-connected hand as the first go-to. Obviously, without the obvious ones like aces, kings, and queens that are just going to be going with it.
So Dahl picking up some much-needed chips there.
Yeah, it's a good steal for him because he's got to pay the big blind and the big blind ante right now. So that kind of keeps him afloat for another orbit or so.
I'm trying to make out what his patch is. We probably have to ask Stig, but it's not the normal Norwegian Championship badge, but
No.
it does have some stars on it, so maybe it's for the Norwegian Championship in Norway.
Yeah, looks like something to do with that, or maybe some kind of stream team or something like that, but we'll get some info on that as we develop.
I miss having David Trigg and his fancy hair in the stream. We had Trigg with the floor yesterday. I can't make out who the floor is today for the TV table. A7-5-4. Vidar thinking about opening his double suited hand. Nothing really connected to the ace, but the 7-5-4 all bunched together. And Dipvik with the ace-king jack deuce, asking Vidar how many chips he has. He got his visual.
Try, it's heavily connected. You could see this hand call. It's actually kind of a discount on the open sizing. It's only a 2.5x. If we're facing pot, it gets a lot more tricky, but he's now wondering, the issue for him is that the big blind can reopen the action, which can be quite a profitable play if you get a raise and a call and you're in there with some kind of double suited holding. Reopening the action to allow the opener to then repot and force out this range from the small blind is annoying. So he's trying to get more of an idea as to the strength of Dahl and his kind of body language in the big blind, and does just get out the way. And Dahl makes the quick fold as well, and he's going to be a little bit annoyed by that because it's quite a strong hand to let go there. But just showing you the power of this raise first in deep into PLO tournament. You know, we saw two pretty strong holdings there: Ace King Jack Deuce and Jack 10 9 8, just surrendering. So it's really the first one in the pot that has all the bragging rights at this point in the tournament. Ace King Jack Deuce is a little bit awkward because it's kind of disconnected. The deuce dangler doesn't help, but you could see that 3-bet fold sometimes.
I was a bit surprised not to see Dipvik involved actually with that hand.
Yeah.
But he's seemingly mixing it up. Sometimes he seems to want a 3-better fold.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to go at this point in the tournament. Hold calling with that short stack and the big blind, as I mentioned, creates some issues. Sangstruan just getting out the way. He's not been much of a run for him in terms of the card distribution on this feature table. Dipvik, though, won't be shy to open it up with the King, Queen, Jack 6, single suited, kind of leveraging some pressure on these short stacks. He's going to have to kind of get it in with Dahl in the small blind, and Dahl does go for it here. He's got 6 big blinds, and the great thing about this is he's not just going to get a double up, but he's actually going to benefit from the full big blind and the big blind ante as well. So getting in with a flip here is quite profitable in this situation.
And pretty much live cards. The 6 isn't live, but does give it a nice rundown.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in a good spot here. He's managed to find a live flush draw.
Actually, the favorite.
Yeah, 4 connected cards, just due to the connectivity that's so important in PLO.
Great flop for Dipvik.
Yeah, not the best for Dahl. We can see the flop is Queen 10-4 rainbow for you guys. Oh, there it is. 3 of diamonds, though. Hello. Some chances now. A 5, a diamond, the jack. The 5.
Oh my
there
God!
It is.
Wow.
Backdooring the 7 high straight. Lovely spot there for Dahl. Got it in with decent equity with the overlay of the big blind and the big blind ante, and that's more than a double up. So he's going to be back to around 300K, which is certainly in the fight. 12 big blinds. We're in the mid-20s left in the tournament, and a nice chunk of change, over 40,000 euros up top, I believe.
Yeah, 40,000 and I think 51 euros, something like that.
Lovely. So they took a bit of a hit after the short stacks complained last night.
Yeah, they changed things around where now 29 get paid. We're down to 21, though, so we lost a lot of players, actually, on the side tables. We went from 30 to 21. We already knew we were in the money a few hands ago.
9 eliminations. We know that that's being manually updated, so don't worry, it's not been some sort of bust-out bonanza on the after tables. It's just a case of the team catching it up.
And Dipvik, who was a chip millionaire moments ago, he's doubled up now, but 2 or 3 short stacks since the TV table began. He's picking up some small pots along the way as well. Is probably no longer at least the chip leader in the tournament, but I'm not even sure he's the big stack on this table anymore. We'll take a quick look.
Yeah, a couple of hits. We saw him on around 1.2 million a couple of orbits ago, and I believe he's around the 600K, 700K mark now. So some turbulence there in his run in terms of the chip graph. You can see on some of the sites it tells you kind of like your trajectory through the tournament. He's taking a little bit of a downswing, a bit like Bitcoin recently. Surging and then reverting back to the mean somewhat. Sagstruan, he hasn't really had many chances to get involved, but this is a decent one. A nice raise fold candidate. We block some strong hands behind. Magnusson, let's see if he's got the minerals to fire this one in. He knows how active Sagstruan is, but just again, paying a lot of respect to that under the gun opening raise, not wanting to get in there. It was a decent hand for kind of a 3-bet where you might get some weak kings to fold. So it's kind of a bluff, and it's a mergy one. It's kind of like having ace-queen off in Hold'em in that situation, where it's kind of a blurred lines between value and bluff, but it achieves quite a lot. You fold out a lot of equity.
Let's see if Sagstruan decides to take a stab at this with his flush draw after it's checked over to him. Not the best flop, as you mentioned, for what he was representing.
No. $65K. I think Oe is just going to pot this one in here. We've got top 2 with a gut shot. Yeah, nicely played. It's an easy one to think, oh God, what if I run into some kind of massive combo draw or somehow 6-7, but allowing his opponent to c-bet, and now puts all of the pressure on Sagstruan, who is just left with a pair and a king-high flush draw here. Could be crushed by the nut flush draw, is really struggling versus hands like sets and straights. But he's basically committed at this stage. I would be really surprised to see him fold. I think we flopped a little too much equity to pass, and yeah, he is going to run it. He knows with that kind of body language that he could be in a lot of trouble here. We know that he isn't. The ace, the king, or the 5 or the heart is his way out of it. So 41%. And again, a demonstration of these kind of unavoidable post-flop semi-coolers, you know, where both players flop decent and the chips just go in.
Yeah, that's Omaha for you.
Yeah.
And, you wind up in a lot of these coin flip situations. That wasn't the card that Sagstruan wanted to see, but still has some love, some hope.
Definitely. Ace
Massive
king.
pot, too, 135,000.
No, that's going to be the nuts for Oye.
So we lost our 2019 Pot Lumen Omaha Championship winner in Sagstruan.
I also got some information that during COVID he won the 2020 online 800 as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so back-to-back winners and really made a good run at it. He was a strong presence at the table, fearless in many ways, and unfortunately does bow out around about in 20th place.
Still yet another deep run. I assume that all of the Omaha players in Norway, there's a lot of good Omaha players in Norway, give him a lot of respect for what he's accomplished.
I would say so, because the structure of the tournament has been excellent, so you tend to see the cream rising to the top. We don't really have any kind of, let's say, optimistic or outlandish players left on our feature table, at least. It's quite a solid game from what we can see.
But down to 20 players already, so lost 15 players from the start of the day. It's going quite fast.
Yeah, they're flying out. We're really ramping it up. We're going to have the table redraw with 18 left, and the tournament director coming over there and ushering some instructions into the ear of the dealer to say that, you know, we're going to be restructuring the field shortly. So stay aware. And actually right now, 18 left. So another 2 make their way out. Sagstrom, one of them, and a player on an outer table also going to be hitting the rail.
Are they going to play one more hand first, or are we on a break? Let's see. It looks like one more hand at least.
Yeah, one more hand and then a break, restructure, and we're back for the final 3 tables. And we will get the payout information for you after the break.
Okay, guys, so we will be back soon. There's going to be a table redraw, a quick maybe 5-10 minute break, but stay tuned. We'll be back for the conclusion of the 800 Pot Limit Omaha Championship here at the Norgesmesterskapet I Poker.
Jeg måtte være snill med deg, for du var lærling. Så du skal få meg rett ut. Men sånn gikk jo det. Du var snill med meg? Ja, ja, ja. Du var slem med meg. Det ganske cool, men det bare... You draw on table 26, this is still the future table. 27, 28, and the next room, okay? So just check the board. 26,
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Ja, det er ikke alltid det lønner seg å være opptatt av å få hendene sine på Twitch. For da kan det fort hende at du møter en relativt habil motstander i Simen. Og nå er det breaking news, folkens. Det er ikke Simen Mr. Kine Gudbrandsen, men det er...
Jeg heter Simen Kinn Gulbrandsen.
Kinn Gudbrandsen. Navnet kommer fra Biri-traktene, eller?
Ja, det er en kinngård oppe i traktene der.
Ja. Men du hadde jo en durabelig heads-up-run her i fjor, som gikk hele veien til finalebordet. Vi behøver ikke å snakke så veldig mye om akkurat hvordan det gikk der. Det var jo litt sånn vondt. La oss bare konkludere med at den beste spilleren vant ikke.
Det er dine ord.
Er du klar for et nytt run mot finalebordet i heads-upen, Simen?
Ja, jeg synes dette er den morsomste øvelsen, så jeg håper jeg varer lengst mulig da.
Jeg har jo sett på feltet her i dag. Det er sykt mye habile pokerspillere med i det heads-up-feltet her. Så hvis man kommer langt, så er man god, eller?
Ja, man må vel være det da.
I hvert fall i runde 2 så må du være god.
Ja, hvis du kommer til runde 2, da er du god.
Da er du skikkelig god.
Det er jeg enig i.
Ja. Har du sjekket ut motstanderen i runde 2? Vet du noe om den?
Jeg har sett 2 navn, men jeg er ikke sikker på hvem det er.
Og Dark Horses. Det er alltid skummelt.
Men det kan være noen jeg vet om, som jeg bare ikke
kjenner igjen navnet
på.
Ja. Hva er planen videre for uka? Eller har du vært her lenge nå? Kom du ned i dag, i går, i forgårs?
Jeg kom på onsdag.
Fått med deg litt sånn Mix Game Festival og sånn, eller?
Ja, jeg vant en Mix Game turnering i går.
Hey, nice.
Så det var gøy. Slo Tobias Leknes headsup der.
Det er enda bedre.
Så jeg har spilt noen tøffe headsuper nå.
Ja. God trening det å daske ut presidenten.
Ja, det var morsomt. Vi var ferdige sånn i 3-4-tiden i natt da, så
du fikk litt beauty sleep, og så var du akkurat klar etter frokost til å ta deg lett og greit videre til runde 2 i headsupen.
Ja, så nå skal jeg slappe av litt en halvtime her.
Ja.
Ta igjen litt søvn kanskje, og så...
Er du klar for... Hvor mange runder er det i dag hvis du tar alle rundene?
Jeg er ikke helt sikker. Jeg tror det er 3 eller 4.
Ja.
Jeg tar det litt som det kommer, jeg.
Ja. Blir det mix games i morgen, eller? Eller 8-game?
Ja. Jeg har tenkt å spille alle øvelsene.
Ja, hvis du ikke går veldig langt og blir forhindret fra spillet, selvfølgelig.
Ja. Men det får være
eller er du sånn som da løper mellom bordene og multitabler og...
Nei, jeg tror det er vanskelig, altså. Jeg har sett noen prøve med liten suksess.
Ja.
Så jeg tror ikke jeg skal prøve å emulere den siden.
Ja, for altså, neste lørdag, teoretisk sett, så kan man jo faktisk spille både finalebordet main event, ladies, senior og turboen.
Ja, nå kan jeg bare spille 2 av de da.
Ja,
men,
ja for du er ikke så gammel ennå.
Så blir det maks 2 bord da.
Ja.
Det bør vi klare.
Det klarer du. Du har jo spilt 2 bord på nettet, har du ikke det?
Ja.
Alt
og noen flere.
Ja, og noen
innimellom. Ja.
Du Simen, alltid en glede å se deg på pokerbordet. Vi gleder oss til å følge deg videre i heads-upen. Det ser ut som det kan bli tøff motstand. Vi har tatt en liten titt på bracketen. Det er noen tunge navn på din side som du må slå ut før finale eventuelt.
Ja, det er mange tøffe motstandere. Og bare ta en match av gangen.
En match av gangen, og en sten av gangen, og ett steg av veien, og en bit av gangen, og så videre. Det er sånn man spiser en elefant og blir norgesmester. Lykke til da, Simen.
Tusen takk.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a new table here. There was a table seat draw with 18 players left, but we do have a lot of familiar faces, both from the earlier table, such as Terry Wangberg, and Christian Arstad probably doesn't need an introduction, even though we didn't have him on the feature table yet, but that's Christian in the black and white, sporting it quite well. Very nice guy. And wakes up with aces off the short stack on the very first hand facing a raise. So he's in like a dream situation at the moment.
Yeah, certainly does. Great spot for him. Is he a Cool Bet ambassador or is just donning the patch?
I believe he streams sometimes for Coolbet along with Oscar Vede.
Yeah. Yeah, recognizable face. I see him a lot in Bratislava playing some of the Scandinavian / mixed games and all sorts of events, really.
So it's enough for him to jam his stack. He gets a fold from Terry, easy fold by him, but gains some free chips, which is always nice.
Yeah, uncontested chips this deep in a tournament is an absolute blessing in Omaha, because obviously the equities run close. You see when you get it in aces versus kings in Hold'em, 80-20. Here it can be even 60-40. So happy to get that one through. Would have been happy with the call as well, as obviously some extra chips with the equity advantage is by no means a bad thing, but does give him some breathing room. Wangberg opening it up with these single-suited kings. Not the ideal form of the hand, but certainly enough to drive the action. And gets folds all around to the small blind, and the big blind sat there with ace-king 6-4. It's a hand that looks decent, but versus this early position open is going to get you into a lot of trouble. So he is going to defend. I think maybe we'd want the king or the ace-high suit here, but he does face the 2.5x rather than the pot size, so deems himself to have enough to continue. And just an unbelievable flop for the king 7-6. 7-7 deuce rainbow. Should be seeing a really small sizing here. He goes for 50. And it gets the job done.
So while we're waiting for the next hand, we might as well update you about some of the players that were out before the money. Warren Vigdal was the player to bubble this event. We know that Leknes was out before the bubble, but he was on the soft bubble in 31st place. Tommy Hjornerud out in 32nd. Jonas Jaren, who we saw on the feature table yesterday, out in 33rd place. Steinar Lindberg, who we also saw yesterday, out in 34th. And Andreas Fasmer out in 35th place. And the first player out in the money is none other than the founder of this festival in Frode Fagerli. So congrats to him on the min cash.
Good job.
Knut Akre, Leif Iverson, Steen Slorby, who we had on the table yesterday, Christina Sully, who we also had on the table yesterday.
Oh, that's a shame, because she really had a nice run towards the end of day one.
Yeah.
She got up to about 800K, maybe 6 to 800K, so it's a shame to see her go.
Jonas Kuras, Hans Svingenen, Ove Jakobsen, Stefan Bjord Husdal, Sondre as well, that we did see go out, Lasse Jos. Rolf Ekstrom is out. He went out in 18th place, so that's where we're at. We have 17 players remaining. They have all locked up now, a little bit of a pay jump, so 1,845, but the top 16 players will lock up a pay jump to 2,095 euros, so quite a nice pay jump already.
Yep. It's a shame to see Rolf go. He was getting something really decent going on day one. Obviously just fell by the wayside a little bit, which is easy to do after a long and excruciating bubble.
Yeah, and sometimes even though it is a 2-day event, you don't want the first day to end because you have the momentum going, and it's hard to come back with and gain that fresh momentum.
Yeah, you come in fresh to a day 2, lose the first couple of pots, and you're down to 20 bigs and get called and you're out. That's the way it goes in tournament poker sometimes, and that's the brutal variance that derives from this particular format. As we mentioned so many times, so many unavoidable situations in POKERNM Omaha. We have seen these players navigate these situations quite well, potentially lacking in pre-flop aggression in the form of being willing to 3-bet without aces, but that's kind of a common theme. Arstad here under the gun, 8-6-4-4, nowhere near a pre-flop open. And over to Oi, who's built a nice stack of chips there. Came in a lot shorter than that, but has the 530. Rovik gets out the way, similar kind of trash. Kucherong with 670 on the button here. I don't think he's going to open this one. Try suit. Usually in these kind of deep into the tournament situations, you want to have a more reasonable blocker than just a 10. Some kind of ace or a king is the first port of call. And as you can see, not having that high card means that it's so much more likely that there's a strong hand lurking behind, as Dahl does have, ace, king, queen, jack. And it's going to get some action here from the king, jack, jack, 9. It's a question of, do we want to just shove? I think he's just going to put him in here, to be honest.
It is a very, very strong hand, blind versus blind.
Yeah. Both with pretty strong hands here. Wangberg mulling his options over. You can take a flop and get away on like an ace-high board, but then you potentially leave yourself open to being bluffed from some hands like, you know, jack 10, 10, 8 or something. But he's just going to peel one in position. And the flop brings top pair with a gut shot for Dahl, and he's going to go with it, and it's going to be a pair and a gut shot for Wangberg with the backdoor flush draw, 190 into 210. I don't think we can really fold. We're ahead of some hands like ace jack 10.
It looks like though he's going to fold. His body language says fold.
Even ace 10, 8, 5, we're doing very well against. There's a lot of hands that we have in bad-ish shape. Doesn't always just have the queen or kings or aces here. It's blind v blind, short stacked. We are in the money. It is half his stack though, and Dahl, who would have been somewhat nervous on this board. There's just so many hands that have really good equity. It's so connected. There's a flush draw that we don't have. Now realizing that he's in quite a good spot here and does manage to get that one through. Wangberg relinquishing that gut shot with the pair and the backdoor flush draw. A little on the conservative side, but understandable at this point in the tournament. Felt that he was going to be behind too often and didn't fancy putting it in, despite getting a pretty reasonable price of 3-1.
Are you spending a lot of time studying ICM for PLO?
It's very difficult because there's no ICM calculator for PLO. It's something that is kind of beyond computers at this point. There are some guys that have private ICM PLO sims, but they're not publicly available, and if they were to be, I imagine they would command a very high price. So I think the best way to do it is to watch final table replays of 5 and 10K online events on PokerStars, and then sometimes also another site, which are free to watch on YouTube, and you can watch some of the top rigs in the game, how they play certain spots on big PLO final tables, and kind of learn through copying, essentially, imitation. And what you do see is a very constant theme of extremely tight play, and the main concept is that your 3-bet ranges want to be either with the ace blocker or aces and not linear. So you're not really 3-betting so many hands like ace, queen, queen double suited.
But maybe this queen, jack, 10-9, you're still 3-betting. If it was double suited,
Yeah,
which it
exactly.
isn't.
Single suited, you can just call. It looks like he's gone for the pot, so he feels like he's going to have a decent amount of fold equity here. But this is dangerous because we don't have that ace blocker, which means that our opponent is just so much more likely to have ace, king double suited, aces, kings, which have us in fairly rough shape. He's managed to find a hand that could find a way out. This tri-suit ace, king, queen, 9 is pretty dominated by the 3-bet.
And I think we'll learn a little bit about Kurt in this hand, because it's the first time we've seen him at the TV table.
Yeah.
And the only thing that we've seen him do is flop, get a nice flop and get it in.
Yep.
It does look like he has won stuff before. It doesn't look like he could be that old either, so
No.
maybe one of these up-and-coming young guns that we don't know much about at this point. Have you seen Kurt around, or it's the first time for you as well?
First time for me as well. Kucheron here in a tricky spot. I think if he were to have opened from earlier position and faced the 3-bet, it's a lot easier to get away, but he's actually beating some hands, some ace-queen, some ace-jack, double-suited type hands that would push here, and he's going to go with it, and I think that that's the brave and the correct play. Easy to say that because we can see the whole cards, but if you know that your opponent is going to be as wide as these kind of hands, then you do have to rumble. It's not just going to be aces and kings, and we block both of them, so does find a way to get it in. And he's in a decent spot, 60-40. And it's going to be a monster 875k pot, 30 big blind pot. That's absolutely massive, around about the tournament average in the middle. And a great flop for both players.
Yeah, look at this flush draw here for Kurt's top pair, along with some gut shots to the straight for Dahl here.
Yep.
Percentages barely changed, but now that'll change quite a lot, because Dahl now with 2 pair, the open-ender, the flush draw is still out there.
Yeah, so it's going to be an ace, a king, yeah, ace, king, or a heart, or a jack. And that's a 6, so nice clean run out there for the 10-9. Dahl takes that one and finds his way up to 875k. A really nice spot for him to find the winner. Tournament life on the line, finds a really clean run out with the queen, jack, 10-9.
And Dahl, calm, cool, and collected, showing no emotion either way, negative or positive, throughout this table. Now we see a smile.
Hey, there we go.
You just doubled up to near 1 million chips. Let's be happy about that.
Exactly. 13.5 stacks in a big tournament. Even more, actually, 16.5 stacks, sorry.
It sounds like another event is starting, so it would be 2 o'clock in stream time. That must be the Limit Hold'em Championship, which also has an 800 € buy-in, as all the championship events do. We may or may not get into some of that action tonight after we have crowned the PLO champion. If not, we're probably going to hop into day 2 of that tomorrow. I don't think I've actually ever commentated on Limit Hold'em outside of, let's say, an 8-game format. So it's rather interesting to me. I did start playing Limit Hold'em when I first went online, because that's all there was. There was no actual big No Limit Hold'em events in the very early days. The Sunday majors used to be actually in Limit Hold'em on places like Party Poker.
Wow, really?
And places,
How long ago was that?
about 20 years ago.
Okay.
A little more, actually, 22 years ago. But even for a few years, Party Poker had the had a Limit Hold'em Sunday major.
Yeah. Party still try and push out the 08 format, but it's probably the only mixed game, really. I wouldn't classify PLO as a mixed game, really, these days. It's a big bet game, right?
It's kind of unfortunate about them that there's no more live tour and a lot of people no longer there that used to be, but hopefully we see turnaround for the good of poker. You know, it doesn't matter if they're a sponsor or not. We want everybody that is positive for poker to do well because it benefits everybody at the end of the day.
Yeah, they've always been a site that put out a fair offering to players and everyone in general, right? They offer decent rake back. The game's relatively low rake compared to other sites, but it's a shame to see them take a bit of a move on the way out.
Meanwhile, we lost Knut Gronli, who we had at the feature table yesterday. I did bump into him this morning, and he was the last player to cash for 1,845 euros in 17th place, and now just down to 16 players. They've all locked up 2,095 euros. The next pay jump won't be until 13th place, and it jumps up already quite big to 2,515 euros.
What a flop here for Kucheron, who opened extremely wide. This single-suited tens with pretty poor side cards, the 7-4, somewhat connected, but usually not really enough when you're opening into all of these medium/short stacks. Does flop top set, though, and goes for pretty chunky bet, 85 into 220, into 130, sorry.
I like this. I mean, it's still, even though it's a rainbow flop, you want to get those 8-9s out there. Obviously, maybe an 8-9 Jack Queen is sticking around, but
yeah.
Not a bare 8-9 on that bet.
No, that's for sure. Open-enders can definitely find a way out unless they've got some kind of backup.
And he was blocking himself to some degree for the full house as well.
Yeah.
With the 7 in his hand. I looked up the results really quickly of Kurt Vidar Kucheron, and it basically confirms our suspicions. He doesn't have that much results on Hendemab, and his most recent result on Hendemab was actually in the Norwegian Championship in Oslo back in 2017, wow, where he took 147th place for about 1,000 euros.
In the main event, was it?
In the main event.
Yeah.
But he has a result in Estonia back in 2015, and actually a rare result in Latvia. I hope that poker eventually comes back to Riga. Right now it's fairly dead, but there's talks of reviving poker a bit there as well, so maybe we'll see some Latvian flags being handed out sometime soon.
There's no legal poker there?
There's legal poker, but the gaming regulations are not very cooperative in terms of live poker. We used to have the same issue in Lithuania. The laws were fairly similar, where they were charging per table per month.
Wow, okay.
So to host a bigger event then becomes quite problematic. It's better if the taxes, the gaming taxes, are basically percentage of turnover or some other variable type of cost that can be built in and scalable.
I think OE here would be best off starting with a limp. It's a hand that is pretty playable. You can call a raise, but raising and 3-betting becomes quite problematic. It looks like he's going to go with the aggressive option here. So he pots it, but we do fold a lot of equity should we face a 3-bet. I guess he's just going to think that people are under 3-betting this spot, so he's best off taking the aggression, and he may force out this kind of hand, which has 40% equity against him. Full rainbow, and does get the job done.
Can you pass the button, please?
So still 16 left. We're down to the nitty-gritty of this event. But we still have at least a few hours of play. We started today at 10,000, 15,000. We're already up to 15,000, 30,000 blind level. And there's supposed to be a break after 15,000, 30,000, but I'm not sure that will take place, being that the players were just on the break for the 3-table redraw, and they'll get another break when there's a 2-table redraw, so maybe they will be skipping that break. We will find out when you find out.
Yep.
Or you'll find out when we find out. It's a better way of saying it.
OE here with somewhat of a playable hand. It's connected, but tri-suit and no decent blocker in there. Does elect to just let that one go.
Well, Rovik, we've seen a few hands with him now, but fairly new player to us, Christian Rovik.
Yep.
I've seen him around though, so it's a familiar face, just not a familiar name to me.
He does find a fold. I think that's a little bit on the tighter side. Could decide to limp that one. Just getting such a good prize short-handed with that big blind ante. You've got to fight for that a little bit more, defending the small blind there.
Ah, now I know where I've seen Chris at. He was at the circuit event in Estonia.
Ah, okay.
But does have some nice caches over the years. Not so many, but I'm trying to see if he has any Omaha caches. He does have an Omaha cache back in 2015 and a 250 event at the JP Masters and Norwegian Championships in Dublin. I likely also saw him in Malta because he has a cache at Malta as well, so that's why he looks familiar, but why I don't know his name is evident based on his hand them up. He doesn't have really any deep runs.
Yeah, somewhat sporadic over the years.
Let's see what Owie does. He seems to have many different gears. He will be opening. Let's see the sizing. It looks like just a min raise, actually. Let's see, though.
75K, 2.5x,
yeah.
kind of standard at this point. Another awkward spot here for Rovik with the kings, but pretty poor side cards. One suit. Does he just pot it in? If he knew how active Owie's been, I think he would. But by no means an easy spot.
Looks like he's just going to call.
Yeah.
No, maybe
no,
not.
Going upstairs. Good luck, sir.
Well, I think that will at least get Owie to fold, but we'll see if anybody else shows up with a hand.
Yeah, completely dominated, but still having 47% somehow. What a sick game. Actually was the favorite in the heads up, just due to the folded cards, I imagine.
Yeah, there was no live king.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of 10s out there as well, blocking those straights. And a big smile there by Chris.
Yeah, that's a nice one to get through there. You always have those sort of subconscious fears of running into the aces, and just getting the quick fold is a nice pickup at this stage in the tournament. Looks like he's going to have around about 20 big blinds to work with.
I'm glancing quickly at the names of players that are still left. So even though we lost Christina, we do have one female player left standing. So Christina didn't last the longest. It's Drea Carlson, who we also saw at the TV table yesterday.
Nice.
A little bit earlier in the day, but she's still trucking along. I don't have her chip count.
Yeah, yeah. She spun it up. She was short the entire feature table for us, right?
Yeah, yeah. Seemed quite comfortable at the table, though.
Yeah.
So, and patient. It does look like players are going on a break. We see players standing up, so this will be our final hand before we take a quick break. It'll be a 15-minute break. And then we'll have another quick break when we're down to 12 players. Meanwhile, Kurt Kucheron opening up. Nope, it's just a limp with the ace-jack-5 deuce. Folds around to Terry Wangberg with the ace-jack 4-3. So both players having amazing PLO 8 hands, but not as much in PLO. Kucheron does have the nut spade draw, and Wangberg the nut club draw. So both players with a solid flush draw, but those 2 5s and 3 4s aren't necessarily the cards you want to be playing with, but still strong enough to be opening from the blind, especially if you're just limping. Okay, it looks like it was a raise by Wangberg from the big blind, isolating, getting the job done, and now players are on a 15-minute break. I like when you're raising and putting pressure during the break because players actually do want to have their breaks.
Yeah.
They don't want the hand to take longer than it needs to.
Exactly, and the button limp is one of the usually the weakest form of the limp. So you do see people mix in some traps from earlier position, but usually on the button, not such a strong hand. So we're going to be back very shortly.
See you soon.
For en deilig dag med Potlimit Omaha dette her har vært. Nå det en liten pause. Vi nede I 3 bord. Dette her utrolig spennende. Men I denne lille pausen så har vi tenkt å vise dere, jeg har tatt med meg fotografen Janis, ut en runde og snakket med de som ikke sitter på TV-bordet. Vær så god, ta en titt på dette.
Warren is all-in player with he's got aces with a 4-9 on a board of deuce 3-9. He's been called by ace 6-3 of Martin. Warren is our all-in player. He is ahead at the time. Let's have the turn card, please. Turn brings the jack of spades. The 2 aces are still in the lead. The cards a 6. We have 6 in trays for 2 pair. Congratulations, everybody. You are now in the money.
Der røyk bobla gitt I PLO-turneringen. Endre. Dette her begynner å bli en veldig dårlig vane.
Ja, men du dropte meg til mesterskapets taper, så jeg måtte prøve å leve opp til det inntrykket.
Unnskyld. Du fikk det jo på når du var best.
Ja, men jeg hadde 70 på liksom, så jeg må få det på med 65% av hendene, kanskje 70%. Og så får jeg se det ned på aces, så må det på.
Du hadde nierpar, eller du hadde treffet på nieren, han hadde treffet på treeren.
Ja, eller aces.
Og så hadde du aces I tillegg.
Ja,
og han treffer sekseren på ribbel.
Yes.
Sånn det.
Ja, sånn det.
Hvordan har PLO-turneringen vært frem til nå, da?
Nei, jeg spilte bra og bygde stack ganske tidlig. Og så kom jeg på feature table med Sondre Sagstuen. Ja. Og så fikk jeg en del vanskelige spots. Og så avsluttet jeg dagen med 100K, så ganske lite. Men
fortsatt muligheter til å kunne gjøre noe?
Ja.
Hvis man treffer med kortene, da?
Ja, men det gjorde jeg absolutt ikke. For å si det mildt. Så det var sånn det var.
Det tungt. Men når du får fordøyd dette, Endre, hva skjer etterpå?
Det blir fikst. Fikslimit nå klokka 2.
1 time til å bare...
Kanskje 2.
Vaske ut skuffelsen, og så går vi for fikst.
Yes.
Men da kan vi gjøre en avtale da, Endre.
At det skal bli Norgesmester? Absolutt.
Vi skal I hvert fall ikke gjøre et taperintervju til.
Nei, vi skal gjøre et vinnerintervju.
Avtale. Lykke til. Men de 29 andre som med I PLO-turneringen, de strålende fornøyd nå, for de alle sammen I penga. Der forsvant jo store deler av stacken din, Anders.
Ja, den ble heldigvis bare vekslet.
Ja, for det du hadde der så jo veldig truende ut. Det var en sånn gigantisk byggverk med skjetonger.
Ja,
og så ble bare alt sammen borte.
Ja, men de ser jo truende ut de gule her også, da.
For de verdt 5 ganger så mye, ikke det?
Det helt riktig.
Det ser ut som om du har grei kontroll på dette bordet.
Det har vært en veldig god start på dagen I hvert fall.
Ja?
Det har det.
Kom du med så mye skjetonger, eller har du bare bygd seg opp på dag 2?
Jeg kom inn med 430 000, så bygde vi det opp til ca. 800, og nå litt over 700.
Du med andre ord godt over average stack, som nå på 6 ganger 4 tall. Så 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
Ja, det det faktisk. Ja, nei, det vi fornøyd med.
Ja, altså sånn nærme dobbel average, da det ikke så press på å måtte prestere og få tak I noe.
Det sant, man kan ta det litt mer med ro.
Eller er det da du benytter anledningen til å øve press på de andre?
Skal vi ikke røpe det mens alle sitter og hører på her?
For det er sånn hemmelig, det er en hemmelig taktikk.
Det er i hvert fall dumt å si det mens de hører på. Vi kan ta det på bakrommet etterpå.
Ja, vi tar det på bakrommet etterpå. Ja. Og hun sitter med headset og sånn, så det er ingen av, og de andre er veldig fokusert på det de holder på med, så dette her går nok bra.
Men det er klart, på bobla, nå er jo den ferdig,
Ja.
så kan jeg si, da selvfølgelig benytter vi sjansen litt.
Til å ta litt flere skjetonger enn kanskje egentlig kortene fortjente.
Det er riktig.
Ja. Men hva er nå målsettingen? Bobla er forbi, du er i penga.
Ja,
Hvor mye penger skal du hente inn i dag før du blir fornøyd?
aldri fornøyd før jeg vinner.
Aldri fornøyd før du vinner. Nei, men da vet vi hvor Anders Flem Hagen skal på slutten av dagen. Han skal intervjues på nytt som vinner av PLO-turneringen.
Det hadde vært hyggelig.
Ja, da sier vi det da.
Ja, deal.
Deal. Lykke til.
Takk skal du ha.
Det er jo noen vi har fulgt litt ekstra med på, og så er det noen som har vært litt i bakgrunnen på de vi har fulgt litt ekstra med på. Og Einar Magne Bole, også kjent som Melkekua, er nå all in. Og hvordan går dette, Einar?
Nei, det kommer litt an på floppen. Satser jeg på en liten seier her.
Ja, dobbelt suta, hjerter og rutter. Begge fargene er levende. Masse levende kort. Og du har open end. Du har floppa striten, du.
Ja, vet du. Da har melkekua overlevd nok en gang.
Det er lett liv når du kan det, altså. Hæ? Det begynner å slå ut spillere også, da.
Ja, det handler om å produsere nok melk til resterende som driver og melker meg.
Ja. Men disse som kalte deg melkekua i går, jeg har ikke sett dem siste minuttene her.
Nei, jeg tror det var Martin. Han fikk da fota gå på han.
Ja, han ble vist døra.
Ja.
Det er deilig, da.
Det var kjempetrivelig bor det. Så satser jeg på at det blir helt til toppen her også.
Ja, hva er målet nå? Nå er du i penga. Nå har du allerede sikret minst 28. plass. Nå har du slått ut én.
Jeg fikk beskjed hjemme til at hvis jeg vant dette, så skulle alle pengene gå med på oppussing av gårdsplass.
Oi, så spennende.
Så jeg har liksom ikke noe gevinst med å vinne.
Så er det sånn, du vinner ikke noe som helst du egentlig ved å vinne nå.
Nei, det stemmer ganske bra det.
Sånn er det når de hjemme bestemmer hva melkekuas inntekter skal brukes til, altså.
Så gjør meg ingenting om at går ut på førsteplass, da beholder jeg pengene selv.
Ja, men du satt jo og spilte med han Lypsil-kid Steffen i går også, du.
Ja, han var en av melkerne, han også.
Ja, han har mange sånne gule. Er de mer verdt, de er 25 skjetonger, eller?
Ja, han er nok chippen på bordet.
Ja, og han caller.
Får vi se om vi får oss en dobling her da.
Lett.
Litt enklere å bløffe når kameraet står i trynet på.
Ja. Og Steffen er livredd for å bli fotografert, vet du. Så han tør jo ikke å gjøre noe. For han er redd for at han kanskje gjør noe feil når kameraet er der. Skal vi bare bli værende her? Dette her går jo veldig bra. Vi er en utrolig bra duo.
Jeg startet med, jeg hadde vel 95 000, så...
Du har veldig mye mer enn det nå.
Ja.
Men vet du hva? Da ses vi bare på finalebordet da, og så tar vi en ny prat da. Er det greit? Lykke til.
Takk.
Ja, da var en av våre venner fra i går ute av PLO-en. Leif Eddi. Ja. Du er alltid blid og glad, du.
Ja da, jeg var midt på treet og taper 2 ender som jeg har gode starthevner, men treffer ingenting, så jeg må gi opp. Og får en god hånd nå, hvor jeg går på med alt. Har beste hånda ut, men dårligste hånda til slutt.
Det kanskje det mest frustrerende med kanskje spesielt PLO, at det hjelper ikke alltid å være best på flopp?
Nei, det hjelper ikke, men nå var jeg såpass short og var i storblind.
Hadde ikke noe valg?
Og hadde to gode suits, og det var en god sjans.
God sjans.
Ja da.
Men det blir jo pluss på denne turneringen da?
Ja da, det er pluss, og jeg er fornøyd. Jeg hadde en fin dag i går, og morsom dag i dag.
Ja.
Så nå får vi bare få oss en kopp kaffe, og så får vi motivere oss til å begynne å spille fikst klokken 2.
Ja, for du skal inn på fikstlimiten.
Jeg skal inn og spille fikst.
Ja. Du spilte 8-game også, gjorde du ikke det?
Ja.
Var du med i heads-upen?
Nei, jeg spiller alle NM-øvelsene bortsett fra heads-up.
Og ladies?
Ja, ladies, den står jeg over i år.
Ja. Men fikstlimit, det er i dag og i morgen. Hva er din erfaring med fikst tidligere?
Fikst? Jeg har bobla fikst en gang. Men jeg synes fikst er et veldig interessant spill, og det er jeg har jo prøvd å lest og studert lite grann. Men det er å forstå variansene med det å prøve å holde seg unna litt sånn lave suta connectors og sånne ting. Ja. Men prøve også å heller kunne by ut på høye connecta kort med S og S10 og S-knekt og konge-dame og sånt, og i bra posisjon. Ja. Så
er jo for meg som ikke er noen ekspert på, i hvert fall ikke fikstlimit, så virker overgangen fra å spille potlimit Omaha og så gå rett over på Texas fikstlimit ganske stor.
Det er en stor kontrast, absolutt. Men
blir det 2 kopper kaffe for å liksom gire om, eller?
Ja, burde kanskje tatt en kald øl også i stedet, men det var litt tidlig på dagen.
Ro litt ned?
Ja. Neida, men jeg gleder meg. Det er i Bratislava for å spille kort og hygge meg, og det har jeg gjort så langt, og det håper jeg kunne gjøre en uke til. Ja.
Du har jo fått noen tøfler tidligere, vet jeg.
Ja, jeg har en titel fra 2018.
Ja. Klarer vi å få et sett 2 med tøfler, eller er ikke det så viktig for deg? Er det mer den kosen og familielivet, holdt jeg på å si, i NM? Med den store pokerfamilien?
Ja, det er en stor pokerfamilie. Jeg skulle jo gjerne tenkt meg en titel til, å være best i familien. Ja. Selv om jeg må dele en NM-titel med Eirik. Ja. Så skulle det vært morsomt med en til. Ja. Drømmen er der.
Så lenge det er drøm og håp og skjetonger igjen, så er det jo det lever jo drømmen.
Jeg tror det er en ting som er veldig viktig i poker, og det er at det er ikke over for det er over.
Nei, det er sant. Det er veldig
så aldri gi opp.
Aldri gi opp. Drømmen lever så lenge det er skjetonger. Jeg tenker det er nydelige ord for dagen. Tusen takk, Leif Eddie, og lykke til med fikslimiten.
Tusen takk skal du ha.
Ja, hjerte. Hei.
Ja, noen ber om lykke, og noen de bare skaper sin egen lykke.
Jeg er født sånn, jeg.
Du er født sånn? Ja. Det er ikke mange minutter vi var innom bordet her siden. Da hadde du ikke så mye skjetonger?
Det var litt mindre, men jeg var på vei oppover da, og jeg hadde 40 skjetonger igjen. Alt skjønt, når det kom ny dealer på bordet.
Da visste du at nå er det din tur?
Nå er det min tur. Etter det så har ikke jeg sett på hendene mine. Jeg bare putter de på. Og så, uten å skjønne noe, så plutselig vinner jeg gang på gang på gang.
Jeg er ikke helt sikker på om jeg kjøper den der uten at jeg skjønner noe og bare spiller.
Ja, men altså når du aldri ser på kortene dine før du byr, så er det dealer som forteller hvem som har vunnet etterpå. Ja. Og hver gang så har det vært meg.
Det er jo deilig.
Ja, det er så deilig.
Hva tenker du? Er det viktig å ta massasje underveis?
Ok. Ja, nei, for meg er det viktig. massasje det er enten uflaks, eller så er det flaks. Finner du rett massør, så er det flaks. Er det feil med massør, så har jeg tapt titalls millioner på å velge feil.
Men akkurat nå så er det riktig massør.
Nå er det rett, så hun blir sittende her til jeg kommer på finalebord.
Hun blir med deg resten av turneringen, hun nå?
Det satser vi på. Det har hun fortjent.
Da blir det mange timer og mye penger på den massøren i hvert fall.
Oi, det visste ikke jeg.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back from the break. There was no table change because there will be a table redraw once we are down to 12 players. So it's the same players that we saw before, but it's a little bit different than a day one because we have all these redraws that it makes sense to not mess around with the TV table and start moving players around when you're going to have to move them again, probably in about 30 minutes anyway.
Absolutely. So all stations go. I beg my pardon. From now on, short-handed action.
And I'm wondering if we're still at 16. No, we're at 15. So we did lose a player right before the break. Let's see who that was. And it was one of the players that we saw earlier, and Martin Magnussen.
Yeah, Martin Magnussen bows out. As we have 14 now, so it was Dipvik in 15th, I believe.
We lost Dipvik. So he was the start of the day chip leader. Things went well in the beginning, actually, for him. He was over 1.2 million, and then things began to fall apart for him on the TV table, doubling a few of the short stacks.
Yeah.
And I guess somebody took care of the rest of his chips on the outer table. But he took 15th place. And both him and Magnussen collected 2,095 euros. And that will be the same prize 14th place collects before the pay jump to 2,515 euros that the top 13 players are guaranteed.
Lovely stuff. So pretty evenly stacked feature table action, as you could see there with those chip counts. Everyone in the 20 to 30 big blind range. So you're likely to see some fairly cagey stuff, and as we've seen as the theme so far, the first one in the pot really getting a lot of respect, and not seeing so many outlandish 3-bets as you may expect.
So we'll probably be having like 20, 30 minutes of action. I didn't realize that we were going to be 2 away from the redraw at the break.
Yeah.
I thought we were still 3 or 4 away. That makes a big difference.
Certainly does. I think maybe a couple of players just busted fairly quickly.
Dahl getting back involved.
Yeah, good man. Opening it up. Rovik here with 3 jacks in the big blind. Not typically a hand that you want to VPIP, and does just get out the way, and Dahl shows his jack. So no jack for you, sir.
I want to learn a little bit more about him. I should have asked Stieg during the break. He seems very composed for a player that is likely under 30 years old. Certainly looks like he's been here, done that before.
Certainly does.
Something is going on at one of the other tables we overheard.
Wow, so again waiting. Maybe we're just going to skip that redraw for the 12th then, by the looks of it.
It's possible. We'll know if a player comes to the table that that's what happened. But I think there should be redraws at 2 tables as well.
Yeah, usually. Dahl mucks the rainbow King Queen 5-4. And Wangberg, I don't think he's going to be so interested with this 10-8-7-7 rainbow. Wow, okay, I was wrong. This is pretty out of line from the cutoff. Goes for the 2.5x. Bit of a steal. Oi out the way with the single-suited sort of gappy rundown. And it's Rovik's turn to pick up the blades here. Only really one way to play them at this point in the tournament, and that's going to be shouting pot.
And that's exactly what he's going to be doing, it looks like.
Surely there's no messing around. Just taking his time, making sure that he doesn't kind of instantly pot. It really removes any kind of idea in his opponent's mind that he's going to be a non-aces. If he does, just snap pot it in, fairly face up, but takes his time, slides out some big chips in the middle. Makes it 340. And that's surely going to be the end of Wangberg's creative cut-off steal there with the 10-8-7-7. A nice pickup for Rovik, picking up 180k, 4.5 big blinds with no resistance.
And you notice that he calculated the pot bet himself very quickly, so that's a sign of a very experienced pot limit player, that you're doing that. A lot of players are always asking how much is the pot. Even I ask. I played a lot of Omaha over the years, but it's still how much is in the pot I always ask if it's not online.
Yeah, to be fair, when I'm playing live, I'm trying not to exert mental energy on figuring out the pot. I just say pot and allow the dealer to do their job. I think it's, especially in these long, grueling multi-day events, you want to conserve as much mental energy as possible for more of the strategic implications rather than constantly having your brain whirring, which is why we respect the dealers so much for the job they do, because they need to know at every single spot, every single moment of each hand, especially pre-flop. Wangberg's surely going to be opening. If he's getting as creative as 10-8-7-7 rainbow, then the King Jack 10 deuce double is going to look like Christmas to him.
And he opened for 100, is that right?
Yeah, 2.5x is fairly standard at this point. Earlier in the tournament, you tend to see people open to pot or 3x, but now this kind of open sizing has the same efficiency as the bigger open. You get the similar kind of ranges in play from behind, so sizing down that open makes a lot of sense. Kucheron with the tri-suit queens here in the small blind, typically just a fold. Let's see if he does find a way to VP up the hand. He does go for the cold call here. I think tri-suited, slightly disconnected. Sure, if we've got queen, queen, 9-8, queen, queen, 10-9, queen, queen, 10-8, maybe we get in, but seven's somewhat of a dangler.
But look at this.
Two, yeah. Top pair versus top two. Wangberg would do well to find a check back here. Doesn't want to bet fold this kind of equity. He's just potted it, I think.
This could spell trouble if it's a pot bet.
Yeah, and it is. And Wangberg's going to be in trouble now. He's going to look for a king, a jack only. No backdoor flush draw, no front door flush draw interaction. And he's going to be up against a really condensed range in the small blind here of lots of connected hands, lots of hands like kings, queens, jacks. Does block tens, but it's going to be usually fairly double-suited heavy. So when you don't have a heart or even backdoor clubs, you're going to run into a stronger hand just that little bit more often. Kucheron, I don't know what he's thinking. Yeah, no, he's just kind of taking his time, and that's going to be an all-in. And Wangberg now has to commit the last of the chips. 75k back, so he's still got two big blinds to spin if he doesn't find a king or a jack. Let's see what the run out is here.
He may have folded. No, he's okay. So calling his top pair, it's 1.1 million in the pot. So the winner of this pot will be in very good shape as well. Kucheron is at risk despite flopping the two pair. Any jack and a king will spell trouble a queen for some runner-runners. But the 6 of hearts is a safe card for Kucheron.
King or a jack needed for Wangberg. Otherwise, he's going to be in serious trouble, and it is the 9, so no dice.
So Terry Wangberg, who is cruising along, now down to just 2 big blinds in serious jeopardy of not making the final 2 tables.
Yeah.
And it's not a spot where you're really going to be you know, you should be concerned about ICM, obviously, but it's not a spot where as the short stack you're going to be that concerned about anything, but he may try to wait out one player just because of that, the 400 and change pay jump that's coming up.
Yeah. But a rather creative peel from the small blind. It pays off on this instance, but yeah, the queen, 10-7 tri-suit there. Finds a way to get the dream flop and get it in. Usually you're going to still have to fade a lot of equity. He basically found the dream scenario where his opponent's just got a 10.
Okay, so Terry sits back down. I think he was concerned, actually, that he was already out in 14th place.
Yeah, but he's going to be now in the big blind, so all of those chips are going to go in blind, and he's just going to have to spin the 4 cards he gets dealt. So let's hope that Mr. Wangberg there can find something.
And now I can learn if it's big blind first or anti-first. I think it's big blind first, as a lot of places have migrated to, because it's logically makes a bit more sense, but there are some still hanging on to big blind anti-first. But yeah, it's a 40K in the blind. So he only had 55K left because it looks like 15K for the ante. And now he might as well not even look at his cards and just flip them over when it's time.
Absolutely.
All right, good luck, Terry. Hopefully we get to see a double up from you. We've seen you around for many, many years at many different events.
Ace 9-7-4. I mean, it's not bad. It's no suit, but at least he's got an ace, so he's very unlikely to be super dead. Oh, he out the way, and it folds to the button.
Give him a walk.
Wow.
No walk coming here, though, so he gets it in with the queen 5 deuce deuce. So
it's in pretty good shape.
It's for some reason it's 50-50. I'm not quite sure why there. I guess once again it's because of some dead cards. You would think that ace 9-7-4 is a bit further ahead of queen 5 deuce deuce. Maybe the hearts make a difference. I don't know.
Hearts. He's got a pair. Seems like a fair 50-50 to me.
But those twos are almost never going to come into play. Well, there we
it
go.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden we are semi-dead. We need a 10 or an 8 on the turn, I believe. It's a 6, so that's going to be the end of the road for Wangberg.
So great run by Terry Wangberg, out in 14th place. So the final 13 players have now locked up 2,515 euros. Terry is going off to the cashier with a 2,095 euro prize, but nice little pay jump for everybody. The next pay jump won't be till we're down to 10 players, with the top 10 locking up 3,100 euros. And then after that, every single spot will be a pay jump.
Yep.
But it'll be interesting to see also how the players that are calm, cool, and collected throughout the last 2 days, if they change their demeanor a little bit now that the money is getting a lot more serious.
Yeah, highly possible. It's been a great run for the young Norwegian, amassing a pretty healthy chip stack. He was coming in relatively short, was Dahl, but up over $1 million, I believe, now.
Which isn't as big as it sounds, because it's still going to be 25, 50K pretty soon, so that's about 20 bigs.
Yeah, what's the average stack? So we've got, what, 5% of the field left, so 20 starting stacks. Actually, yeah, the average is 1 million, roughly. Kucheron, we've seen him not afraid to get in the mix, and certainly will be continuing that theme with the King, Queen, Jack 10. Try suit, but beggars can't be choosers. A lot of hand here from the cutoff, and he's going to open it up. Looks like it's a bit of extra meat on the bone, does it? No, 80. Sorry, I thought that that was like a pot-sized raise.
Just a lot of 5K chips going in there.
Yeah. So, again, that kind of theme that I was talking about yesterday, the discrepancy between the smaller open sizing and the bigger one, could be a nice idea here to 3-bet with the ace-queen 9-9, getting some of these weaker queens, jacks, 10s to fold, which is, I think, going to be a lot of this min-raise, and less so aces, ace-king-king, and the stronger double-suited hands. But instead, we see a cooler flop, middle set versus the top pair and the nut wrap. The money is going to go in here at some point, you'd imagine, just in the form of a check raise on the flop and a get in. But 200K in there, so we're playing just under 3 stack to pot ratio. And that looks like a fairly meaty bet.
I think those are the 5K chip. Are they the 5Ks? No, those are the 25Ks, so you're right.
Yeah, 60% pot. And Oe here, he's looking rather uncomfortable, but he's just thinking about Vegas and the Mirage right now with that middle set. Doesn't really get much better than this with the ace-queen 9-9, and surely going to be sending this one upstairs. It's about 400K there. Just taking his time.
If Kucheron's hand also had a spade flush draw, though, even with that middle set, he'd be likely behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
But against the range of your opponent, you're very far ahead.
So 560, 3 times the bet, plus the 200 in the middle. And yeah, no folding here with the king, queen, jack 10. You could be up against a hand like king 9 that you've got in really bad shape. King 6, maybe some wraps as well. A 9, jack 10, queen, 9, 8, 7, 5.
Could be also just a spade flush draw with some other connectivity as well.
Also likely, yeah, the nut flush draw, the queen high flush draw with straight draw equity.
It doesn't look like he wants to play this, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't, does it? But I don't think we can fold here. Yeah, in we go. And he's got 31% versus kind of the worst case scenario, which is the set. He would be marginally ahead of king 9, I believe, and crushing king 6.
But meanwhile, it's Vidar at risk with a bit of a sweat here, where he's a 2-to-1 favorite, has to fade any jack 10 or queen.
Yeah, or a running boat.
Yeah, or a king.
King, and then a queen, jack, king. So yeah, that's a safe one. So again, just fading the Broadway here. Good job so far.
And another double up with a full house for Oe. So now he is the latest chip millionaire. And Kucheron, who just got over $1 million not so long ago, is back down to about 11 bigs.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride for Kucheron on this feature table. But a bit of a setup as far as things go. Cutoff versus big blind there. Pair nut wrap, top pair nut wrap versus the middle set with the backdoor flush draw. Again, one of these unavoidable, cooler kind of situations post-flop that pop up so often in PLO, just with the nature of the added 2 cards from the more popular Texas Hold'em variant.
So it doesn't look like we're getting a redraw after all. We're down to 2 tables.
Yep.
So the, let's see who hit the rail in the 13th place. Oh no, it was Drea Carlson who hit the rail on the outer table. So no more ladies left in the event. She gets to collect, though, 2,515 euros, so a nice payout for her. And the final 12 are all locked in with the same payout. Once we're down to 10 players, they will be guaranteed at least 3,100 euro. So I guess the next break will actually be for the final table. Because that will likely happen before we see 3 more blind levels, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So playing down to the final then, and then another break, or is there going to be one before then?
We'll see. I don't think there will be because we just restarted at 2040, so it'll be 25-50, 30-60, 40-80. We should be down to a final table well before that.
Yeah, I imagine so. So it's back to 6-handed action. Love this format. Double chance, 6 max, just lots of action, nowhere to hide. You do see the cream kind of rise to the top, which is good from a viewing perspective. And lots of strong players here at the feature table.
It looks like all the players are well situated, so the action will continue. I'm not sure what all those chips are in the middle there. Because no players have cards in front of them. Maybe some
the
change.
last hand or changing it up?
Yeah.
But I guess we're playing down to a final table of 7, because otherwise it would be a bit of a disadvantage for the table of 3, right? If it was a 4 and a 3.
Yeah, yeah. Balanced final table bubble makes sense. 4 and 4. Then you play an unofficial final table with 7, and an official final table with 6.
Yeah, it makes sense with the big blind ante, especially the 3-handed table. If you're short, it's a very unfair disadvantage. So Dahl gets out the way. Sty is the new player here.
Oystein Sty. He had a lot of chips at one point. It looks like he's down to 1.1 million, which is still impressive. But I believe he was over 2 million at one point in time.
Oi out the way with trash. Rovik surely going to follow suit, and it's over to the short stack now. Kucheron, who's got a playable holding here, but he's facing a pot-sized open from Sty, so does he elect to defend this one? He does. Is it a pot-sized open, or is it?
Yeah, it's pot-sized to 180.
Yeah, okay. Didn't look like that many chips in there, but that's bottom pair with backdoor flush draw.
Also hits his range a little better than the hijacks,
Yeah,
but
it's going to have some 9-8-7 and some 6-5-7 type hands. Goes with the check. Sty is putting him in, and I think we're just going to have to be forced to relinquish this one now, having not played the lead.
Although,
ooh,
I think this might be just a little Hollywooding, but I stand corrected.
Yeah, that's called.
So it wasn't a jam, it was just a small bet. So
Yeah, it looks like a very small bet, actually, of 40K. Wow. Min bet on the flop, gets the call. Interesting as to Sty's kind of strategy with this min bet. It looks quite polarizing. We're saying we've either got the nuts or absolutely nothing for the most part. And by nuts, I'd mean, you know, hands like King, King, 6-6, King, King, 5-5, Queen, Queen, 5-5, that kind of thing, or of course, 8-7.
I think we're going to see Oystein's cards pretty soon. I think he had them in the wrong box, it appears.
He's got the nuts, yeah.
What a life. 4-5-6, and you have King 9-8-7 with an open.
Yeah, he just doesn't really get much better than that. Queen on the turn. Does he go for the check back now? Does have that King of Diamonds, so less worried about the presence of the flush draw with a blocker. And he is playing under 1 SPR with his opponent here. Although, look, these chip counts seem wrong because we can see that Kucheron there has around about 380k behind. So I think the pre-flop sizing was wrong on the tracker. I don't think he opened to pot.
No, and I don't know if that would have been pot. If we do the calculations, pot should have been 140, I was thinking, and it said 180 in the graphics.
Yeah.
So even if it was pot, it was wrong.
Nice pickup. Easy with the nuts, of course, but showing some heart with slightly looser than standard pre-flop open.
But he does have, it looks like, more than 2 million in chips. Look at the stack. I mean, that's quite impressive. It looks like 1 million just out in front, along with all the 5K chips he has. So I think all the chip counts are off slightly at the moment, but they will likely catch up pretty soon. And we can eyeball pretty much the way the players are stacking their chips pretty easily at this point, which is good.
Yeah.
I think I'm more nervous than the players are. I'm like, I'm shaking my foot. And,
restless leg syndrome.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very dicey point of the tournament, and very difficult to navigate as a medium stack here. That's the thing with PLO tournaments. It requires a lot of perseverance and a lot of focus, because the difference in stack sizes, the stack distribution, the situation that you're facing in terms of the exact tournament right now will change so quickly. So you've got to be on your game. You've got to make sure that you don't make a big mistake. So in some ways, PLO's tournaments are a test of endurance. Dahl getting it in here with the ace, queen, queen 3. And Kucheron commits his stack there with under 10 big blinds with the ace, jack, 7, 4, and unfortunately runs into a pretty strong holding here. Looks like he's got 51%. I mean, that's crazy. It must be something to do with the folded cards, because we can see he's in all sorts of bother here. Even flopping an ace wouldn't be any good. A jack would be dominated by the queens, so he needs some hearts or some kind of 2-pair or a straight.
5, 6 of hearts on the flop.
Yeah, that would be a tasty one. That would send him right up in the lead. King 7 deuce, so he flops middle pair. All of his side cards are now live.
Still a flip, though.
Yeah, 46.
He actually lost equity despite connecting with the 7.
That's a 6, so no additional equity. An ace, jack, 7, or a 4 one time. This would be a really nice one for Dahl to maneuver out a short stack and get a big hold deep in the tournament. Can he find it? No, he cannot. So Kucheron hits the rail, and Dahl does find that hold. And we're going to be down to 11 now.
Yeah, so Kucheron officially in 12th place, so there's 6 players still left on the outer table. It was a pleasure to watch him, though. It was quite a bit of a roller coaster ride for him, but showed a lot of heart.
He played without fear, that's for sure. Yeah. A couple of situations there that maybe could have been avoided, but showed a lot of gusto, that's for sure.
And nothing to be ashamed of to make it to the final 2 tables of such a prestigious event with a lot of very skilled players.
No, absolutely not.
It looks like we're getting a dealer change, so it doesn't look like they're changing dealers at the beginning of new blind levels. Oh, no, they are. It's a new blind level. We're up to 25,000, 50,000. I believe Oystein does have more than 1.4 million. It looks like he's north of 2. The other players' counts are a little bit off as well. I don't think Bolas has 95,000, for example. The others are kind of close, but let's just assume that everything is slightly off and stare down at the chips like we were if we were playing.
Absolutely. Common sense prevails. But for the time being, it looks like Sty with the chip lead, and Oi, who's been quite solid. Definitely hasn't made any big mistakes. Has shied away from maybe a couple of spots where he could have found some pre-flop aggression, just deciding to let it go. But has navigated his way pretty well through the spots so far. So Bolas has actually got 1.6 million. That's just been updated, so he's the table chip leader with 30 big blinds.
Unless we think Oystein has the chip lead, which I think could be the case.
He's got 1 million. Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like he's got around 1.6 himself, right?
Yeah, I thought maybe even close to 2 at one point, but it could be 1-6.
2 stacks of 500 and 5 and a bit stacks of hundreds, so somewhere around 1.6 is my guess, including the big blind. Anyway, Rovik is going to open it up. King, Queen, Jack 4 in the cutoff. Goes for a pot-sized open here. Dahl gets out the way, and Sty has tri-suit hand. So I think you defend this one double-suited, but this one just a little bit too weak, allowing Rovik to get that steal through from essentially the button with the player that was meant to be on the button being eliminated in the prior hand.
It's a nice little pickup there by Rovik. He's more than happy to take it down right there.
Yeah, 5-handed. Can't ask for much of a better spot than that. Would have probably had to commit a stack versus one player. If it goes pot, repot, then he can find a way out, I believe.
Are we folding his King Jack 7-5 tri-suited? I'm starting to use tri-suited in my vocabulary because of you now, George. I like it though.
Yep.
And Dahl with the double-suited King 10 8 deuce opening the button. Let's see what his sizing is these days, if it's 125 or 175. It is 125, so he's sticking with the 2.5x. He's not a short stack, so that's probably why. If he was short, he would probably be doing the pot size bet for reasons George pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Oystein putting some pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, I like this perfect combo. Ace, Jack, 10, deuce, double. Because when you don't have a king or queen, you get lots of hands like kings, queens to fold with the ICM pressure. You're facing a button open, so you can't just be worried about running into aces all the time.
And he has enough chips where if he's 4-bet jammed, he can give credit and fold. Even though he would prefer not to, he would have to fold at that point.
Yeah, very tough actually versus the 1.1 million stack when we've put 400 in. 700 into a pot of 2.2 million. You're getting 3-1. You probably have to call, I think.
From a chip EV perspective, it's a clear call, but from
he
an
covers
ICM
him.
perspective,
He covers him though. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough.
it sounds like something is being announced, but it could be from one of the side events. Even though you see some empty tables, what happens is that the TV table is in the cash game area, and they typically are filling the tables from the back to the front. But if you go a little bit behind those empty tables, there are dozens upon dozens of tournament tables, along with on the first floor, there's probably close to 200 tables down there, at least more than 120, 150. I will try to do a count before the coverage starts tomorrow. But let's just say Card Casino is more than equipped to host a couple hundred tables throughout its massive facility.
Yeah, it's just like a warehouse of poker here, isn't it? You know,
it's amazing.
Just so much room. Bolas here has a hand that usually just wants to call. 3-betting is a little bit weird.
But in this spot,
yeah, he's gone for it.
Will likely work actually, because Oystein does have that ace-king suited, but the 7 deuce are just danglers that don't help you very much.
Yeah, it definitely will work versus this hand. 7 deuce, super disconnected. Is he going to go for the 4-bet rip? I think that's what he's thinking about. Nope. So only two ways to go there. Mostly folding, and then occasionally, if you think you've got some kind of read on your opponent, potentially launching it in, but that's such a risky play. If you run into the aces there, you're pretty dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have live clubs, and that's about it. Just hoping your 7-deuce gets it.
Some murky 2-pair or deuce-deuce 3 flop.
So still at 11 players, so unless that hasn't been updated, but we're being told now that for the final 2 tables that field number will be updated fairly quickly. It's a manual entry. So let's assume it's still full ring at the outer table. Full ring meaning it's a 6 max event, so 6 players. And as we mentioned yesterday, I think other organizers should take note of the structure of this event. The fact that it's 6 max, the fact that it has 30 levels with no levels being skipped, the double chance. So Dahl opening up again, this time with the ace, king, queen, 3. The king 3 are suited. Folding all the way around to Owe in the small blind with 3 4s in his hand. That's an easy fold. And Rovik, though, double suited king, jack, 9, 5, maybe making a move here. Will likely at least call. But thinking about what to do here. Does just call. That's the safest play here. Probably safest to fold, but that wouldn't be correct either. Oh ho, Dahl flopping trips here. And Rovik isn't quite drawing dead yet. He has backdoors to the flush.
Yeah.
Backdoors to potentially Broadway, but not really, because the queen would give his opponent a full house. So really just that flush draw.
Going to be facing a blind bet of 1 big blind usually here. Sizes up, yeah, it's a bit of a sloppy size, to be honest. It achieves exactly the same as betting 50k, but understandable. He's in a big spot and flops a big hand. But yeah, you know, the beauty of the smaller bet is that you put hands like kings and queens that you've got dead into a really tricky spot. They can just easily fold to this size, but versus 50k, they may peel 1, which is essentially free money.
Interesting angles we have now.
Yeah, what's going on here? We've got the 3-screen view with the Bratislava Castle in the background. Beautiful white piece of architecture that kind of towers over the rest of the city.
Oystein will quickly muck this king 8 5 deuce. And now he's showing with a stack of 2 million. Bolas with the 6 high goes into the muck as well. And Owe with the jack 10 7 4, single suited also gone. And Rovik, though, is a different story in the small blind. Nice connectivity here. Hearts draw as well. Queen 10 9 7. In an unopened pot from the small blind, we expect something to happen here.
Definitely. It's very difficult to know what the correct course of action is. I think for Chippy V, you can raise and get it in. Limping is also a play. And he's not going to find a fold from this hand. I think Dahl is, well, he's got 2 options, to jam for value or to call. I think when the hand's like somewhat disconnected, we want to see all 5 cards here. So just going with the all-in is the way to go.
And it looks like he agrees with you, because it is a 3-bet enough to put his opponent in, or at least very close, effectively all in.
Yeah. And if Rovik ever folds here, it's just such a massive pickup for Dahl. But Rovik's plan really should be done before facing this action. He should know, am I going to raise call this? He's going to have decent equity against essentially anything being so connected, and by raising you do get some pre-flop fold equity, so just going for the raise call, fair enough. Again, can't really ask for much of a better spot. It's obviously not a premium, but it's pretty connected, and he does have decent equity. All of his side cards, all of his cards are live, and the hearts, of course, in play and much more connected than his opponent. So that's why you can see he does have the slight equity advantage, but drawing dead on the flop.
Wow, not the flop he wanted to see. We can already announce that he's out in 12th place for 2,500. No, in 11th place. I'm sorry, for 2,515 euros, and now the final 10 players have locked up 3,100 euros. The final 9 will lock up 3,940. So there's an 840 euro pay jump, more than the buy-in coming up.
Yeah, and Dahl looking at his opponent there as if to say, why is he still sat down? Is there some kind of out that I'm not seeing here? Like, pretty sure I've got him dead, but like he's still just sat there waiting, patiently looking at the board. It's one of those kind of pinch me moments that you get sometimes deep in tournaments when your opponent's not up to his feet, which is what most people do when they get flop dead.
So I'm not sure they're going to hop right into the next hand, or if they're going to wait for the hand to end at the other table so they can balance things out. Different casinos have different ways of approaching that.
Yeah, I think the correct one is to wait for the 5th player to come. Let's see what they're doing. It looks like they've got a bit of a break. Are we taking a stretch?
It's also possible that, based on the action we're seeing on this table, it's hot and heavy on the side table, and if they're down to 9, this will remain the same. Then it'll be 4 and 5. There must be some action on that table, because it's taking a while for that hand to complete.
What a spin up for the young Norwegian Dahl. He's came in relatively short, and it's really all gone his way so far. He's got some commanding stacks on his left, but done a really good job. And just a dream day 2 for him, really. He's been in some great situations. His big hands have held up. These 1-2 big blind versus blind all-ins for sort of 10 big blinds apiece, 20 big blind pots. Those are super critical at this stage.
Yeah, if you're winning your 60-40s, your 50-50s, life is good at this stage.
Absolutely. And no sweat on the last one as well. Just a clean flopped flush. So Uri coming in from the cutoff with this ace-king 8-4. It's a nice hand to open in ICM-loaded situations. You've got good removal to strong hands behind. Sty just single-suited, so a bit too disconnected, and is up against a medium-sized stack, so might chance his arm with the shorter stack there, as the stack-off threshold after the flop is going to be much lower, but going to get himself into a decent amount of trouble there with the Jack-10-6 deuce.
But we didn't see a new player come over, right?
No, not yet.
So we must have lost somebody, but we'll wait for it to update to 9 before checking to see who finished in 10th. But it must be at 9. They went to pause the table only to resume at 6 and 4. So I think it's safe to say that Ole Nygaard was the player to finish in 10th place for 3,100 euros. And now the top 9 have locked up 3,940 euros. The next pay jump is to 5,030 euro for the top 8.
Yep.
So now the players are making an amazing hourly.
Yeah, really starting to get to the dizzy heights of these 5-figure scores, which is going to be for the top 5 players. 5th paying 10,055 all the way up to just over 40K for 1st. So really in the business end of the tournament here.
So min-raise by Dahl from the button, a call by Bolas with the queens, only to flop the top set, but...
and a nut flush draw for Dahl as well.
Yeah, this could be a massive pot brewing.
Very likely. I wonder if Dahl ever checks this back. Apart from obviously having the nut flush draw, the board is quite disconnected. Yeah, he does go for the check back. That's really sneaky. And wow, what a turn card. King of spades. And it's not just top set for Bolas. He's on the flop. He's even got the queen of spades here, which is going to mean that he's going to be quite suspicious as to this bet that's going to surely come on the turn now.
Yeah, I love that check back by Dahl. He didn't have anything other than the flush draw at that point as well.
Exactly.
He should understand Bolas is not going to be defending him wide, and wait till you get there.
Yeah, just take a free card. You know, your medium stack versus medium stack. There must be shorter stacks on the other table because all of these guys have 30 big blinds and over, and we know that that's somewhere near the tournament average. So likely to be shorter stacks elsewhere. And yeah, facing a check raise with this hand, that's why he checks back, is really dangerous.
Wow, the 10 of spades, so four spades on the board.
Yeah, another spade. We've got a really strong spade here. And is Bolas going to go for some kind of like mergy lead?
It did look like he was eyeballing his chips, but then thought better of it.
Or is it the old classic reverse tell where he's like trying to look strong and then ends up checking? Yeah. He doesn't want to see a bet. That's maybe why he's gone about it that way. Just trying to inject some fear in the heart of his opponent there.
And I think he might be able to find the fold to a big bet, not just because of the flush draw. Straights got there as well.
Dahl bets pot, and that's a really nice sizing because when we check back the flop, it's more likely that we're going to have the lone ace of spades than it is the nut flush. So we want to basically balance our range in the sense that we're saying, look, I've got nuts or just the blocker here. And Bolas, is he going to find a way out? He does. That's nicely done. It's very easy to go down the rabbit hole of thinking, well, he checked back the flop. How many nut flushes can he have here? Very nicely executed pot from both players. Dahl unfortunate not to get the river call there. It was kind of a decent combo to consider calling. Can't really be worried about straights, so it's just the nuts flush that he could be considering.
So I'm not sure if they're hand for some reason, but it looks like there's some communication going on between the 4 and the dealer. Maybe we lost another player. I don't know if they do hand for hand at final tables here. We'll find out together. Most places do, but there's a few actually that don't.
Let's see what develops. Tournament director fiercely tapping away. Doesn't look like WhatsApp. I think he's working, so must be something going on.
But we must be hand for hand, so we must have lost one of the side table players in Håkon Lundberg in 9th place for 3,940 euros.
Yeah.
So one player away from the unofficial final table.
But we're up to 5K.
Yeah, up to 5K, and it's a 1,400 pay jump after that for 7th getting 6,455 euro for 8x the buy-in.
What a result.
And we're down to 7, folks. So we also lost Tommy Skogstad in 8th place for 5,030 euros. So we have our unofficial final table. I believe that we will be on a short 5 to 10 minute break pretty soon, but we'll wait to see what happens here before saying goodbye. But there should be a seat draw happening. Yeah, players are racking up their chips. So we will be back with you momentarily. Stay tuned. It'll be about 5 to 10 minutes before the final table is set up.
For a 5-minute break, we're going to do some chip counts, and then we'll call you back, okay?
Bruker den?
Jeg bruker den. I'm also going to change some chips, sir.
I have to go to the toilet.
Yes, you have a 5-minute break, sir. 5-minute break.
Just to make it chips.
Sorry. Try to be back at 25 past 10. We'll call you back anyway.
Yes. Also, anybody with a bunch of these,
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, the players are beginning to take their seats for the final table. We should have a chip count graphic coming up soon, but in the meantime, we can tell you a little bit about who the chip leader is, and that is Tom Bedell with 2.6 million in chips. We did not see Tom, I believe, yet on the feature table, so the final table with the chip lead is his first appearance. Some interesting action must have happened at the side tables. Coming in at second place is Øystein Stay, who we've seen quite a bit of, and Christian Dahl not too far behind with 2.2, 2.1 million, respectively. And then we have the middling stacks of Anders Hagen, Einar Bolas, and of Vidar Oe, and Christian Arstad bringing up the short stack with 570,000. Actually, it looks like the chip counts are slightly different than, nope, there we go. Christian with 570 is correct. And I wouldn't count Christian out at all, despite being the short stack. He still has plenty of play. Right now it's 12 big blinds. It'll be down to 10 soon enough when the blinds go up to 30-60. But he's a very disciplined player, always knows where he stands. And although the underdog at this point, if there were betting odds on this event, I would probably try to go with the underdog Christian, because you'd probably be undervalued as the short stack and would probably get some nice value on that bet. But it is an impressive group of players. I mean, even though we didn't see Tom play, we know he is an amazing player, and we have Stay and Dahl, who we've seen quite a lot of. Bolas, who has chipped up a little bit as well. And it looks like we're already hopping into the action. George will be with us shortly. Ooh, wow, Owie with the 4 deuces in his hand. I think that's the first time we've seen quads in the stream. I think you could see he's trying not to smile. I think he would like to have held on to those cards till after the hand to show those 4 deuces. If it was a different game like Sweet and Special or 5-card draw, those 4 deuces would look kind of pretty, but it's basically the nut of nut lows in 4-card PLO. Blocking yourself and only with the deuces. And here's Tom, experienced veteran, as we mentioned, chip leader at the table, waking up right away with that ace-10, 9-7 tri-suited. Actually, it's all single-suited, but still, as the chip leader, he wants to command the table. George would likely say that this is on the looser side, but it is within the realm of acceptability. And Anders Hagen is coming in with the Jack-Jack 9-8 for a call from the button. It was only a min-raise, so that makes a bit of a difference. If it was a pot-size bet, maybe Hagen would 3-bet, maybe he would fold. Maybe he would still call. But certainly, Oystein with the King, Queen, 6-3 tri-suited would have gotten out of the way to a bigger bet. And did get out of the way anyway to a min-bet, so didn't really matter too much. Hagen in position with his jacks, and it's a King, Jack, 5 flop. Hagen flopping middle set. Meanwhile, Bedell has the gut shot to Broadway. Not much else going on, so probably Hagen won't get too much value off his middle set. He's going to have to protect his hand, even though it is a rainbow flop, just because of those Queen 10s that could be out there. Or even a Queen 9 if it's being back. A 10-9 like we see Bedell actually having. And that should get the job done. Although Hagen is so far ahead, he won't be that disappointed if Bedell folds here, because a lot can change on the turn and river against his opponent's opening range. There's a lot of Queen 10s, Ace Queens, King Jacks that could get there with the King. Obviously, you're blocking the Jack. And Bedell taking his time. A little bit of table talk going on. Perhaps he is more of a field player than some of the younger players at the table. But does wisely get out of the way, saving himself some chips. No point in really continuing there out of position. But Tom certainly knows what he's doing. He's been around for ages, has more than 3 million in live tournament cashes, according to the Hendon Mob, which is actually the 5th most on the Norway all-time money list, so quite impressive. Going to check how he's done in Norwegian events before. I believe I've seen him run deep last year. He has a bunch of wins in Spain. He's also won, impressively, the Poker Go Tour Aria High Roller 10K for 124,000. But the one thing that's missing here are any Norwegian Championship victories. So he definitely wants to get that on his already impressive poker resume. Christian is certainly going to get busy here. Ace, King, Jack 10 on the short stack. Likely will be a pot-sized bet. Blinds have just gone up to 30,000, 60,000, so he can raise it up to 210,000. And I stand corrected, unless there was a misdeal or something. It looks like there was a misdeal, unfortunately, for Christian. That is a bit of a bad beat when you're dealt 4 Broadway cards on a short stack and it's a misdeal. Nothing you can do about it, though, but it is a little bit of a bad beat. And even though this is a final table, there's banter coming from at least half the players right now. It's nice to see the players having fun, feeling relaxed. We have Christian Dahl a little bit more stoic than the rest of them, quietly taking everything in. And let's see if Christian can get something moving here. He did just have to fold that ace-king jack-10 by accident. And now he's dealt a queen-9, 5-4. That's going to be folded very quickly. But our chip leader, Tom Bedell, who has experience at all sorts of buy-in levels, may decide to open. He is double suited with a jack 8, 7, 6. The problem is his position more than his cards. If he was in late position, we would likely see an open, but he's going to try to run over the table a little bit. This is okay by my book. George may have a different opinion. But it is a min raise, and Dahl waking up with the ace, queen, jack 10 suited to the nut diamonds. Also has a spade flush draw, so double suited. This is such a beautiful hand. Does just call, doesn't want to tangle around from ICM implications, which are harder to understand than PLO than Hold'em. But from a logical perspective, he doesn't want to blow up his stack while there are a few shorter stacks with the nice payout jumps coming. Meanwhile, a 3-bet would have gotten the job done based on what we see the other players have, but there's no way for Dahl to know that. And Bedell, with the early position open, can easily have aces or kings, even though there's a partial blocker to those aces. The kings are wide open. But meanwhile, it's a 7-10 king rainbow flop, connecting nicely with Dahlia's. Bottom pair, he has a super sick wrap to Broadway and a straight. Backdoors to the spade flush as well. Meanwhile, Bedell with not so much connected with bottom pair. There's a gut shot straight for the 9. Not much else going on, but he was the pre-flop aggressor, so I wouldn't have been that surprised if he bet, but it went check, check, and good thing for Tom it did, because he's improved to a straight, although it's actually really bad that he improved to the straight, because Dahl now has a better straight with that queen jack. So the 9 was actually a jinxing card, and we'll see if Dahl decides to slow play his straight. The problems are those clubs that he may want to push them out of the way. And we could see Bedell does have 2 clubs in his hand. Actually 3 clubs in his hand, so partially blocking one of his outs. And the 3 of clubs on the river, so Bedell getting there with his flush. A bit of a cooler here for Dahl. Bedell making sure he has that flush. Or doing a little bit of Hollywooding. As we mentioned, he has been around for decades, one of the most experienced players in all of Norway, consistently putting up scores in small buy-ins and big buy-ins alike. We mentioned he won a 10K buy-in event a couple years ago during the Poker Go Tour at the Aria. So let's just say the players that are playing in that event are all the top of the top. So the fact that he can play along with them means Tom is not afraid of anything at this table. He's firing out for 300, so about 30%. Is Dahl going to pay that off? Or perhaps even turn his hand into a bluff and raise, but I don't see that happening, at least with the ICM implications and what we've seen from Dahl. But that may work if he knew what Bedell had and wanted to make a move. He may get some kind of read based off the sizing, but does make the call. So Bedell goes from rich to richer, up to 3.2 million in chips. And Dahl is now no longer near the top of the pack, but still plenty of maneuverability at 1.5 million. Welcome back, George. You didn't miss that much, but this was an interesting hand that just went on. Tom Bedell, the most successful player at the table.
Yeah, he's playing Trident high rollers, EPTs. He's everywhere, this guy.
Yeah, has more than 3 million in cashes, which is good for 5th all-time in Norway. And now has a commanding chip lead at this table. He's the only player above 3 million in chips. He started with more than 2.5 million at the final table. Christian Arstad had a bit of a bad beat that you missed as well. He was short stack and got dealt ace, king, jack 10 under the gun.
Okay. In we
Double
go.
suited, and,
Yeah.
and it was a misdeal.
Oh, really? Ouch. Ouch, that's a tough one.
It happens, but it's tough when you've looked. Hopefully he didn't look down at his cards, you know. Maybe he didn't look down at them yet. We saw them only because they hit the reader. And Bedell has opened both the hands so far.
Okay, no surprises there.
This one I think is going to be a little bit out of even his range. The king 7-7 deuce tri-suited from under the gun.
Would be a hell of a stretch, yeah.
Oh, and you also missed quad deuces being dealt in the
Really?
first hand of the final table to the first player at the final table.
You don't get to see that so often.
Deuce.
Wow, look at this. He's yeah, this is incredible. Any of the guys that are maybe going to be able to watch this back on the next break or something are just going to be taking off in the form of 3-betting if they know he's opening like this kind of trash. This is like literally a bottom 10% hand.
But even if they know that he's doing it, can they take the chance that he's always doing it with all the ICM involved? You know, that's also difficult, especially as long as Christian is down below 10 big blinds. You at least want to get that first pay jump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sty folding ace king 10-4 single there. But Arstad has no chance that he's going to get out the way here. He just has to put it in.
Getting a bit lucky with Bedell opening up so wide. Has him absolutely dominated, although somehow he's just 50-50, 53-47. I'm not sure how that comes about, but it's more difficult to figure that out in Omaha because of the burn cards do have a bit of an effect, and
yeah,
the connectivity even seems a little better when the ace-king anyway. I don't see any benefit to having such gappers, the king 7-7 deuce. The kings are dominating the 7, so I can't do the math to get the 53-47 here. Even if the kings are dead, we see one is dead in Bedell's hand.
Maybe the other king is dead. Very few hearts have been folded and both 7s alive. That's my best guess.
Yeah. But Arstead 3-betting most of his stack with a pot size bet. Bedell will likely fold here, but you never know.
Does get out the way.
So well done by Christian there. He needed to gain that little bit of breathing room that he just got, especially with the blinds recently going up to 30-60. Now should have around 12-13 big blinds. I assume you know Christian, that you've probably played with him before.
Yeah, seen him around, certainly in the other casino in Bratislava, playing some events at a different stop. And yeah, looks like he knows his way around. Is this the guy that's Sickersby on social media or something?
I'm not sure what his social media is, but I know he's active and does a bit of streaming
John,
a cool
right?
bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
with John and Oscar and those guys.
It's definitely the same guy I'm thinking of. So yeah, pretty strong player and getting a nice start to this final table, that's for sure. Ooh.
So Christian getting back into action. Folds around to him. It folds around to Oystein, who opened up from the cutoff with the king 7-6-5. And in back-to-back spots, we see Christian 3-betting. And who can blame him? Ace, king, jack 9. single suited, but very nice connectivity with all 4 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good spot, small blind versus cutoff. He knows that Stye is going to be somewhat aggressive here as one of the middling stacks on the table, and our hand's just more than enough to go with. Gets it through.
So Christian off to a nice start here. Close to $1 million after coming into the final table with under 10 big blinds.
Yeah, this is in some ways the benefit of being a short stack. ICM in PLO allows life to be much easier for the big stack and the short stack, whereas these medium stacks, they're going to struggle to even VPIP the kind of hand that he just had there, because there's just so many bad things that can happen. Getting into pots from the small blind, for example, playing out of position. If they 3-bet and face a continue, then there's all sorts of collisions that might occur, whereas, you know, so medium stacks just kind of want to sit around and wait for people to bust. Big stacks are going to drive the action, and short stacks are going to be able to pick up on the advantage that they have from the big stack opening so wide and getting a lot of 3-bet squeezes through. Three bets and squeezes, sorry. So
amazing analysis there, George. It's you're perfectly spot on that the middle stacks are the uncomfortable players at the moment.
They just have to kind of duck and dive and wait for a premium, and they just can't really do much, even versus an open. So you see the Queen 10-9-9 there. It's a decent hand, but it just has to go in the muck, and I think it's correctly played. Here we go. King, Jack, Jack 6, and even he folds. So didn't fancy an open there. Wanted to have some kind of ace blocker.
And is Christian going to open? He has King, Queen, 7-6. Not this time. He's happy for waiting for those 3-bet opportunities.
Yep.
And also with an active Tom, who we 3-bet 2 hands ago. Possibly worried about that, although Tom's showing up with garbage. That hasn't stopped him so far, but it looks like he's giving a walk.
Whoa.
And what did Christian have? 6-5-5-4.
Yeah, might have defended the open, but it's nice when you're in position versus the chip leader, although he is such a wild card that even position doesn't matter if they're just blasting into you every pot.
So we do have payouts, although the commas are kind of upside down, but you can read the numbers here. So put the top 7 of guaranteed 6,455 euros. You could see how quickly it goes up from there until the winner in a few hours' time will walk away with a hefty bag of cash of 40,051 euro.
That's a lot of chunk of change.
Can you ask for it to be paid in €1 coins?
Turn up with 3 wheelbarrows.
Pay me.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
I'm pretty sure even in Norwegian, the comma, it would be a decimal point in Norwegian numbers, not a comma up above the number.
That's more of a mainland European thing, is it?
Yeah, to have the decimal, which tilts me.
Yeah.
Jack, Jack, 3-3, 2-pair.
Yeah.
That's much better than the quad deuces that we saw him have earlier.
I think he's supposed to fold here as the middle stack, but it looks like he's going to go with the slightly adventurous open, +1, 7-handed.
Yeah,
He's got
maybe
the chip
like
leader
a
on
button or a cutoff open.
Yeah, he's got the chip leader on the button, which is very annoying with this kind of hand, because when you don't flop a jack or a 3, you're kind of in no man's land, and he's going to get lucky. I think Bedell would fold this hand. It's rainbow, facing an early position open. But you never know with this kind of player. He plays much higher stakes regularly. To him, the pay jumps are very insignificant. He buys into events for, you know, sometimes more than first place. So it's
yeah, that's true.
That's definitely an interesting factor. And you can see he really doesn't want to relinquish this essentially trash hand. And he's actually going to, looks like he's going to call, okay. So this is a move that I like to call like the pre-flop float. And it works really well with ICM. It's when you cover someone and you play the whole hand in position against them, and you just make their life extremely difficult. You get to stab a lot of flops for small sizings in position. You get to really understand the strength of their hand very easily by playing in position. When they check call on certain boards, you know that they're not going to have some strong hands that are going to look to check raise and deny equity. So many interesting ways of getting it done in PLO. And whilst I think that his hand is a little bit out of line, he's could find a way to win here very easily with the stab on the flop.
Yeah, this isn't the best flop for Tom here. I was a bit surprised, actually, Tom didn't 3-bet with the pressure he can be putting, but at least now he can get away cheaply.
Yeah, Stye going to go for a brave c-bet here. Going for the small sizing, just looking to target random hands.
Look at that stare. He's possibly trying to get a read. Maybe he was planning to make a move on the flop.
Yeah.
But this is not the flop necessarily to do it with. I mean, we see that Stye is light, but typically there's a lot of aces in that early position open.
Yeah, aces or a hand like the nut flush draw, both very comfortable on this flop, hence the tiny sizing. But Bedell has some interactivity. Yeah, he's got the 8 for the nut straight, and he's also got that 10 of clubs. And he seems like a player that's very comfortable, so he's going to come along and kind of test the mettle of his opponent here. It's obviously a board that's good for the opener.
Although the 9 coming on the turn.
Yeah, you'd likely see aces check sometimes here, or go with the small bet. And he does check, and I think that that's a wise move, because he doesn't completely kill his options later on in the hand. He can still stab and try and get some hands like kings and queens with a flush draw to fold the river, and also some weak ace-x. It's just a case of whether Bedell wants to represent that 9. He's going to have a lot of like middling hands that are going to hit that 9 quite hard. Does go for the check back. It's a king on the river, and that's actually going to be the winner for Bedell. He finds a way out of it.
Not the way I thought this hand would play out, though.
No, not at all. It's that 9 was a bit of an action killer, because it's so good for the pre-flop opener in the form of he's going to have a lot of hands like ace-9 and aces that just need zero protection. Want to allow almost the draws to catch up to then gain some value. Big gulp from Stye here. I think he's interesting as he realizes that he's probably going to have to take a stab at it to win it.
And it's one of these small bets for 200,000.
Yeah, and the king is also interesting because he could represent hands like kings with the flush draw. Whether or not he should bet that on the flop remains to be seen, but it's something that a lot of people do. And he goes for a cheap third pot bluff. Really just targeting hands like queens with a missed flush draw. Some very weak ace-x. Bedell is kind of on the wider side as in terms of his pre-flop V-pipping strategy, so he can have hands like ace-6, 6-5 or something that are just really dead here versus the perceived value range.
And although Tom has had a lot of success over the years, the one thing he does not have is a Norwegian Championship, at least at a live event. And it would be probably rather important for him for his poker career to get one of those, to get that star. But well played there by Øystein, meanwhile, getting the better hand to fold on the river. Basically getting as much value as he could out of that hand. It's kind of ironic that he wins the hand only after he fell behind, but that's how things go. There was no way for Bedell to know where he stood with that king. More often than not, it is a good fold. I'm not sure about the percentages because it was about 200,000 to 600,000, so it needs to be right 1 out of 4, but he's probably not right 1 out of 4 with the call, actually.
Exactly. The issue is for Bedell that your opponent could even value bet as thin as ace-queen or ace-king on the river. So many value combinations, and very difficult to perceive him to have a bluff. Having opened from early position, he's just going to be all over the ace and potentially even pocket kings.
Meanwhile, we have aces here for Owe. Vidar will certainly be opening that. We haven't seen any activity yet from him at the final table. That is all about to change. It looks like just a min raise, though. What do you think of the bet sizing at final tables? Like now, all of a sudden, we see a completely new sizing of min raising. I like using min raising a lot when I play Omaha tournaments, but now I'm learning through you that maybe that's not the correct way of thinking.
Yeah, on a final table, it makes a lot more sense, I think, off of a medium stack. Our range is going to be strong by nature anyway, right? So we don't necessarily need to size up because we're saying that we've got a good hand regardless. I do prefer the slight size up, a 2.25, 2.3x. I think it does a better job of clearing out the big blind because when you min raise, you give the big blind such a good opportunity with 4 cards as opposed to 2 to come along. And I guess the aim of the game on a final table in Omaha is to kind of deny situations that could incur a collision, you know. So I like to put a bit of added juice on the min raise, but you do tend to see people fall into that, and I think that usually demonstrates a preference for hold'em when you see players do that hold'em is their main game. But with the way that PLO works, there's just so many more collisions. So I think just adding a little bit of an extra juice on the bone to deter the big blind from some kind of collision is the way I would see it.
And Tom getting back into business once again, this time from the cutoff.
He really just doesn't give a toss, this guy, does he?
No, he wants that star.
Yeah.
And nothing less.
And again, it's very difficult to play against. OE, we know that he's got aces, but think of the amount of boards that are going to be tricky out of position versus a guy that can just about have anything. This pre-flop float strategy, once again, playing into the hands of the in-position player, and Bedell is ready to pounce on any kind of weakness that's shown here. And look at this. So top and bottom with an open ender for Bedell.
Wow.
And OE is outflopped, but he does have the aces that block ace-king.
But not the king-9 blockers.
No.
Or even, I don't think 9-8 would be that thrilled about this flop, but king-9, maybe.
Yeah, and it's very easy to overdo it here and say, well, you know, I've got aces, I'm going to rep the ace-king, but we don't have a club blocker, we don't have a 9. We do allow ourselves to run into some really unfortunate situations here. He is going to go with the c-bet. It's not going to work. There's no chance that Bedell folds the flop here with this hand, I believe.
I like this camera angle, but we need to maybe ask them to get rid of that third screen on the bottom. And having the side-by-side is kind of cool, but we have already the graphic for the flop on the bottom, so we don't need this extra graphic.
Agreed. Yeah, the side-by-side is nice. You get to see the body language of both players in a pretty big equity situation on a final table, playing for big money. Bedell with the more kind of studious look, eyeing up his opponent, looking for any kind of glint of weakness. And Oe, he knows he's bluffing, doesn't look, looks up to his opponent, looks to see if he's getting the c-bet through and doesn't, and now it's going to be, yeah, a little sign there, just kind of furrowing the brow. Jack on the turn, that's a hell of a way to get out of it. The king obviously for the nuts, but the jack will help him somewhat. Still behind hands like queen jack, tens, queens that all play in this fashion. I don't think that Bedell would be raising a set on the flop here with the prominence of the ace king, the hand that OE is representing. Oh, he goes for the check. It's a little bit too mergy now. The top of Bedell's range is going to be hands that we are almost dead against. Queen, jack, queens, tens. But we do pick up some equity against hands like king 9 and 9-8. But it's very tricky to pull the trigger here. And this is, again, the beauty of this kind of in-position float pre-flop from the chip leader. You just get so many options to do exactly this. Take off, force your opponent into really tough situations with better hands. And what do we do now? We're repping ace-king on the flop. We turn trips, but the board is so connected, we're behind all of the value. And the only bluff, really, at this point is going to be some kind of nut flush draw that's not got a straight, or a hand like Queen 10.
Meanwhile, you're facing off against Tom, who can really have anything here.
Exactly. And he's also got the gumph to follow it up with the shove on the river. Having watched him play, he knows when to apply the pressure, and this is perfect situation for that. He may even feel that with this small sizing on the turn, he can start to go for the two street versus ace-king to even fold the river. This is such a rough spot. We can see it's 80-20, but when you're sat there in Ori's spot, you're thinking of all of the hands that you're beaten by, and there are very few hands that you're really crushing, and this is basically the only one, the lone flush draw or the Queen 10 with some kind of straight draw. Even just dry Queen 10 would be somewhat of a optimistic peel on the flop when you know that your opponent is going to be, is repping ace-king, for example.
However, if he folds here, he's also kind of in a little bit more jeopardy as well. He will be the shortest stack, unless Arstad lost a few chips through the blinds.
Yeah, this is by no means easy. I'm really interested to see what Ori decides upon here. He does go for the fold.
Wow.
What a
Tom
move.
Just being a boss. Back over 3 million.
What a move. That's really impressive poker from Mr. Bedell there, and you can see why he's got such a hearty resume on Hendon Mob. Yeah, 3 million, did you say?
Yeah, more than 3 million.
Wow. So he's number one on, no, obviously
number 5.
Espen. Number 5, okay. So Espen is the number 1, and then who else?
I'll take a look. Felix Stevenson, runner-up of a main event a few years back, actually probably a decade ago already.
Yeah.
I think to Mortensen, if I remember correctly. And of course Annette.
Oh yeah, Annette Oberstad, yeah, wow.
I'm surprised that we don't see here. And the red-hot Cayenne.
Mockery, of course. He's been playing the high rollers, right, and getting a lot of big scores.
And just behind those 5, with Tom being in 5th, is the legendary Thor Hansen, rest in peace, and then Johnny Lawden.
Yeah, John Kite in the top 10 as well.
John is now number 10, itching on 2 million. Maybe he'll pass that this week, but he's at 1.951 million.
Yeah.
Heuvold, who we saw at the table yesterday, is in 11th with also 1.9 million.
Yeah.
But he's playing a little bit less than John, so I don't expect him, unless he gets like a big score, to really pass John in the gap.
Yeah, he's playing a lot lower these days and kind of from time to time, so sporadic.
But probably within the next 4 or 5 years, we're going to see guys like Thor Hansen and Johnny Lawden drop out of the top 10.
Yeah.
Guys like Preben Stoken are going to continue to move up. He's
Prebz. Wow, yeah, what a player.
And Jan Sjavik also. I don't know too much about Jan, actually. That's the one name on this list. Has the nickname the Ball Rag.
Yeah, if they included online scores as well, you might see someone like Prebz even higher there, because I think he was chip leader of the Super Millions, the 10K. I was watching Giraffe Ganger playing that last night. That was good fun.
He is so entertaining, Giraffe Ganger.
Yeah, just cigarette after cigarette and screaming, shouting, and it sells itself.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a more contained version of what we used to see out of Zygmunt. Like if Zygmunt knew how to tone it down about 5 notches, then that's what we have with Giraffe Ganger, who is out of control himself, but
still competing in high stakes, and
doing quite well.
Doing quite well after that, obviously WSOP main event online win.
Watching that stream was amazing.
Wow.
That was crazy.
Some insane. That's just like some of the best content that poker's ever seen, really. A streamer winning, was it 3 million?
Something like that.
2.8 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, can you imagine streaming that final table while you're playing, you know? Like, it's crazy, and he was so cash and relaxed and having fun.
Yeah.
Making fun of the opponents a little bit, you know, doing a little bit of everything.
Exactly, whereas someone like Simon Wilson, who's up-and-coming Irish reg, was on that final table, and you could just imagine the difference in calm and kind of internal feeling between the two. Bert's obviously been there, done it, and seen it all, but as someone that's new to the game, that's satellited into a 5K and is now on the final table playing for millions, it's a completely different story.
It was nice to see Simon do well, though. He's a super nice guy. I don't know if you got to know him over the years.
Not so much, no. Just kind of seen him around a little bit. He came to the festival a couple of times as well.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he's got his own caricature. I think he won one of the nightly events there or something. This is an interesting spot. On the final table, 7 left. We've got 13 big blinds, 12 big blinds. Do we just go for the pot? It's gone for 200, 2.5x.
And so far, so good for Christian. Nobody waking up with anything. Folds all the way around to Oystein with the ace-9-7-4.
Yep.
I don't see him really getting involved either. And ace-jack-jack-5 from the big blind may complete. It is actually double suited as well, so.
Yeah, definitely. It's a question of jam or call. I think call is the preferred option on a final table.
It's basically short stacks colliding at the moment, so if it was a jam and whatnot, the loser of that hand would likely go out in 7th place. He can't quite jam yet, I don't think, but pretty close.
It would be super ballsy. He may find it. He may think that his opponent, for the non-pot sizing, is going to be a little bit weighted towards some of the slightly weaker hands. I think it's very, very common to see people jam their aces here. Sorry, pot size raise the aces. There's no chance he's folding, so he's just deciding whether I want to try and force my opponent off of some hands like weaker kings and queens that may go for the raise fold. And doesn't, just goes for the call. And big pot for both players. 10 starting stacks in the middle, and it's a set over set situation. Holy moly.
What a cooler for Arstad there.
Yeah, it goes for the check. You could also lead this board. You're just going to have so much more 9-8 than your opponent opening from under the gun and 7-handed. You're also going to have more jacks, 10s, and 7s, and 2 pairs. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a range lead. I can understand why he's checked. He's got top set. He wants his opponent to fire it in with an overpair. But he hits the jackpot here as his opponent doesn't have an overpair. He's got middle set, so just the queen or the 10 for Arstad. He pots it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I thought maybe a smaller sizing because we might want to bet fold some overpairs on this board. If we've got like aces with a diamond, that could be a nice one to go for a bet 25% and fold. But he just decides to try and run it. It's a little bit too connected for his liking by the looks of things.
So drawing quite thin, has some backdoor outs with the queen. Obviously, a queen itself gives him a better set as well. But then he has to worry about a king coming following because that would give his opponent a straight. Nobody with diamonds, so that's not a factor. And we have the nice camera angles again of both players.
Yeah, and we see the board run out. That's an 8 on the turn, no help. Actually does give a gut shot, so the 9 is good now.
9 or queen for the save. Otherwise, Arstad will be down to just 2 or 3 big blinds.
Yeah, 9 queen or the case 10. And that's the 3, so unfortunately we do lose. No, he's got 150k behind.
So quite a cooler, though.
Big cooler, yeah. Set over set under the gun versus button, big blind. Just no getting away from it. What a double for Owie as he goes to the rail with a little bit of a fist bump and a bit of a chin wag. Wonder if those guys have got a piece or it's just wishing him well. Pretty sick.
It looks like Christian still has more than 200 though. It's not as bad. Nope, here comes more out of the stack. So it is about 150. He's gonna need some magic happening. Magic can easily happen in Omaha though.
Certainly can.
And although we don't see a smile on Christian's face for obvious reasons, he does seem to have taken that hand well. I would say it's the second cooler for Christian, the first being him being forced to fold during the misdeal Ace-King Jack-10, double suited. But now doubling up the short stack and him being now down to fumes. Not the turn of events Christian's looking for. Meanwhile, Vidar has recovered after folding down to a short stack earlier. Okay, it does not have enough to do the big blind and the ante, so Tom pointing out that it's big blind first.
Yep.
So it looks like the 150 was perfectly accurate because there's 70,000 in the pot for the ante, 80,000 for the big blind. And Christian's gonna need a lot of love here to survive. Otherwise, he will be the first casualty at the final table. Dahl will likely fold his king, queen, queen, 5 rainbow.
Yeah, you'd think so. Just wants to get out the way. It's almost a... I mean, theory-wise, I think you're supposed to fold even as strong as like ace, king, king here, because you just want someone else to collide with the short stack and get the pay jump. There's really not much incentive for him to open from under the gun. I think this would be a really a big blunder to VPIP this hand. Oh, it's Bedell that's tanking. That's why we can't see his cards yet.
That makes a lot more sense.
That makes more sense, yeah. We know that Dahl is pretty solid.
Snap folds it, in fact.
Yeah, there we go.
I wonder what Tom has, though.
Anything.
Any 4.
Just giving him a spin, right?
No trips.
No.
Anything but trips or quads.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. We do see a VPIP from the hijack. So raise and a call, and the beauty of calling here is that you know that the action's going to get reopened so infrequently. And even OE is coming along for the ride as well, so they're going to kind of team up and play 12 cards versus 4 here in some ways. There's a little bit of an unspoken agreement between the players. Let's see if Bedell wants to storm that party and he just kind of starts taking off into the dry side. But oh wow, Hagen's flatting ace 8-7-6-6. Bedell, as you can imagine, is in there pretty wide and not sure what OE is up to.
But Arstead improving to top pair, so far so good for him.
Yeah, he's ahead of both of the other players. Decent equity for Hagen there with his bottom 2. As we know it, Arstead is looking for a king, a 3.
Wow, gets there with the straight. No, he got there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, he's got 4-5. Yeah,
yes.
4-5 should do it.
Hagen, though, hits his set, but that shouldn't really matter here. It'll probably check through again, and it does. And Arstead getting the miracle here on the river.
Yep.
Getting some breathing room.
And OE had Jack 10, 4 deuce. Not sure why he was in there. I guess he thinks it's just going to get checked down, and he wants to kind of get the bust out. But disaster for everybody apart from Mr. Arstead, as he's up to 390K. Wow, 5 big blinds. That's playable.
I think Owi's call wasn't that bad because it was from the small blind, so it's just another 40 to toss into a pot of 390.
Oh, did Bedell limp?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. I thought he opened. My bad. Yeah, fair enough. He's getting an insane price, and it's likely that they're going to check it down very often. But
yeah, there was no side pot really there.
Yeah.
Actually, no side pot at all because it checked down all the way through.
Yeah.
So we'll see if everybody survives going into the break, because we're going to have a break after this level. I think we have 2 or 3 hands left before that happens. And now that Christian has a little bit of breathing room, he has to play not necessarily the waiting game because he's still the shortest stack, but at the same time, he has to hope somebody else blows up their stack as well. He's not out of the woods yet with under 5 big blinds. Looks like a little more than a min raise, 1.165.
Yeah. 165 is, yeah, we're paying 3060 or 4080, yeah.
Yeah, the graphics are going to only show that for one hand because there was a mix-up on the clock. So, but meanwhile, we have aces here for Bolas, along with the Queen 9. It is tri-suited, as George likes to say, but
the tri-suit,
it's still a pretty good tri-suited hand.
Absolutely. Decent connectivity in that suit, which is important. And Bedell getting a really good price in the big blind here, and we know that if he's considering anything, it's going to have to be pretty bad. But yeah, expecting him to get in there with just about any 4 here. Yeah, so the Queen 10 8-8 folds and King 10 7-3 tri-suit. So yeah, pretty shoddy hand. Somehow 50% on the graphic.
And look at this.
Wow, wow, this
improves the trips.
This is such a cooler in this kind of board.
Can Bolas get away? Where maybe he can still improve, but there's not really that much he can improve with, either running queens, running 9s, or
4-4.
Yeah, 4-4, or yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
or one of the aces.
Yeah.
We can see he's only 10% likely to win, and Tom with the sneaky check. This should mean a bet by Bolas.
You think so, yeah. Rainbow board, low paired. You just go for the small sizing here. He bets 80 into 390. That seems like a pretty strong size in terms of a good size on this kind of board. Looking to get some value from overpairs, looking to put hands like gut shots into a tricky spot. Bedell calls. I like this. All of his side cards are overs, of course, so really not a lot to worry about. 9 of diamonds improves Bolas to a pair on the board as well as those aces. Going to be somewhat concerned about the introduction of a flush draw, but with aces here, interesting to see how he plays it. Does he go for another bet of around about half pot to allow him to check back the river? But no, instead Bedell is going to decide that he feels like his opponent is going to check back too often on this card, and he's going to slide in the lead for 275, which is half pot.
I love the awareness here by Tom on this play for the reasons that you said. It's going to be checked back so often once another diamond hits the board.
Yeah.
After he's called on the flop as well, he should kind of have an idea that Bedell may have an overpair, but he can also certainly have a 3. He can also have a 5, 6, 7, or just the 5, 6.
Yeah, he's got a lot of bluffs here. His range is extremely wide, which means he is going to have a lot more 3x than you'd think, but Bolas in a really tough spot. He is forced to kind of continue here where he might have found a check back. Let's see if he can find the ace. No, that's the deuce, which is also problematic as 5-6 now improves.
Let's see if Tom thinks he's still ahead. If he still thinks he's ahead, I expect him to be betting.
I think if you think, you know, my opponent may improve to ace-5, so be it. But he's also just going to have so many more combinations of kings and aces than he is ace-5. So I think with 700 behind into 1.1, we just run it in here and put him to the test.
And that looks like exactly what's happening. Actually, it's maybe a little bit less than the 700,000, but effectively the same thing.
Wow, he snaps. Absolutely snaps when the main draw there, the 5-6, improves. Ouch. Yeah, 445 he bet, which was the kind of milky non-all-in sizing there, going for shade under half pot.
Perhaps Bolas is lucky to still be alive, though. If he's calling that quickly for 455, he's probably going to call with the entire stack at that point.
Absolutely. And Bedell correct in his navigation there, correctly identifying that ace-5 and 5-6 is so infrequent in comparison to the amount of overpairs that your opponent's going to have, and gets the value there.
Look at this, somebody giving Tom a gift. I'm not sure what the hat says because it's in kind of white writing on a white hat. But
oh, there is writing, is there?
There's some kind of logo or something. I don't know if it's writing or not. But we've seen a lot of different patches from a lot of different representations, which is nice that the Norwegian Championships allow people to express themselves, allow them to show what they're representing. We do know that the official sponsors you can see in the background. Of course, we have players that qualified through a variety of means, including places like Coolbet and I believe Unibet as well. But we don't like to ignore that there's poker everywhere. And George and I both do this for the good of poker. We're loving the action of the Norwegian community.
We are indeed. It's great to commentate on such a fun and friendly atmosphere, even on such a big final table. Saw Bedell having a little laugh and a joke there, and Bolas taking it quite well. So we're down as Bolas now with the short stack, I believe.
Yeah, now that Arstad has a little bit of breathing room, the two are very close, though. I think they both have about 4 or 5 big blinds. Yeah, you can see Arstad is down to 370 on the button.
Yeah, good fold. We've got a full orbit before we've got to pay the blind and the ante, so don't need to get it in with Jack 10, 10, 4 when we've got this player on our left that's going to give us some action regardless. So let's just wait for a slightly better one, would be my viewpoint.
Yeah, just get it in for value against Tom.
Yeah, double suited there. I think he takes it, but tri-suit with the poor side card would be a fold. So Bedell calls. Dahl is going to be happy to get a shot at a free one, but in some senses, it's also problematic because you go to a flop, there's the possibility of getting cooled.
So neither player connecting with this ace-deuce-5 flop, but I expect Tom, well, he checks.
Wow.
Yeah, I expected like a min bet or something.
Same.
But Dahl now kind of in a position where he doesn't want to be going too far off his 1.3 million with the 2 short stacks in play, but a small stab is okay. This looks like a bigger stab. It'll get the job done. Maybe got some kind of read. Maybe 175 into 240?
He's gone for 150. That's interesting. He's saying, look, I've got all of the offsuit 4-3 and the 5s and the deuces.
And Tom has backdoor diamond draw. He also can reverse float. We've seen him float in position, but not out of position. And he's showing which card? The 3.
Yeah. Nice pick up for Dahl there.
Dahl should have shot the 4.
Yeah.
But Dahl is one of the quieter players on the table. We don't think he's been in that many of these live positions before, so maybe a little bit nervous, but not showing any nerves, just completely focused.
Yeah, must have had some kind of online pedigree or private game or private club kind of experience. You'd imagine there's so many different ways to gain experience in poker these days. The amount of games running that are just completely off the public record is insane, you know, Club GG and all that,
Yeah.
all of that shitstorm.
Yeah, we pulled up, I think, Christian's profile before. He has 5 cashes for a total of $2,400 US. So he'll at least more than double that no matter what happens today. Almost all of his cashes have come at a variety of Norwegian championships. Actually, if we look at his profile, he only started playing live poker last year. At least got his first cash during the Norwegian Championships in Norway. And October 1st a cash, October 2nd a cash, October 3rd a cash, October 4th a cash, October 7th a cash.
Wow.
Then heads over to Malta, cashes in the small stakes bounty hunter days as well. So even though he only has 6 cashes, they all come within the month of October 2023.
Which shows someone with it indicates a lot of pedigree, or someone that new up and coming on the scene, you'd say.
And this is certainly a hand that pretty much everyone would open, even though it's single suited. We expect Tom to be opening even wider than this, but it has a nice king, queen, jack 9 rundown. And also has the power of a big stack at the moment. Dahl folding his jack 10, 7, 6 double suited, but Huggen coming along with this king, queen, 5, 3 with a suited to the spades from the big blind. It was just a min raise, so this is okay-ish. And both players improving to the same middle pair here on the ace, king, 7 flop with 2 clubs, nobody with more than 1 club in their hands, so that doesn't matter so much. But Badal with the jack of clubs may want to try to represent more than what he has. He also has the Broadway gutshot draw, which is why he is a slight favorite in the hand at this point, despite if the hand ended now, it would be a push. But checks it back. Interesting. It's hard to get a read on Tom, which would make it very tricky to play against.
Yeah, this is basically a range bet. Your opponent hasn't 3-bet. It's very unlikely that he's going to have aces, and pretty unlikely he's going to have kings as well. So having that king with the gut shot and the jack of clubs, this is, yeah, a little bit weird. Oh, no. What's happened there? Have we got a turn? And
we've got a turn of the 8 of diamonds. Okay. It just hasn't shown up in the graphics yet, but we could see it on our side screen.
Yeah, and now he elects to go for the delayed c-bet, representing hands like king 8, 8-7, 8-8.
And a snap hold there by Huggen, which is very smart, even though we see the equities were fairly close based on this board and ICM and everything. Maybe even in the cash game, it's a good fold.
Yeah, it's always a bit suspect when someone misses a board where you expect them to bet 100% of the time. You're like, am I getting trapped here or what's going on, you know? So that deceptive line working out for Mr. Bedell in this situation.
It looks like we will be going on a break soon. There's some instructions being given to the players. Usually those instructions are rack up your chips and get ready to go to the side table as we're switching TV tables, but we're not going to be doing that today because we have the final table. Unless you want to see level 5 or so of the limit hold'em instead of this final table, but I think everybody listening would prefer to see the conclusion of this pot limit Omaha action, and we'll hop into the fixed limit either tonight or tomorrow anyway, but the opening stages of the fixed limit are, let's just say, not a lot can happen.
No.
Have you played any fixed limit Omaha tournaments, by the way?
I don't think I've ever played that format.
What about in 08? Have you played a limit 08 tournament? Those are fun.
I played limit. What's the difference between limit and fixed limit?
That's the same thing.
It's the same. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Then I have. Yeah, I've played. I thought that there must be some kind of different betting going on in fixed limit, but
limit is just the shortcut of saying fixed limit.
Well, wow, that's something I learned new. I didn't realize. I thought that there were 3. It was like a different format. My bad.
The third format is the pot limit, which
no limit
for the hold'em anyway.
Yeah, that's
pot limit hold'em is interesting as well, but I don't. It's too mergy compared to the two. There's still some old school people that absolutely love the fixed limit.
Yeah.
Online, I would say you have some really good grinders, but you got to be careful where you play because it's a solved game. Kind of like got to be careful where to play Chinese poker, for example.
Because of potential RTA.
It's very solvable, the limit, comparatively to limit Omaha is probably not as solvable because of the amount of combinations.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think Bedell will see him open here with, again, a rainbow hand. He's not had the best of card distribution, but he's done a good job of still exerting the pressure. That bluff earlier really stood out, the Queen 10, floating the flop with 2 pair on the Queen Jack 10, turn Jack, and gets his opponent to fold Ace Ace Jack. So showing a lot of gusto and continuing to drive the action. Gets this one through all the way to the big blind, and Bolas is going to give him a spin here with the King Jack 8-7.
He's got all live cards. His worst spots, he's actually a favorite somehow, but that's because of the dead cards once again, but all live cards nonetheless. It's a coin flip.
I think it's just because of how connected his hand is with a suit. The suit accounts for quite a lot in Omaha.
True, and every player at the table right now, other than Bolas, is rooting for Tom's hand to win.
Yep.
Everybody ladders up, especially Christian Arstad. He's
yeah,
it would be a big coup for him.
He'll be looking for an ace deuce deuce. That's a half decent start for Bedell, top pair. Lots of dicey turn cards.
Yeah, even the 6 that gives him 2 pairs dicey because it would be an open ender for Bolas, but it's a king instead. So it's looking good for Bolas now.
Yep.
He has top pair.
Ace Queen 9-6 to fade.
And it's the 5 of hearts on the river. Another time the short stack doubles up. Doesn't double up to much, but has 390, around the same as what Christian has. And I think we will be going on a break soon too, so maybe we'll take 7 to the break. It looks like we're going on the break now, folks.
Okie dokie, so we'll be back with you for the continuation of the 800 PLO soon here at the Norges Mastercup.
Ah, you did it.
See you in a bit.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Noen ganger så går det sånn passelig med pokeren. Noen ganger så har det gått helt fantastisk bra med pokeren, og du har lyst til å feire med de beste vennene dine. Uansett, det kan ikke være 24 timer poker. Vi må jo fylle opp sjela og livet med noe annet enn bare poker. Og vi har mannen som kan hjelpe oss med akkurat den biten. Og nå er du advart. This rest of this movie is gonna be in English. Follow me. Phil Baker, my man!
How are you? How's things? All good?
Good.
Looking beautiful as always.
Oh, look at this dapper gentleman.
Yeah, but you just make it all good. You're so hip. It's unreal.
If I could have just an ounce of your personality, charisma, intelligence, charm.
It's incredible what €50 will get you from you. Fantastic.
I know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How's things? All good. All good.
All good. So good to see you again.
It's great to be back in beautiful Bratislava.
Bratislava?
Yeah.
Second year.
Year
And
two.
all these beautiful Norwegian poker players, all your personal best friends?
No, so many people. I've made so many friends over the last decade. It's unbelievable.
Because you've been there from day one, the first year in Dublin.
First year in Dublin, JP invited me to come along and introduced me to the Friday. And then I think, bar a little problem we had for a couple of years, I think I've been involved in every single year. And
you mean it's the COVID thing?
I don't like to talk about it. And Friday has been so good to ask me to come along. He asked me to come along last year to help him with the setup, being our first year. And this year, he slightly changed what I need to do to be an asset to the event.
Because that's my key question.
When you finish playing poker, when the day is over, or if you've been knocked out early, or if you're a bit down, or if you're really high after a great day at the poker table, where do we go? What do we do?
This is what we've discussed, and we sat down after the event last year, and they asked me, what do you think we should change? What do you think we should do? And I said, the one thing, I want to bring a little bit of Dublin to the event, if I can be kind of Irish about it.
I think we all appreciate that.
And what I'd like to do is, I'd like something to happen off the felt, off the tables.
Yep.
To create an area or a time frame where people can come, mix with people who, not everybody's here playing poker, some people are here supporting people. Let everybody, poker players, friends, family, whoever is here, give them an opportunity to go somewhere where we can all be together, we know it's happening, a definite time each and every night. So the plan we've come up with is from the Monday to the Saturday evening.
That's from tonight?
From tonight, from the Monday to the Saturday evening, from 10 p.m.
That's 10 på kvelden?
Till 3 a.m. in the morning.
Ut på natta?
We are going to put on a different show each and every night.
Different show every single night?
Every single night. We're going to have something that's fun, something that's interactive, and something that will bring us all back together in the lounge and have a fun experience. And obviously we're in a beautiful city here in Bratislava. If people are going into town or they're going for a drink or they want to play poker or whatever they want to do, no problem whatsoever.
No.
But I think what we were missing slightly last year was that social aspect where we could all get together in an evening time, and whether just to have a chat with your friends or whether you want to get involved in our shows and the interactive, we needed that opportunity brought to the event.
But that's not going to happen down here. The players and the wags,
might be
wives and girlfriends,
yes,
and hangers around and wannabes and
friends,
yes, and extended family.
Yes.
They're not here.
No,
this is not a party. It's a friendly atmosphere for a poker room, absolutely. This is not the heart and soul of a party.
And it never should be.
No.
These people, everybody plays poker at a different level. We know, we're poker players also. Everybody plays poker at a different level. If you're very much a recreational poker player, or if you're a mid poker player, or if you're one of the top end professionals, everybody should be left alone at a poker table to play poker uninterrupted, be as comfortable as they can. We never want to change that.
Sometimes we do change that slightly, but that's a different story.
An absolute different story. So we've agreed here with the venue that on the top floor, here in the venue,
Øverste etasje,
we have a fantastic opportunity up there. They have a stage area, they have a lighting area. It's basically an entertainment floor. So we have agreed with the venue that we're going to take over this each and every night to put on 6 different shows over the next few nights. And after that, we're going to put on some music. We have a lovely lady who's joined us for the event this year. She's a Norwegian DJ. Chops is here.
Yes.
So Chop is going to be on the mix. And she's going to, when we finish our part of the interactive show, she's then going to take over and she's going to create a playlist where people can send her a message if they want their own songs and stuff like this. So we're making it very, very user-friendly upstairs.
So is there any way you can kind of flood that message board with a wish list of songs so we can have an Irish theme night?
We could do, of course we could, of course.
Danny boy?
No, but you have to remember, we had an Irish theme night. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day.
Yep, I wore green and the hat and everything.
I saw the whole thing. JP was here with his hat. Even our fantastic main man here.
Yeah,
he was Sean was dressed in the green. I have an even better thing that happened yesterday. Can I tell you about it?
Yes, please.
No, this is a great thing that happened to me yesterday. I met a guy who I hadn't seen for nearly a year.
Yeah.
And he paid me.
What?
It was
gave
you. It was you.
That's right, that's true.
This man owed me €20 for a year, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you, in Norway, I have some very, very close Albanian friends.
Yeah.
If I didn't get this €20 this year, they were going to be making a phone call first. And the phone call would have been, Lykke til. You would have got this phone call, and they were coming collecting.
Okay.
I'm so glad you
And
gave
then
me the
I would
20.
not be, my knees would be hurting.
You're a very tall, handsome man. You wouldn't be so tall anymore.
No.
Thank you
I'm
for the 20.
so glad that I
Thank you for the
didn't
20.
know, but thank you for telling me.
No problem. No problem. All sorted.
All sorted. Upstairs?
Upstairs.
Top level?
Can I bring you up?
Yes.
Can I give you a little walk around?
I want to see where the magic is going to happen.
It's going to be a fantastic. Each and every night's going to be different. Most important thing is opportunity for players, for family, for friends to go somewhere, interact, talk, chill out, get involved, be fantastic.
And if you don't have friends, family, wife or girlfriend, you might get lucky and get some new ones.
We could help with girlfriend or possibly a wife of the future. Creating a family
Boyfriend?
upstairs, whatever.
New
Boyfriend,
friends.
girlfriend, new friends.
Okay, let's
or maybe
go.
some friends with benefits.
I'm open for any possibility.
So I heard. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Up we go. Only the 4 flights. Let's go. Come on.
Phil.
Yep.
Did you say top level?
Yeah, there's only 8 flights of stairs. That's all.
Is there a lift?
Oh, there is. We go on the lift?
We go on the lift.
Okay.
Too many stairs. Oh, we got lucky. It's here.
It's open. Let's go. Paddy's Day yesterday. So much. It's a long walk, wasn't it? What could it have been?
I just saved myself from a cardiac arrest.
Okay, I'd love to give you mouth to mouth.
Ooh. Can we do the stairs down?
Good.
So, Phil, this is where the magic is going to happen.
So, this is our entertainment lounge.
Yep.
It's been given to us graciously by the casino.
We have a whole floor.
The whole floor. The whole floor we can avail of.
That's still a restaurant area, is it?
They have a beautiful restaurant over here that's open in the evening times for any of the customers who, although they have the other restaurant in the back.
The canteen thing that's open for all the
Food
players.
is great, all fantastic for players,
Absolutely.
but sometimes people want just something a little level above.
Yeah, some people, you know, probably won on the slots.
Correct.
Yep.
And they want to make everybody happy amongst their group. So we have a beautiful restaurant over here that's open in the evening times. Over
There's
here,
a bar?
There's a beautiful bar there. That's our cabaret bar. So this is known as a cabaret lounge.
Cabaret lounge.
It's a cabaret lounge that the hosts would put on shows periodically here in Bratislava. But while it's here, why not take advantage of it for the championship? I think it'll work.
Nice.
It'll definitely work out.
And here we have a huge seating area, lounge area where people can chill, have a table full of friends.
Exactly.
I heard rumours that there was a football match on the other night.
There was a fantastic match on yesterday.
And if I'm correct, you and JP are fans of opposite teams. One is Liverpool, one is Manchester United.
Like, Liverpool fans are, for a team that won one Premiership, they're very cocky about things. JP is probably the cockiest of them all. He came here yesterday in his professional suit to do a job downstairs, and then an hour later I see him with the Liverpool top on. I am an avid Manchester United supporter. Now, unlike JP, I've supported Man United all my life. I didn't wait till they became successful again, after many, many years, to jump on board, in the darkness, to jump on board again. So what happened here yesterday was we had Manchester United versus Liverpool
in the FA Cup.
In the FA Cup, going for that 4 title win this year. For them to lose that chance, for them to lose the chance to win the FA Cup, which is probably the easiest thing they had to achieve, because everybody's looking down on Man United at the moment about this, that, and the other. So JP was here, he was very confident, very cocky that Liverpool were going to win. Every time Liverpool took the lead, he started singing songs about some tournament they won, European Championship or something, or Cup they won a few years ago, being 3-0 down. He started singing songs and he became very boisterous and loud. But then the great Man United came back. The pride was restored yesterday. Fantastic game to watch if you're a neutral, but to see JP sit here, crumble in his chair and cry was a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So that was kind of more important than the football game itself.
So much more important to see him be absolutely destroyed.
To the Norwegian ear, there's so many of those Gaelic and Celtic names.
Yes.
We mix them up.
That's okay.
Have you ever met a Norwegian trying to speak Irish or Scottish? It's usually a mix.
Okay, well, it's a Celtic language.
Yeah.
Because we're all Celts. Scottish and Irish, we are all... Do you know
what
that...
about the Gaelics? What is the Gaelic?
Well, it's a Gaelic... Scotland was basically founded by Irish people emigrating to Scotland because it was too cold for the English. So only the Irish could go there. There was so much... It rains more in Scotland than Ireland, and that's incredible.
That's a feat.
So that's why we went over.
Okay.
But that's enough about Irish history, I think.
Enough Irish history, enough football. But there will be football matches on the big screens here when there's interesting stuff happening during the week.
Absolutely. We're going to have any big any big sports that's happening 24/7. We can put on the big screen here. Fantastic big screen. We have a great system over here, sound system that travels through the entire room. So anything to do with any kind of sports, we have the arena here to watch the sports 24/7.
Great. Lounge area, I think that's Chops, if I'm not mistaken. And the beer pong is already set.
Yeah, the beer pong is going to be one part of our 6 nights. I know beer pong has become, I think, in all poker tournaments around the world, has become one of the mainstays of all poker tournaments when it comes to an entertaining night.
Yeah.
We've made it a little more. We made it a little more PC, so we have it around here. So as you can see, our beautiful tables are here, brought to us by our hosts.
Yeah.
The beer pong cups are in place.
Yeah.
We can change it. So if you're a teetotaler, you don't drink beer.
You can drink water pong.
Water pong can go in there, and then what you can do is you can put the water in there if you want to, and then you can have the beer shot over here on the right-hand side, only a snippet of beer, and that's going to be your forfeit if the opposition
You can also
score.
do non-alcoholic beer if you're a teetotaler.
0-0s, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But the one thing that I need to say about beer pong, I played here last year. We were up against 2 young ladies that had a few drinks.
As you do.
Yeah. And they were not, they were not ball players, to put it that way. They were not the natural, they're never going to be able to dominate darts.
Gotcha.
My problem was that my teammate that's been telling me for years and years and years that, oh, beer pong, I'm fucking fantastic. He lives in New York.
Okay.
And he claims that, if I didn't invent
Gotcha.
beer
I think
pong,
I know who we're talking about here.
It was made for me.
Okay.
You know the guy.
I do.
When you stand here, and you're supposed to hit, I think you're supposed to hit the table, 1 bounce and in a cup.
Yes.
When you can't even hit the table, and you bounce on the floor, not once.
Yes.
But more like the rule.
Okay. Maybe he's not used to handling these type of balls.
Maybe they're too small, too hard.
Yes. He might be more used to handling a different type of
The thing is
balls.
that I think it's, if you want to win, you can play beer pong just for the fun of it.
Yes.
But if you want to win,
yes,
or if you hate to lose, pick your teammate. You need to pick your right teammate.
Mathis, let me tell you this. He played poker with you. He probably knew you're a natural sports guy. You're going to be good. He sold himself to you.
Yeah, that's
how
true.
good he was going to be because he knew he was not good.
Yeah.
So he said, I'm going to get a good partner here. I'm going to tell him how good I am at beer pong, and you fell for it. There's only one person to blame. There's only one person to blame here. You.
It's the man in the mirror.
You should have got him over and seen how good he was before you said yes or no.
Yeah. I feel bad about that.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
But I don't hate beer pong. I think it's good fun.
No, it is great fun.
It's great fun. So it's going to be beer pong night, it's going to be sports, it's going to be Chops doing the music.
And then we're going to change the nights. So some of the nights it will really suit us. We have a big screen here. So some of the nights we have a fantastic. We've got a crazy karaoke night where we're going to get
karaoke night.
We're going to have some high-end players come up. We have them all listed. They have their songs. They have all the stuff they want to do. We're not looking for good singers. We're looking for natural performers.
Entertainers
with charisma.
Oh, so you're going to be on stage?
Well, I'll be helping. That's all I can say. But I'm so good. I'm the best karaoke host in the world. Do you know why?
Because you let the singers shine.
Even better. When I sing first, and I
you
say
do it
this
really badly so that everyone else is going to be great.
When I sing, everybody comes on after me thinks they're Tom Jones. Ooh. Because I'm so average. If you've got a fantastic singer as your host, as your compere, people are saying, I ain't getting up after that guy.
That's right.
But I get up there and I'm terrible. They say, give me the mic, I'll get up there. But crazy karaoke is going to be so much more than just singing.
What night is karaoke night?
We have very carefully made this one of the later nights. Okay, it's going to happen later, much closer to the
Saturday.
Friday. I think it's going to be on a Friday
Thursday,
night.
Friday,
I think it's Friday. And then we're going to have everybody here.
Yep.
Already, the guys who are helping me here get everything involved. They have already got a list of names of people who want to perform already. So this is going to be so good.
Can I
so fun.
sign myself up?
We're going to have you there, and I'm going to be really nice to you. I'm going to get you up a little later rather than earlier, because everybody sounds better a little bit later, and I'm sure you're a fantastic singer.
No, not to brag, but I used to have a big name in Africa as the karaoke king, and this is no joke. This is true.
Maybe you meant something different.
You
in
were
Afrikaans.
talking Tom Jones. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Can I ask you a question? Yep. Have you any change in your pocket?
Nope.
Because you haven't got a note in your head.
Oh, the cheap jokes keep on coming all week.
All week. So this is going to be, so when we have certain nights, like the karaoke night, we're going to be on stage.
Yeah.
But the other nights, if we can swing you guys back around here,
yeah.
The other nights, the likes of the beer pong, we've got cornhole, which is a fantastic game. I love cornhole.
Is that?
It's got 2 big boxes down either end of the room.
Yeah.
You get a sandbag.
Yeah.
And it's basically you have to launch the bag into the air. You've got to get it in the hole. It's best of 3 for each person that participates. A fun game, really fun game.
Yep.
You can knock people's bags off the side, so it's a really fun game. So the likes of the beer pong, the likes of the cornhole, we're going to create a different little arena here to keep everything very comfortable, to keep the atmosphere.
Yep.
If you can keep everybody together watching it and make a little arena, it's going to make it more fun for everybody. Obviously, stuff like karaoke night and stuff like that, we've got to use the stage. It's there, we've got to use it. But the great thing about this venue here, there are so many opportunities, so many possibilities that we can facilitate here. The guys we have a great system in here, sound system, so it goes right through the whole room. We'll have the guys helping us out, getting everything prepared each and every night. Every single day, I'm going to come down to the venue here on the top floor, and we're going to change the seating areas to facilitate whatever show we want on each and every night. I'm really excited about what we're going to do.
I'm excited about what you're going to do, and I'm really looking forward to come here every night. Just when the broadcast is over, when the tournament is over, I'm going to just come up here and chill and find all my poker friends and you and have a good time.
Well, this is what we want. This is what we want. Everybody, we want them to come along. But for me, the highlight of this whole week, I've been waiting a year to get this €20 back, and it was more.
Remember, it was actually €10. It's 100% interest.
And you're getting away lightly. It's a year I had to wait for this money.
You didn't even remember I took it from you.
I didn't remember it, but
I borrowed it from you.
I blanked it out of my mind. It was so upsetting. I blanked it out of my mind. But I got this back, so it's a win-win now. It's like me winning. It's like me winning the World Series. I know Norway has experienced that recently, but it's like me. This is an Irish World Series winner now. €20 from this man.
He's well worth it.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the final 7 of the €800 PLO Norwegian-only event here at the Card Casino in Bratislava. Joined once again by Jason Glatzer.
Hello, hello.
Fresh off the break and heading for this final 7. Looks like Tom Bedell is the current favorite, I would say.
Yeah, he definitely is, but the blinds are going up pretty fast. We're already up to 5,100,000. That means that those super short stacks have under 4 bigs. We could see the stacks here, but Bedell is only down to 41 bigs. He doubles up Sty and just in the middle of the pack. So
exactly. But as we mentioned, it's going to be difficult for Sty to really tussle with Bedell, considering those super short stacks at the bottom. I would say the next 20 minutes or so is going to be a waiting game for Dahl over to Sty there, those 4 players in the middle of the pack. Just kind of ducking and diving and making sure that they don't end up busting or getting into some massive collision with the chip leader when those pay jumps can be so easily earned by simply avoiding the spots. So let's see what develops. Let's see if Bedell keeps his foot on the gas, or whether he allows some of the chances for these medium stacks to amass a stack. Let's see. First hand could be a good indicator from the get-go.
And quite impressive that Christian is still alive. I mean, he doesn't have very much chip still, but the fact that he just keeps hanging around, waiting for that player to bust out before making a move.
Yeah, showing some perseverance there, understanding the game flow. He does make the kind of fold where it's easy to just go with any 4 cards here, playing for the big blind ante as well as the blinds. And Hagen now with the king, 8-8. Does have a short stack on the button. Usually you'd see an open from somewhere between 250 and 350 here. See what he goes for.
Looks like 225.
225, okay, so he goes for the 2.25x, which I like. And gets that one through. Oi there with the Jack 6-4-4.
It's a nice start for Hagen. He's getting some credit, actually, because he hasn't played that many hands at the final table.
Very true.
He also benefited from the hijack not opening their ace-jack.
Yeah. Yeah, would have been already in a bit of an awkward spot. Do we 3-bet with the short stack behind? Do we just peel here with the kings? Seems too tight to fold. Very interesting to see what he would have done versus a Bedell under the gun open as well. Likely just jamming, or repotting, sorry, because we know how wide Bedell is.
But then you have 2 stacks that have a combined 7 big blinds that they have to think about too. But you know, so probably might be just peeling there.
Maybe, yeah. Depends on your read on the situation. Wow, look at this. We've got a Gucci jacket in play.
Yeah, somebody was busy during the break.
Yeah, he's been down to the local shopping center and cleaned them out.
He said, "I've already won 40,000. I'm buying my Gucci jacket."
Yeah, exactly. I'll pay you tomorrow.
Or return the jacket.
Yeah, yeah.
Something tells me that Tom has had that jacket for a number of years, though.
Potentially. It's a great style, nonetheless. Goes for the limp. Wants to play with the big blind on the short stack here, but doesn't fancy the open.
And it folds all the way around to the small blind. Nobody waking up with anything. Oi, probably not that excited about his 10-10, 9-3. May decide to just toss in 50K more.
I think he will, yeah.
It's an easy hand to get away from. Not necessarily if there's clubs on the board, but oh my.
Interesting.
This Christian just potted in knowing that he's likely to get 2 calls or just wait to see, and he's going with the second option.
Yeah, he gets the free ride here. He could still get away. So what this does allow him is if he whiffs this flop completely, he plays the small blind and then just hopes that the big blind will bust the other short stack when the chips come around. The action moves around, sorry. Bedell flopping an absolute monster here, pair with the wrap. Deuce on the turn, no good for anyone. Oe with those 10s still going to be way ahead, but going to be difficult to realize that equity. Bedell just playing really passive here. I'm surprised that he's not found a way to win this pot already. A bet on the flop would have done it, a bet on the turn would have done it. Does he now find a bet on the river where he's going to struggle to really represent anything at all?
And it looked like Arstad was thinking, do I have any fold equity, and realizing he really doesn't.
No.
Checks it around.
10s will get the job done. It's another really puzzling hand from Bedell.
Yeah, he could have put pressure. Maybe it was a little scary having Arstad still in the hand, but...
Well, he's only got 150 behind. There's 600 in there. Or 400 in there, sorry. Yeah, I'm surprised he had so much equity.
If he raises pre, then he actually probably eliminates Arstad.
Yeah, Arstad would have completely missed and had to force the stack in.
Instead, we have Hagen here chipping up.
Yeah, he's up to 2 million now by the looks of it. 4 stacks of 500K. Nice one for him. Got away with murder there, really. Bedell could have won the hand on a few different points.
Maybe not on the river, but I think even on the river, if it was like a half to 2/3 sides bet, he has to give up those 10s.
Yeah. Exactly, he's going to still have some Jack X or maybe pocket queens that we're behind. So, interesting start. Early prediction for this continuation of the final table was that Bedell would be the runaway, but manages to find a way not to win that hand. So the jury's out.
But then again, it only cost him 100,000. So
yeah,
if you're going to make the mistake, it's not the biggest one in the world.
No, that's for sure. Dahl's going to get out of the way here, just allowing these short stacks to potentially collide. One guy on just 1.5 big blinds, and the other one 2 to his left, who's going to go through the blinds soon. So really not going to be V-pipping much at all. Hagen also in not the best spot here with this ace 10-10-4, just going to fold by the looks of it. Good fold. Good stack awareness. Bolas gets out the way, really hoping that the small blind is going to commit the 150k that he's got left and kind of playing the waiting game. Sty also gets out the way in that middling stack, not the easiest spot, and Oe here can limp. Limping is definitely a viable strategy. He's not going to get ISO'd that much by Bedell, who's going to be playing the hand out of position, but does just choose to fold. The conservative play, and Arstad now with the 6-4-3 deuce. He's playing for the full big blind ante and the big blind.
Is there something to be said about just calling and leaving yourself the 50k back? Because then you can go a full orbit, hope somebody busts, but I imagine that's going to get in anyway. But I don't know. What happened there?
He just folded.
Okay.
He just wants to wait for the big blind to go through.
I guess that's the right play, actually, based on what he had in his hand.
Yeah, it was very weak. I think if it's got any kind of reasonable hand, he just goes for the 2 big blinds in there. Yeah, it'd be 100 to win 350, so you can't really be too conservative there, but 6-5-4-3. One that he elects not to go with. Hagen now just going to be folding under the gun. And all eyes on the second shortest player. He does put the chips in, so going to expect some reasonable holding here, and he does have the ace king 9-7 with the nuts suit, and that's great news. That's great news for Arstad, who manages to just fold and hope that one of the blinds rumbles, and yep, that's going to be a rumble. Bedell with ace queen 10-9 double suited will be giving a spin to Bolas on the short stack for sure.
He has the body language of folding, which we know he's not doing. There we go. Now the body language changed a little bit.
Repot, yeah. Maybe in his head he's kind of thinking they always show up with a better hand here somehow. And Repot makes sure that Dahl gets out of there with his equity, and they're running it heads up here. And Arstad, an interesting bystander there, just with 1 big blind.
It looked like it was just a call by Bedell.
Oh, he didn't repot, okay.
But it doesn't really matter, being that Bolas only has 75 back.
Yeah, and the nuts for Bolas, wow. What a flop.
A bit anticlimactic. Christian Arstad's not going to be too thrilled when those cards are turned over.
No, he's not.
Already the check mark on the flop. Nothing can help Bedell at this point.
No, no pair whatsoever, no way out. And Arstad is sporting a smile, but naturally completely gutted at this this situation.
Players pretending to be excited about the queen hitting Bedell. And now Bedell has a straight and a flush. But obviously the flush gets the job done. Chips up nicely, and it's now Christian at risk with under 2 big blinds in his stack. I don't think he should wait around for the big blind to come around, because then you're not getting full advantage of your short stack.
Exactly. You get you put 100 in to win 350.
a look at the payouts again, with the final 7 locking up 6,455 euros.
Yeah, would have been a 2-bind pay jump there for Arstad, but not to be, as the other short stack finds a sneaky double.
Things got a little bit more lively at the table, too, since the break. Players are now a little more relaxed, having fun, making jokes. I mean, they were doing a little bit of that before, but it's been non-stop banter since we resumed from break.
Yeah, liking the energy on the table.
Chips for Bolas. That's going to be snap mucked. Oystein with not much showing. Vidar, though, with the aces, we know he's going to be pumping it up.
That's for sure.
Suited to the diamonds.
Looks like he's going for 225. He's got the benefit of... Oh, no, he doesn't. Bedella's on the button here. But he just opens to the shade over min raise. Bedell, I don't think will be playing this one, although it's very tough to say with him. He is out the way. Dahl folds, and fold from Hagen as well.
Dahl folding another strong ace, and
yeah, just
2 out of the last 3 hands.
Yeah, completely caged in the small blind there. Just can't really VPip. Nice pickup there from Oy.
Looks like Christian is one of those guys that collects bracelets throughout the week. I see at least 2, if not 3, on his wrist. What happens is when players come in, they show their ID, their player's card, and then they get a bracelet for the day. And then it's a different color the next day. That way you can walk in and out of the casino and not have to check in multiple times. And there's always a few players that you'll see walking around with 7 or 8 of them on their wrists by the end of the week. And it looks like Christian might be one of them. Ronnie, who I haven't seen, is another one that does that, but I haven't seen Ronnie yet this week. Did bump into Danis, a mixed game player, a friend of mine, during the break. He said if he doesn't play the PLO8, maybe he'll pop in for a little PLO comms with us during the final table. He has an open invite.
Nice.
He was chatting with a fellow flying in from Brazil.
Oh, wow, okay.
Just for the Mixed Game Festival, so he's flying back tomorrow.
Yeah, because I saw on Tobias's Hendon Mob that he'd been to Brazil himself to play the Mixed Game Championship there and had a string of caches. Somewhat of a popular format over in Brazil by the looks of things.
Yeah, and it's because of his visit, actually, which is why the Brazilian players here became friendly with Tobias, and Tobias told them about this. He's been to Europe before, but he specifically came out for the Mixed Game Festival.
Nice.
Which isn't going to necessarily be plus EV flying all the way from Brazil,
No.
but still, you know, it's about having some fun playing poker as well.
Shows his passion for the game, and yeah, looking to make some links between the communities across the pond, let's say.
So Sty here with a very pretty hand.
Yeah, and Bedell seems to love these rainbow hands. He's in there with the 10, 8, 7, 8, 10, 8, 7, 8. Yeah, King 10, 8, 7. There we go. And interesting forward, because Sty having that gut shot with the ace of diamonds. Goes for the check. Bedell flops middle pair with the gut shot. 1 diamond in his hand. Does he go for the stab here?
It's a pretty dangerous board, though.
Yeah.
He seems to like to put pressure on people on the dangerous boards. It was on that really undangerous board was where he was being a little bit passive. But he's hard to figure out.
Yeah, definitely. King on the turn. Great card for Sty as he improves to top pair with the wrap and the nut flush draw blocker. Facing this relatively capped looking check back on the flop. I'm surprised he didn't go for the bet himself here. It's very rare that he's going to get raised on the turn. I think hands like King Jack would have bet the flop a lot of the time. And there is the ding, ding, ding. That's the nuts versus the second nuts.
So it was good for Bedell. He didn't bet there. He would have been called to save themselves some chips on the turn after improving to 2 pair. And Sty now will certainly be betting after the turn was checked.
Yeah, and he will be getting called as well.
About half the pot.
Yep.
We're 350, and I'd be shocked as you are if Bedell can find a fold here.
Yeah, I think we want to go a little bit bigger here. We do have some fairly natural bluffs that play in this fashion, like 10-10 and Queen-Queen.
He might be getting a read, though, of sorts, because he looks like, oh, he's reaching for chips. That's the third time where I felt he was about to throw the hand away.
Yeah, he does that thing where he kind of realizes that he's behind, but puts it in anyway.
It's a nice little pickup there. Not even that little for Oystein.
Mm-hmm.
Should be pretty close to the chip lead after this pot. I believe he was second coming in off break. Yeah, he was in second. And being that he took chips off the chip lead, it'll be very close between the two, probably just 4 or 5 big blind difference.
Yep.
Tom may want to go back to what he was wearing before. The Gucci jacket is not doing the job for him.
Yeah, it's been a rough start. He's got 1.5, about 3.3 million, I would say. So that's good for 30 big blinds, and is still the chip leader, I believe.
Trying to see Oystein's stack. That looks, yeah, it looks like he has about 2.5. OE with the ace, 10, 10, 5. Nutted to the hearts. But he is under the gun. This should likely be mugged, but he's not doing it, so we shall see. Does eventually fold. Christian, who needs to get something going soon, he's going to be in the big blind in 2 hands. Is this the spot? It is the spot. Best of luck, Christian. Ace 9, 7, 5.
Yeah.
He has the ace 5 suited to the spades.
I think he might be able to maneuver Bedell out of it after the downswing that he's had. No reason to get involved with 4 players behind. But someone, as we know, the big blind is going to play. But does Hagen take the chance to isolate this one? No, he goes for the overlimp. Bolas comes along for the ride with trash in the small blind. I think he'd be better off folding, but he, I guess, wants to just get in with 4 cards to try and check it down and knock out the other short stack. And what do we have for Sty in the big blind? Queen, Jack, Jack, Deuce. Okay. So Ostad is looking for some spades or some middling connectivity, I would say. Queen, 7, 6. That's top pair for Hagen. Bolas has a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw. Stay has top pair. King on the turn is a top pair for Bolas now, as it checks round for the second time. And on the river,
wow.
7-5 for Arstad is going to get the job done. He 5X's up.
Wow, wow, wow. Second time he does this as well.
And now you just have to sit. It's very painful. It's like, is anyone going to show me a better? Nope. He's down. Yes! That's such a big moment. You know, you're sat there and you're just full of fear and trepidation. You're like, it's someone surely is going to find a straight or some kind of better 2-pair here. And to see them all muck like that is just such a great feeling when you're on the short stack. Up to 500K, that's good for 5 big blinds now. So what a spin.
So they didn't force the other players to show down in an all-in situation?
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Okay. I mean, we know what the players had, so
yeah.
For us it's more than fine, but I'm surprised none of the players said anything. Meanwhile, Christian, Christian is kind of like the cockroach of the final table, because it's the second time where like it feels like he was kind of out the door in the corner somewhere. And instead got a little bit of breathing room. He's still the short stack, but also doesn't have too much more than him. Sty and Bedell neck and neck for the lead, and Oe and Hagen with the middling stacks.
So another big spot for Arstad here, as still does have to face going through the blinds on the next hand. So does he take this? I think he maybe folds, just because there's a decent chance when he does fold, he allows two players to be collide behind, and he is able to pay the two blinds and the ante and still have a couple of big blinds to spin for the next orbit. Bolas on the button with the ace-queen 9-4 rainbow. Don't think you're supposed to take this with that shorty going through the blinds soon, rainbow. Looks like he's fearlessly cutting out raising chips. Fair play, not a play that I would go with, but you've got to commend people for finding the heart to follow through with it. Let's see if he gets through Sty here. Ace-king 8-7, tri-suit to the king. Facing a 7.5 big blind player committing their stack, and with a player behind to tussle with as well, Oye, who has around about 2.1 million. I think the standard play is just to re-jam here. Small blind versus button. Let's see if he can find it.
Easier said than done with the two short stacks as well, and another player with the stack behind you.
Yeah, I just think ace-king is going to be dominating too much, and we can see that he's got ace-queen 9-4 rainbow. I wouldn't give him that wide, but he does fold.
It's a good awareness by Bolas if he can get those hands to fold.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's a pretty profitable one, but I don't think the queen's double suited in the big blind is going to be getting out the way. If he were to face this kind of raise from this player from earlier position, it might be a bit trickier, but
there's no point in rejamming either.
He folds. He wasn't double suited. He was only single suited, but
I still expect a call there.
Yeah, same.
A jam seems no reason to do it. You still have fold equity on the flop. You still have the way to get away from the hand if it's like ace-king on the flop. With
Exactly. I'd be going for the call and donk jamming all of the safe boards that we don't have completely crushed. You know, when we do flop a queen or some kind of flush or a straight, then we can check. But interesting. A lot of respect for the short stack pot there. If you can see how wide this player was, maybe on the next break or so, maybe realized that he let him get away with one there.
I'm absolutely shocked, though, with the two short stacks we have that we're still seven-handed. I mean, it's amazing to see. It's fun to watch the short stacks double.
Well, you're just seeing all of these medium stacks players fold really strong hands to the pots, so it's very difficult to bust if people are giving you so much credit.
Meanwhile, Tom isn't going anywhere with this one.
No. He's finally picked up a premium hand on the final table here. It's been pretty rough in terms of card distribution for him so far. He's going to go for the min raise. With this hand so strong, he wants to incite some action from the big blind, defending and then getting it in at just under 3/4 pot behind on the flop. Easy fold for Bolas. Stein gets out the way with the tri-suit. King, Jack, Jack 8. We've just seen him fold queens to a short stack pot, so surely going to be folding the King, Jack, Jack. And Orstad, wow, that's absolute trash in the big blind. I think he will fold this one.
Well, since he can 5 times up at will, basically, he might as well wait till he's down to 1 big blind again and do the same thing.
If he can will it in, there's a will, there's a way. He's still got 3 big blinds, and after relinquishing that small blind, if he doesn't find a hand right now, we'll still have 2.5 bigs to spin, which is kind of a decent stack in PLO, because not only do you play for the big blind and the big blind ante, but it's quite easy for it to go like call, call, and then someone repots, and then all of a sudden you're playing for sort of 12 bigs.
Can't say, though, it's a comfortable spot for Christian. He seems to be handling it well, but it's very nerve-wracking when you're down that low.
Yeah, exactly. The lower you get, the less it is, I guess, because you kind of know that the game's up soon anyway, and anything's a bonus. But yeah,
after 5xing up twice though, and still being 7-handed, that could be frustrating on top of everything else.
Yeah,
especially if he winds up going out in 7th.
Exactly, it's just that big blind ante format that's eating him up a little bit. Dahl folds a pretty reasonable hand there. King 10, 10, 6. Doesn't want to get in there from early position. Totally fair enough. Hagen out the way. Bolas following suit. Stye's hand not particularly playable with the ICM. He's out. Oi should follow suit as well on the button. And it's down to short stack versus chip leader once again. And here we go. So the ace, jack, jack 10. That will be enough.
So good luck to Christian. I'm pretty sure that Tom is calling any 4 as long as they're not tripped up.
Yeah, exactly. It's worth checking just in case you've got quads in the hand or something. But ace 5, 5, 3 with the nut suit, that's going to be enough. So going to be off to the races here. 60-40 in the favor of the short stack. Can we find another double for Arstad?
He doesn't want to call, actually.
I think he's squeezing them really slowly. So he did call. I think what he's doing is like doing the super slow squeeze, so like one at a time. Does find the call, of course. Doesn't take much of a hand to defend versus the 3 big blind all-in BVB.
And 2 clubs are out there in Arstad's hand as well, so the chances of a flush are significantly reduced. He needs low cards. And ace doesn't really help him too much, being that Arstad has one.
Yeah, exactly. Arstad just looking for a nice middling paired board here, something like 8-8-7. That would be a nice one for him to find.
This is even better.
Gut shot and a 5, so deuce or a 5 or backdoor clubs.
I'm thinking a queen now.
Okay, yeah, the queen locks it up, unless it's a club. That's a 4, so only the 5 or the deuce now.
I think Tom is telling him, sit on down, you got this, you got this.
There it is.
And he does. The ace-jack is good with the trip 4s on the board.
Jacks.
The jacks, yes. Yeah. The jacks beat the 5s. And Christian just keeps surviving and surviving and surviving. I said at the beginning when he was short that if I was betting on poker, that I would actually take him as the long shot because the odds are going to be ridiculous for him, and he is a skilled player with the short stack as well. So
I've actually bet on PLO final tables before, and because of the concept that I was kind of sharing earlier about this big and short stack distribution in terms of who has the advantage, short stacks get to rejam a little bit lighter, medium stacks completely caged, and big stacks can open up essentially anything, applying pressure from just a raise first in. It would be quite advantageous if you got a long shot price for the short stack to take it, because of the amount of ways that they can not only just double, but triple, quadruple, and quintuple up from that short stack. So it gives them a lot of opportunities to rise through the ranks.
Meanwhile, look at the chip stacks now. Bedell, who had like about 4.3 million at one point, down to 2.9. And Stye is just 2 big blinds behind him. Blinds are now 75,000, 125,000, which means there's 325,000 already in the pot before cards are even dealt.
Exactly. Just ICM hell for guys like Oi, Hagen, and Dahl, who are just kind of sat in the middle. They've been waiting and waiting. This 7-handed bout has been going on for the best part of 2 levels now, and they're just thinking, when are we going to get rid of these niggly short stacks? It's ridiculous. I want this pay jump right now. Like, what's going on? So a question of perseverance for them. They've just got to stick in, continue to play that solid strategy, and hope that the cards eventually fall the wrong way for the short stacks.
Balaz with the ace-jack, 10-5 with a suited to the clubs. Decides he does not want to try to take away the blinds in the ante. He is in early position, so it is a pretty good fold.
Oi, again, with one of these niggly combos where usually you'd be opening this. Looks like he is going to, because he's got Bedell in the small blind, which is the most advantageous spot for him to go for a wider open. So nicely played, sir. He's definitely been a little bit conservative in terms of defending versus raise versus in, but finds a nice spot for a steal here. He is going to play the entire hand in position versus the big stack. Arstad with Crash on the button, he's out the way. Bedell now, we've seen him in with worse hands than this, but he's got to be wary about this medium stack open and does correctly find a fold. And a nice pickup there from OE. Was just a little wary that he might have pumped his foot on the brakes a little too much, but when you do get those opportunities to steal and kind of keep that stack nice and fresh and healthy and make sure that you can pay those big blinds and antes that come around really quickly at this stage, got to keep your head above water.
We have a nice look at some of the sponsors again. POKERNM, Card Casino, where the festival is taking place, a fantastic venue here in the Slovakian capital of Bratislava. Christensen, Bauman, Mercier. And what I don't see are those nuts. The Waba.
Waba.
But we've seen some ads for Waba as well.
All kinds of different flavors. I saw someone on Ilva's story trying the wasabi and not really taking to it. But plenty of other ones for you, if that's not in your palate. So the King 5-4-3 single, that's going to be an easy fold. Are the blinds really 75-125 or 50-125? We have been seeing the slightly bulkier small blind for the most part. Because we did have like 200, 300 right at the beginning of the day one yesterday, and then also 300, 500, so that might make sense. Bedell going to be opening it up here on the button with the King Jack 10-9, still retaining the chip lead. Goes for 250 for the min raise. Dahl out the way, been very patient. Playing a solid game so far, waiting for his spot. And over to another player that we've not seen a lot of in the big blind. Let's see what he's got. Looks like he's going to be continuing in some fashion. In the form of a call. So Hagen, yeah, 8-7-5-4 double. So a hand that can never 3-bet. Too strong to fold. Just going to be the middle button for him. Flopping bottom 2 pair versus top pair with the side cards. So you see a complete 50-50 flip. How does he navigate this one here? He's got the gut shot to the nuts as well with the 8-5 and bottom 2. I feel like we just check potted in here at this stack to pot ratio, 700 in the middle. We can get hands like queens, jacks, 10s to fold that have decent equity. I don't think we're ever going to get this hand to fold.
In a cash game, I fully agree with you. I'm just not sure with the two short stacks who don't seem to want to go away, whether you want to take that risk, and it looks like he does call. Now, it's a little bit easier for him to get away if Tom bets big.
Yeah, I just thought that Tom would basically bet this board with essentially anything. It's fairly disconnected and rainbow, so I think we do. I think personally with the added incentive of the nut shot, the gut shot to the nuts, of course, that we do just have enough to check jam it in on the flop here. If we run into kings, we've still got the miracle 6, but Bedell has a pretty easy decision here, and I think that there's only one option. He needs to put his opponent all in here and try and fold out hands like, well, exactly like this, 7-4, queen 7, queen 4. Wow. Okay, finding the check back somehow.
We need to stop predicting what Tom will do because we're never correct.
I know, it's insane. He really doesn't seem to like these kind of straight draws. He's played them extremely passively so far, but these are very clean ones. His opponent almost never has kings. You think that...
And you have the king of clubs also, so the flushes are...
And again, just allows his opponent to win uncontested, really. Only had to face a defend against the c-bet.
Tom? Maybe take a lap around the room, find a different jacket, and come on back, because this jacket is not doing you very well.
It's the jacket of death right now.
Yeah.
He's really just been bleeding away. And yeah, this is interesting because as the chip leader, you can exert so much pressure on these medium stacks, and he's had 2 great opportunities to pick up chips and just allowed those opponents to navigate their way to showdown without much resistance whatsoever. So it's really surprised to see his kind of change in gear, you know, moving down in gears as opposed to up, which surprises me. He had a good chance to win that pot on the turn there, didn't take it, and now he's going to be paying the price because he's well back into the pack now after losing that medium-sized pot.
I hope it's not going to be a case of a chip leader being the first out with all those short stacks. We've seen it happen so many times on final tables before, usually in Hold'em final tables more than Omaha.
Yeah.
Just because of the all-in pre-flops that take place versus Omaha, where it's, even at this stage, it's mostly post-flop outside of the tiny stacks.
Oi here has Bedell on the button, who still covers him and just gets out the way. Arstad as the short stack, rainbow hand, 700k.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's a good fold. If he had the nut suit, I think he'd just go with the pot, but over to Bedell once again in the cutoff. He's got another one of these niggly kind of low connected hands.
It's a rundown, but the worst possible rundown.
Yeah.
You're going to be on the baby end of everything.
Exactly. And no decent blockers to strong hands. Looks like he's going to go with the limp, is it? Yeah. That's what he did last time with the 6-5-4-3. Dahl folds. Hagen now in the small blind with the rainbow ace-queen 7-3. I think we just want to get out the way here. The hand's really disconnected. No suits. Going to be very difficult to play out of position 3 ways. Because obviously it's a limp pot, so you allow the big blind to come in as well. Good fold. And by folding, he allows more collisions between the other 2 players, whereas action can slow down sometimes when it's 3 ways, but be a little bit more ferocious when it's heads up. So Bolas versus Bedell here, and there could be a lot of boards that favor Bolas, and that's one of them. He's got the 6 with the better straight draw, so an 8 on the turn could spell disaster for Bedell here.
However, if Bedell starts showing some aggression again, then the pot should go his way.
Yeah.
With no ace in Bolas's hand, he does have the 5-4, he has the 6, he has the 9-5 as well, but still, he has 2 short stack. No, he is one of the short stacks, so it is a tough spot for Bedell, actually. So I'm very curious whether he finally starts being aggressive again.
Ooh, Bolas has led here. Nice. Taking the initiative with his equity rather than checking and kind of guessing. Because if he checks and faces a pot-sized bet, I think he has to fold with this amount of equity. But by leading, realizing that Bedell is not really going to have much interaction with the ace. Most of these ace-king, whatever, aces, of course, ace-queen-queen hands would have just opened.
Is it a call or a raise? It looks like just a call.
Call 225, and now now it gets a bit tricky for Bolas because he's probably going to think, well, I'm not sure he's going to have that many ace-x hands, and ace-7, ace-6, 6-6, 7-7 would have raised. So what has he got here?
He's got a straight now with the 4, so the 5-3 getting the job done for Bedell, but Bolas can still improve to a bigger straight, which is why he still has some equity in this hand.
Yeah, and the full house with the 6-4 as well. And I think when we have these blockers, we just have to send this one in and try and fold out some of the 9-8s and the 10-9-8s that didn't commit on the flop.
But meanwhile, he jams it in, like you said, and Bedell should be making the quick call. I mean, he's only got to be concerned about the 5-8.
Yeah.
If he's up against a heart draw, something else, he's still going to be far ahead.
Yeah, and Bolas looking for a 6, a 4, or an 8 to remain alive here in the 800 euro PLO. And Bedell, who's had a really rough feature table continuation here since we got to 7-handed, is now in the driver's seat to maybe regain some much-needed momentum for him. This would take him up to 3.5 million. If he loses, he's going to be one of the shorter stacks already with just down to 12 big blinds. So big pot in the shape of the tournament here.
And here we go. Lots of drama in this hand. The river coming very slow, and it's a 10 of diamonds on the river. So Bedell holds, and Balas is the first player out at the final table. He will collect the 7th place prize of €6,455. But meanwhile, players like Christian Arstad, who was short, quintupled up twice.
Yeah.
He gets a nice pay jump over to nearly €1,700 more. It's €8,130. So Christian is the happiest. Of course, those middle stacks are happy. And Tom can leave his jacket on now. He doesn't have to go shopping for a new one now that he has some chips again. So maybe he's going to regain some momentum. It was looking like things were going to continue to go downhill for him, but now it just takes one hand to get the momentum back. We'll probably have an exit interview soon. They should be doing exit interviews at the final table, so we'll maybe randomly shut up in the middle of a sentence if that happens.
Yeah, and just look at this stack distribution between 5 and 27 big blinds. Bedell resurging as the chip leader after taking that down, turning a straight. And Stye, Oy, Hagen in the middle of the pack with Dahl and Arstad are short stacks. We'll be back ever so shortly.
Da er vi inne på det offisielle finalebordet i Potlimit Doma, fordi at de siste 7, det er en som må ut før det blir et offisielt finalebord. Og den ene som måtte ut, han har vi rukket å bli kjent med, og han har fått et nytt kallenavn. Melkekua. Einar Magne Engelin Bolås.
Yes.
Så blei det deg da?
Ja, det ble det. Jeg har suttet og melka i hele kveld, og vips, så satt jeg og ble melka selv.
Til slutt så ble det ganske tynn suppe. Det ble skummamelk og ikke feit helmelk.
Stemmer bra.
Men du, Einar, Du har jo hatt godt humør, du har gått litt opp og det har gått litt ned gjennom hele turneringen. Det er jo gøy å sitte på det siste bordet, uansett hvordan det gikk, håper jeg du tenker.
Ja, nei, absolutt. Det gjorde en kjempeskøy turnering. Gikk inn i turneringen med særdeles lave forventninger. Det er jo første PLO-turneringen, og jeg satt i går kveld og diskuterte en del strategi med en del gamle travere.
Ja, for du har ikke spilt så mye PLO før?
Nei. Jeg satt jo tidlig på et bord i lag med tidligere norgesmestere og diverse, og plukket opp en del kunnskap fra dem. Og det er jo kjempeartig.
For en som synes PLO er litt gøy, men som aldri har vært på noen finalebord av noen slag, hvilke tips har du plukket opp da? Hva er det som er lure å gjøre?
Nei, altså, jeg har jo spilt pollem i mange år, og postfrost-spillet er jo det jeg elsker mest. Og på PLO så får du jo oftere situasjoner, og klarer å dra deg til din fordel med å lese strukturen i spillet, så har du plutselig en stor fordel. Litt vanskeligere å gjøre i det toppnivået her, men jeg synes det er godt kjempebra. Det er da tydelig da, at en enkel kar fra Steinkjer kan menge seg med denne verdenseliten som vi har samlet i dette turneringen. Det er jo litt fascinerende. Hvem som helst, ikke hvem som helst, du må jo kunne litt, men alle har muligheten til å gå langt. Ja, nei, absolutt. Jeg begynte å spille, sikkert for snart 15-20 år siden. Og det er jo et kjempebra miljø på Innherred eller Steinkjer, Verdalen, Trondheim.
Så jeg vil spørre om, har du mange venner og et godt miljø som spiller og treffes sammen og møtes jevnlig?
Ja, vi spiller og diskuterer veldig mye poker. Espen Ulen bor jo 100 meter unna hjemplassen min, så vokser opp med hans spill.
Så egentlig Espen ble verdensmester fordi han vokste opp i samme miljø som deg, da altså?
Jeg vil jo påstå at det er mange av oss gamlere traverne som har lært den til å borte den han er i dag, da. Men nei, altså, han har jo gjort mye av sitt eget spill selv, så det er jo disiplin og disiplin.
Men 7. plass i PLO. Hva blir neste nå? Du skal ikke hjem nå, for jeg hørte rykter om at du fortalte meg forrige dagen, du har en uteplass som skal bygges og betales for. Og det blir ikke så, det blir jo en fin uteplass av dette, men det var håp der hjemme om at det skulle bli enda større og fjongere.
Jeg fikk beskjeden i går kveld når jeg fortalte at det var litt i førstepremien da. At da skulle vi ha oss en ny uteplass. Men da var jeg kun hvis jeg drog inn førsteplassen.
Så resten, hvis det ikke ble førsteplass, så kan du få lov til å leke med de pengene selv?
Stemmer. Så jeg hadde jo full panikk imot å komme på førsteplass, for da satt jeg med 0 kroner.
Du var klar for å gjøre en deal hvis du kom til heads up?
Ja. Da er liksom, jeg kan ta andreplassen da.
Men hva blir det neste på programmet nå, Einar? Skal du spille noe mer, eller skal du bare hvile på laurbærene og fyke rundt og kose deg resten av uka?
Nei, altså skulle jo egentlig ikke spille PLO i utgangspunktet, så det var egentlig kun en bonus. Så jeg får se litt om... Skal du regge deg på fikslimiten nå i dag, eller? Nei, jeg jobber jo til vanlig, så jeg ligger litt etter på jobbskjemaet, så når sjefen sitter og ser herre, så må jeg vel kanskje begynne å bidra litt på kvelden der. Jeg har suttet og spilt i hele går og hele dag.
Så er det egentlig bare på hotellrommet, slå på jobb-PC-en og så lade opp til main event i morgen?
Ja, stemmer.
Einar, tusen takk for at du tok turen innom hos oss, og gratulerer med strålende innsats. Jeg har i hvert fall fått meg en ny pokervenn, og jeg tenker jeg tar turen til Steinkjer til sommeren og møter gjengen der.
Man må ha muligheten til å spille alle events. Jeg er jo selvfølgelig sterk motstander. Jeg skal ikke ta det bare dere to. Nei, det er alle vi 4 mennesker. Det er jo kjedelig ikke å få spille alle events når man... Attention players, we're going to have one more picture. One more picture. Look at me and then...
Welcome back, everyone. We have reached the official final table of the Pot Limit Omaha Championship. Things have gotten serious. Photos have been taken. Christian Arstad, who was down to a blind or two, has now laddered up somehow miraculously with Balas hitting the rail. And now he's hoping that Dahl will do the same. Dahl hoping Arstad will go out before he makes a move. But obviously, if you're dealt some cards, you're going to have to make the move yourself.
Yeah, very much a waiting game. Kind of the pre-flop card distribution can be a big deciding factor in these kind of PLO final tables, especially when the average stack gets as gnarly as it does now. We haven't had many eliminations, just one in the past, what, 3 levels or so?
Yeah, it's been nuts. It was almost 3 full levels before that elimination.
Exactly, and that just means that the structure, unfortunately, does collapse, even though it is a great structure, and we have been the benefit of a very well-organized tournament from the tournament director standpoint, and the person that made the structure. We've seen a lot of deep stack play, but it just cannot continue when no one's busting out. And here we see this kind of scrum between the short stacks now as Arstad makes his move with the ace-8, 5-3 double suited. Doesn't feel like he can wait around for a better spot. One small thing of note is that we are replaying the 5100K blind level, something that's not right now on the screen, but I can tell you for sure, having got word from the technical team, that we are playing 5100K for the 2nd time now.
So they rolled it back 1 level, even though they did play the 125K. We did see that actually in play. So that's quite interesting. I like when they do that. I also like online at some sites where they do average, so they make sure the structure is still good at the final table. So it looks like there was a small adjustment to make sure that there's a little bit more playability for all the players. And I think from the lowest stack to the biggest stack, you're not going to have a single complaint about the rollback.
No, absolutely not. More play is better for everybody, and a good decision to do that. It's been a very proactive tournament in the form that they changed the payouts, they changed now the blind levels. They just wanted to try and make it as fair and as fair for everybody, because you do see some online structures these days. When you're playing for the big money, the structure's completely collapsed. You know, 15 big blind averages on the biggest site right now for some of the bigger ones when you get deep into the money. And that just means that you kind of run into one cooler and you're out. And that's not really the way tournament poker should be. You see in the main event, for example, it takes a lot to bust a 70 big blind stack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it showed Bedell initially folded, but he raised here. It says a raise to 325. So if it's 5100, I guess that would be a legal raise. It looks like that's what he has out. And Owie getting involved with the call from the big blind. It's showing it was a call for 200,000, but if we're at 5100, it was a call for 225, about the same. It will affect the chip counts a little bit unless they're fixed this little discrepancy with the blinds.
Yeah, great flop for Bedell. He flops the overpair with the nut wrap. Should be seeing a continue from him.
The jack of spades eliminates a few spade combinations that would be out there as well.
Exactly, and it's such an important spade blocker because you block a lot of the combo draws as well, the stronger hands in the big blind defense. Because usually the jack is going to be followed with a 10 or a 9, so really nice follow-up there. He's been quite passive with those kind of holdings, but having the overpair this time and potentially learning from a few of his small mistakes on previous occasions, just taking the initiative this time and following through.
Meanwhile, the cash games seem to be filling up now on this Monday evening.
They're flying.
And I'm wondering who this gentleman is. We should maybe ask Stieg or if somebody comes in the booth, but he seems to be having a good time watching the poker.
Yeah, maybe Oya's dad. There's a lot of interaction between those two. Could well be.
There are a lot of families playing poker in Norway. It reminds me of some family poker that you see in the United States where people are learning on the kitchen tables and just playing for fun.
Yeah.
That's the majority of poker actually in the US. Not the poker that we see, not the poker that we commentate, but the kitchen table, playing for fun, maybe having a few bucks on the line, but really it's not about the money, it's about just having a good time. You don't want a big winner. You don't mind having a big winner, but you don't want any player walking away from those kind of games as a big loser, because at the end of the day, everybody's still friendly.
Yeah, it's more of a community aspect rather than the kind of shark-infested waters where everyone's trying to nail each other for a few euros, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's like playing backgammon with a friend instead of playing poker with a friend. You're probably not gambling on your backgammon match. Maybe you are, but then it's for like a drink or something like that.
Yeah, something.
So quite similar.
Something not so stress-inducing for sure.
It's not like the $100,000 prop golf bets that you see some of the poker players do. I want to dig a little bit more into prop betting during the WSOP, you know, who's doing what, but it's a lot of it is just hush-hush unless somebody tells you. And then even if you find out, you shouldn't necessarily publish things because then you're violating people's trust. I am not an investigative reporter. Although I've done some stuff like that. No. I mean, once in a while, I know how to do it. It's fun, but it's...
This kind of sensationalism.
I want to promote the game.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
That's what I like doing.
Rather than ruffle feathers or whatever, which sells more. It's sexier, right, for the viewer, for the reader, but it also maybe puts you into a bit of an awkward situation as someone that wants to be as neutral as possible across the scene.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if there's like a bot scandal or something like that, I'm not going to ignore that it happened. But it becomes tricky because as media, your bills sometimes get paid by the same people that maybe had a bot scandal, right? So
there you go.
You have a little bit of navigation to do in those situations.
A conflict of interest, yeah.
Ooh.
Wow. What a hand for Hagen, opening it up to, looks like 225, not 525.
Nearly the pre-flop nuts, if that was a king of clubs or an ace of spades. Although some people prefer like an ace, ace, king, queen, ace, ace, queen, jack, or 10. But ace, ace, king, king, you can't go wrong with that.
Absolutely not. Or even ace, ace, jack, 10, double suited, but let's not...
It's top 1% of the hands,
it's
any way I want to look at it.
Yeah, it's a great pickup. And still, unfortunately, only 63% versus this low, suited, rundowny, gappy kind of thing. Oh, they're handing out, is that wine or maybe Prosecco?
I'm trying to figure out how he could have raised to 525.
No, it's 225. It's 225. We're playing
So it's a typo there.
5100K. Yeah, so it's a 2.25x raise, which is usually the standard sizing on final tables.
So it's a much smaller pot than this 1.3 million. It's about 700,000.
And get a load of this: 2 over pairs and the gut shot royal flush draw.
It's going to be very doubtful he sees any significant value unless he checks, and does indeed check. So hoping that Tom takes a stab on the turn, especially after improving to that full house.
Yeah, that's one of those situations that I really like the way he's played it, where he's either miles ahead or miles behind. If his opponent's got a queen, he's trailing. If his opponent's got jacks full or queen's jack, queen jack, he's trailing. So instead of betting and potentially facing an awkward spot with the check raise here, where you kind of have to get it in, he navigates his way to a turn where he can now, of course, seek some value, hoping to find some 10-9 or Queen X in his opponent's range.
So it looks like it went check, bet, fold, but maybe we can get the chip count. We're going to have to keep an eye on the stacks, actually, because a hand like that is just going to affect the chip counts quite a lot. We could see that Tom has nearly 3 million still.
Yeah.
But he'll probably show up with about 2.4, 2.5 in the next hand. It must be an honor for some of these guys to play with Tom. I mean, maybe not for Christian, who's likely played with him before, but it's always fun to play with someone with the level of success that Tom has had over the years.
Yeah.
And he seems like a super friendly guy as well. I've met him once before, but it was very quick, so I like that his demeanor on the table. He's having fun. Of course, since the money probably doesn't mean as much to him, he can have a little bit of fun, but still the trophy and the star mean quite a lot to him.
Absolutely. And you've seen that in some of the modes that he's gone in through. You know, his style has almost changed as the tournament develops, but you can tell that he's not there to play for the money. He's there because he enjoys the competition and he wants to win and take down a Norwegian event. So Oyi here. Ace Jack 7 deuce, he's going to get out the way. 10-6-5-5, not going to be enough for Arstad to put in his 6 big blinds. Bedell, you never know what he's going to do. I imagine he folds this one.
So maybe they adjusted the stacks because Bedell's showing 3.6.
Yeah.
Hasn't gone away yet. Maybe just looked at the king, queen of clubs and not the rest of his hand, but now eventually does fold. And a nice play by the Øystein there, taking down the pot with the ace-9-9-3. That's twice he's shown a little bit of aggression pre-flop, and everybody giving him some respect. It's nice to be at 6-handed play. I enjoyed the extended 7-handed play, but this is now back to how the whole tournament was run, a 6-max affair. The final table, the unofficial final table, was 7, so you can have a balanced final table bubble of 4 and 4. Otherwise, it's a little bit unfair to have 4 and 3 on a final table bubble. So this is the official final table, which Einar Bolas bubbled in 7th place. All 6 players have locked up 8,130 euros, but after one more player hits the rail, the final 5 have locked up 10,055 euros, so that's quite a nice pay jump. And Christian may make a move in this spot. He has a suited ace, the jack 7, some connectivity going on here. He is by far the short stack at this point, but does fold, showing some patience. He would have at least gotten through Bedell with the ace-9, 5 deuce. It's not rainbow, but it's a 5-high diamond flush draw, which is folded. But perhaps not gone through the other short stack in Dahl, who I expect to be trying to put as many of his chips in as possible. So it does pot it up to 300,000. Let's see if Anders Hagen has woken up with anything. And with the queens, this could be interesting. We saw some diamonds folded by Tom Bedell, so it's less likely that Hagen would improve to a flush, but the queens, maybe he wants to play. Asking for a count from Dahl. Dahl does not have to tell him exactly. He can just look down at Dahl's chips, which are clearly displayed. And does jam it in, and Dahl making the call. An amazing shape with kings versus queens. We see that he's a 2-to-1 favorite, but perhaps it's even more. That's probably taking into account the burnt cards. But an amazing shape, but at the same time at risk. So Arstad is once again in the position where he's rooting for the big stack to win the hand so he can ladder up with his minuscule chip stack. But if Dahl doubles up, it's going to be Arstad and Arstad alone with just crumbs in a stack. And the 2-5-6 flop, that doesn't help either player, so the king's still ahead. It's basically a queen and only a queen, maybe some running 3-8s that can help Hagen. And not all those are good because now Dahl nails a flush, but Hagen with the queen of clubs has top set, so if it's a 6-5, a 2, the last queen, we will see Dahl hit the rail despite nailing that flush. And it's the 8 of spades on the river. Does pair up Hagen with the 8, but that's not enough. It needed to pair the board instead, so Dahl doubles up and is near the chip lead. Meanwhile, Christian has to scratch his head a little bit. It's not the first time a short stack has doubled. He's quintupled himself twice, but now is in massive jeopardy of being the last player out. But he's been in jeopardy since this final table began, to be fair. So it's not a feeling he's unused to. Yes, we do have some Prosecco being enjoyed by Anders. Perhaps by a few of the other players as well. Regardless of where you finish in this spot, of course you want to win, but to be in the top 6 out of an impressive field of 240 players in this championship event is reason enough for celebration. Already locked up more than 10 times the €800 buy-in. OE with a really beautiful 08 hand, but not so much in this game, so it does fold under the gun. Christian does need to get something going. As the Jack 10, 10, 5, maybe this isn't enough for him. The Jack 10 are suited to the hearts. Does lay it down. Bedell with the 10, 9, 8 run down. The deuce doesn't really follow suit. It is completely rainbow. It looks like he may play this. We've seen him play these speculative holdings before with both limps and raises. We've also seen him fold from time to time. But he's reaching for some chips. It looks like a raise to 225. And meanwhile, Hagen waking up with the kings and threes. Unfortunately for him, the threes do not connect suit wide with his kings, but still, from the small blind, I would expect either a call or a 3-bet against another player other than Bedell. Probably a call is better, but a 3-bet is incoming against Bedell, and it looks like a pot-sized 3-bet. Yes, to 775, and if he just called, that would have invited maybe Steid to do the 3-betting with the ace, king, queen, 8. Puts him in a very awkward spot. It's a hand he would love to play, but it's not that he's seen any 3-bets from Hagen at the final table. Let's see if he wants to commit a third or more of his stack with this hand. He would be at least in position against Hagen, but decides to wait for another time. If it was a cash game, he'd likely be getting involved. And Bedell is more alive than he probably realizes, but will be folding. Has a little bit of laugh about it. And no complaints from Hagen. Shows his kings. Doesn't show the threes. Doesn't want to show how weak the rest of his hand was. Could have been the 3, though, that hit a set. The 3s are a bit sneaky in that hand, because you're really not playing too many pairs of 3s with 3-betting. Maybe aces over 3s, kings over 3s are the only 2 combinations. So Bedell still has the chip lead, has a million more chips than Stye. We can see Arstad is still below 1 million chips, but that's a familiar spot for him. And Georgia's back. You missed a 1 double up.
Okie dokie.
But it wasn't by Arstad, so Arstad is at risk.
Who was it, Hagen?
I believe so.
Yeah, because Oye and Dahl have been relatively short. Dahl got the open through last time I saw, but Bedell still with his head and shoulders firmly above the rest of the field. 7 big blinds is quite a considerable position to be in at this stage, considering most people are sub 20. Arstad, I don't think he's going to have many better chances than this. Ace, Queen, 8-8. Does he take it or does he fold? Nut suit.
I think he has to take it. He's in the big blind next hand.
Exactly. Would be my guess. Yeah, he does go for the pot size raise, which is 450.
So effectively a jam, he has 175 back. He can fold if it's some kind of ridiculous flop, but there's really pretty much hardly any boards that he should be folding to.
Yeah, this is interesting because Bedell has a strong hand, but he's got, of course, 4 players behind. Doesn't have an ace.
No real reason for him to get involved here.
I think not, yeah, but he likes to play. He does call.
Well, that's at least better than a 3-bet. Maybe Dahl would have called with his Queen Jack 8-7, but it was only single suited. Hagen folding, Sty getting out of the way, and Oe not going to do anything with this Ace-10 6 deuce. Maybe to a min bet he would, but not to a pot size bet where one opponent is basically saying I'm all in. There's not too many places where you would see this kind of banter, friendly banter between 2 players with one at risk.
And
it
such
shows.
a significant pot, exactly. And yeah, clear all in here, and Bedell forced to call just for 175. Maybe he, no, I don't think
he can never fold here. He has even backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, that's covered, unfortunately for him, but
he doesn't know that.
Whoa, what's he gonna do?
No, he can't fold here. I mean, I know that's an awful flop for him, but it should be not the best flop for Arstad as well. I mean, Arstad can have some aces, obviously, but he was under the gun with a short stack. And it looks like he's getting ready to make the call.
Yeah, a rather pained call, for sure, because he could be dead to aces and kings and things like that, just with the back door. He doesn't even have a backdoor straight draw, right? There's no, he doesn't.
It's just too little to be calling that he kind of has to, I feel.
Yeah.
And he'll be happy to see he has decent equity, actually. I don't know how it's 40%, but...
King Jack or a 9, right?
Yeah, I guess that's enough, because they're all live. Christian hoping for a 4.
He's on his feet.
Because a 4 would get the job done.
A 4 and an 8, yeah, would be good night, Mr. Bedell, and also an ace. That's
Oh, that's not the card he was looking for. Now we have Bedell improving to 2-pair, a better 2-pair than Arstad.
Ace, queen, or an 8? Or a 4, yeah. Nope.
Instead, it's trip jacks for Bedell to eliminate Arstad in 6th place for...
Yeah, imagine if he had aces there and it goes jack-jack. That would have been even sicker. But
yeah, at least there was no crazy drama there.
Exactly, but somewhat of a sore one for him. Did get the money in pretty good.
But still, he laddered up. He came in as a short stack for a while. He was the only short stack. Of course, we had Bolas going back and forth between short stack and OK stack. To ladder up that one spot to 6th place, 8,130 euros. He should be at least happy about that, while disappointed he couldn't go a step or 2 further and put himself in the hunt with the final 3 and a chance for a title.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that strategically. So when he goes to the pot size raised off of that stack, maybe he's better off going like 2.75x so he allows some fold equity on the flop when he has to put the rest in. Do you know what I mean? Because he can force out the player with, you know, if he had saved like 100k back and then put in 275 on the flop, Bedell would have folded these kind of hands on these kind of boards. But often also that goes against just driving people out with the juice up pre-flop size, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe what was it to? Is to 450? Maybe if you even just do it to 375, it's not going to make that much of a difference who's going to call, who's going to fold, and then you have that fold equity that you were just referring to.
On the flop when you're playing with a little bit behind. So that's something to...
So it was too little for anyone to fold.
Exactly,
He thought about it, but such great odds.
Yeah, so I think that might be something that I might start to think about off of the shorter stacks there, because when you see a situation like that, all of a sudden you realize, oh, actually, I can maybe gain a little bit more EV from having more fold equity on the flop.
It seems like the one line that might not work as well because you're going to have a lot of people 3-betting you anyway.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be a 3-bet or fold situation in a lot of for a lot of players.
Yeah.
Partially because you could get more reads when you're playing live than you can online, but I'm not sure the other reasons to why that is.
Decent flop for Bedell here, top pair with some backdoor straight draws and also that important King of Hearts, which blocks some strong hands and the continuing range of his opponent. He's going to stab 200 into 375 and just a snap surrender, I believe, from the lone gut shot here. OE has been quite happy to get out of there without, you know, colliding and just really not V-pipping at all much on the final table. And is the bottom stack now 11 plays 12 of Dahl, 18 for Hagen and Stye. And Bedell, who's been obviously the highest V-pip player, the most action that we've seen, has now forged that lead that he threatened when he came into the final table, which was sort of had to jostle his way back.
Yeah, I thought maybe he'd have to change the jacket, but it wasn't the jacket after all.
Exactly. Found a way on the break to get things going again.
But this might be one of the biggest lead that he's had. He has a 2 million chip gap between him and second place. Of course, the chip counts are probably slightly off, but not enough where he doesn't have a substantial chip lead. Meanwhile, Stye will likely open his ace, queen, jack 3, even though there's 3 spades involved in there, blocking his own royal. Vidar will be folding his 7 high, but Bedell, we're not going to start predicting what he will do, but I don't think he's folding his king 9, 8, 6 based on what we've seen from him before, especially with the king 6 of hearts. I think many other players would fold in the small blind though.
Yeah.
And he does fold.
Ooh, okay. Starting to show a little bit of counter resistance, getting out of there, giving some respect to Stye, who has definitely been on the tighter side, but we've just seen that he's not really been dealt much.
But at least those medium stacks can relax that they didn't go out before the short stacks. I mean, it's still, they're 4 medium stacks now, so they all are battling for supremacy, but at least they've locked up that 5-figure prize already.
Yeah, absolutely. So that takes a little bit of a weight off your shoulders when you get through that kind of psychological pay jump where you're like, oh, actually we're in the big time now, 5 figures. It's quite rare to get a 5-figure score in this in this tournament in particular, 12 buy-ins to get that 5-figure score. So great job done by all of these guys, but still going to be making sure that they keep focused and navigate their way through this business end of the tournament.
Oh, he'll be folding this time.
Yeah, 1 too many queens for Stye.
And too many hearts for Owie there.
Yeah. The quad suit, the rare quad suit. As Bedell has got his favorite kind of hand, you know, this like junky, low, middling, single suited.
His hearts are so dead at this point, though, with the 4 hearts in the opponent's hand, but he has no way of knowing that. And he's on the button. He can play power position a little bit, too, but he's being a little bit...
Yeah.
He went through that fake fist pump a little bit.
Unpredictable. Really difficult to know what he's thinking. Just kind of goes with, I think, some kind of flow or some kind of mood based on what we've seen from him. Dahl, I think with the nut suit, he'd have taken this one versus the chip leader, but electing to fold with the jack high suit instead.
And somehow Bedell has Hagen absolutely dominated.
Yeah, and Hagen's been someone that is relinquishing the big blind quite often, so don't need to size too big into his big blind because he's not really defending much. He even folded, I think it was like a king 10, 7, 5 single earlier, which is something that might have been playable.
I would say Tom has an interesting way of deciding when to bet, that it almost appears he's about to fold every time he's about to bet and then brings the cards back in. But
yeah.
I've been watching his eyes, and it's not that he's trying to get a read or an angle on a player. That's just what he's doing. He's looking actually down at his hands. So it's
not an angle per se, or it's not some kind of old pro tactics. It's more of a genuine indecision, I think.
Yeah. Or maybe just his routine. But
yeah.
It's not an angle at all. And we've seen other players over the years use stuff like that as an angle, pretending they're folding and then looking at the player, trying to get a read on them.
Yeah.
And then bringing the cards back. This isn't the case.
Absolutely not.
Let's see how wide Bedell can open. He has 10, 9, 7 deuce with 2 clubs in his hand. This would be slightly more ambitious than what he opened up the button with. On the other hand, he knows that it is unlikely he's going to be played back by anybody unless they have a real hand, but folds this time. Dahl with the kings will likely be opening despite the 8 deuce. Maybe not because it's rainbow. It's kind of ugly.
It's really tough. Do we go for the pot fold here or the 3x fold? I think when he's got 9.5 bigs, what's he doing? Limping? Okay, no, he's open for pot.
That should get the job done. Good for him. He didn't limp. No reason to give his opponent free cards.
Limping would have been a bit of a disaster. He has run into a pretty strong hand here. Ace Queen 9-8. We did see Stye elect not to go with the Ace King 8-7 tri-suit earlier versus the button, who only had 7 big blinds. So if he's going to kind of continue that vein, he might get away from this one. 425, so he needs to call 300 into a pot of 1.05 million, which gives him just over a 3-to-1 price. You can't just be afraid of aces here. You know your opponent's not only going to be having aces. He's got some hands you actually dominate, you know, ace jack 9, ace 9-8. And yeah, it does make the call. I like to see that.
I think he was maybe not thinking about folding, but whether he was going to call a 3-bet.
Yeah.
It would be a pretty wide 3-bet, but I think folding was
out of the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's not what Dahl wanted to see whatsoever. And this is an interesting situation because a lot of people here just jam in these kings in somewhat of a panic, but we've got much more play than that. He still has 6 big blinds behind. Almost 7, actually. So you can bet like 1 big blind here.
We did see Arstead come back multiple times from 1 big blind, but you don't want to be putting yourself in that spot. It looks like it's a
200.
I think less. It may be a min bet. No, it is 200. You're right.
200 into 1.1 and all in. And now we just bet fold the kings. You can also check back. It's a little bit face up that you're going to have mostly kings and not many traps, but understandable that he went for the bet.
Yeah, when you're out of position, then it can often go check on a turn and giving a guy a free river with diamond draw.
It's just the way that the defending range is constructed. When you think about it, he's really sized up his pre-flop sizing. So how often does his opponent not hit the ace? Not that often. And when he doesn't, he's going to have hands like jacks and 10s that you don't need any protection against. So this kind of hopeful bet, I don't think is the way to play it. Yes, it looks like we should just be range betting this board, but
if he has a king 10 of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds,
you crashed anyway. Yeah. In some ways, I mean, he's just got so much more playability, and he will just shove on you and get you to fold the better hands. So I think navigating to a turn there and just checking back might have been the preferred play for me. But understandable that he went for the more hopeful c-bet route, which is the easier way to play the hand.
Let's see if Bedell likes his hand under the gun. He would be opening it from the button. We know that. Probably from the cutoff. Hijack is maybe a different story.
Again, with this kind of indecision ruse that he goes for, looks away, doesn't look particularly comfortable with the hand, and then slides out a raise. And he's even saying, oh, I wanted to raise smaller, I think. Gets rid of Dahl and Hagen, that's for sure. Let's go through to the blinds now and see if there's going to be any resistance from those spots. Not from the quad suit. And it's over to Oyi here with also trash. So nice pickup from Bedell.
And at 5 million for the first time. First player at 5 million. There are 12 million chips in play, so nearly half the stack, half the chips in play, 5-handed. Envious spot to be in. It is like they're playing on the kitchen table, though, with all this like fun chatter.
Yeah, very much a home game feel in terms of the energy around the table. Oyi, definitely less of an active participant, but Bedell really driving all of that table talk.
Bedell, who was quieter earlier, he's even now having a little bit of chatter. He's more relaxed.
Yeah, he's found his feet, hasn't he? Double-suited jacks. Don't think we're going to play this hand. Yes, we are 5-handed, but just so many better candidates for an open in this spot with 4 players behind. Looks like he's going to take it. Goes for a really aggressive pot size raise.
Looks super strong. Looks a lot stronger than this Jack-Jack 6-3.
Exactly, yeah. Kind of overselling his hand a little bit. And the issue with a hand like Jacks is that you just don't block any of the hands that are going to get it in with you. So the steal goes down a little bit in its efficiency. And you've got a hand that can pot fold, such as Ace-Queen 9-7 with the Queen high suit or something, where when you get repotted, you know you're going to be up against a really strong hand. That makes a bit more sense, blocking the aces, blocking these strong hands that will go with you. I don't think Bedell is going to fold this. Does seem to like these kind of hands, but let's see what he goes for here. He's very honest with his reactions, right? I guess he knows that it's such a short stack pot that... Ooh. And Dahl really getting put through the mill in terms of sweating this big blind fold now. He knows this is the toughest person to get the raise through, and he has opened into exactly his big blind, which is why... Whoa. Bedell jams. My word. Somehow Dahl is in great shape, and by great I mean 55%, which is why the Jacks is not usually a hand that we go with here, 5-handed from under the gun when we're fairly healthy, stacked in chips. Wow, I can't believe this.
This is puzzling on so many different levels, both by Dahl and Bedell.
Yeah.
And the snap call there by Dahl as well with the Jacks.
And there's a 9, so that helps Bedell in some senses. He opens up 2 more outs with the 9. 9 and ace or a 7 will do the job. A 5 would end things for Dahl, or a jack. That's a king of diamonds. What does that give? That gives Dahl a flush draw, so no ace or 9 of diamonds available to Bedell now. Drawing super thin, needs 2 7s, an ace or a 9, and can't find it. That's a double for Dahl, who gets a bit of a donation, I would say, there. The ace 9-7-7, it's more of a do I defend or do I fold pre-flop. I think standard would be just a fold versus such a strong-looking early position open. he decides to jam, and yeah, really puzzled by that one.
Maybe he had a read of some sorts that his opponent was weak and could fold, but I don't understand the raise. I don't understand
the
free
raise.
bet, and I don't understand the call. I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, it's really baffling from all counts, I think. If you were to use a chess terminology, it's blunders all round, really. But, you know, he finds a way to double, and he sat there with all the chips. So fair play.
Going to take a little look at the heads-up matches for tomorrow while we're waiting for this hand to develop. I'm very curious about that. We can also get an update on the fixed limit. The fixed limit attracted 226 players to 6 Max Fixed Limit Championship, €800 buy-in, 114 players are left. I'm trying to see what the starting stack would be, but they have an average of around 65,000 with about less than half the field left. So it's a 30,000 starting stack, and blinds are at 1,500, 2,500. Late reg is closed, but payouts have not been published yet. Meanwhile, at 6 o'clock, there's a PLO 8 tournament that Danis was worried, so he's not going to be joining us in the commentating booth because he's playing that. He was worried that that would even run, but he was worried over nothing. There's already 68 players on level 3 on that.
Wow, what's the buy-in?
250.
Wow.
You might be able to hop in.
Yeah, potentially.
It looks like that has 6 levels of late reg, though.
Ooh.
Maybe it's different. Let's see. The average is 32, not so many out, so it's 30K starting. It goes a little bit deeper, probably. It's the first break is after 6 levels, but then the second break is after. It's probably has to be before the second break because it ends at 2,000, 4,000. Maybe we can find out when late reg closes somewhere in here.
I'll have a look on the Card Casino website.
And we have a limp pot situation. Sty taking it down on the flop, picking up a small pot.
Late reg is at 9 o'clock, 2 hours.
Okay. And although we don't have the seat draws yet for the heads up, we do know the players that are involved. So it's Christian Steinbo, very good player, Tor Fennis, Petter Berg, and Thomas Severson are the final 4 in that matchup. It'll be best of 3, and that kicks off, it looks like tomorrow evening after the main event bags up. So we're going to likely, though, do the fixed limit final and then hopefully hop into the heads up after that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Poker North Masters attracted 127 entries today on day 1D. It is still level 6 on that, so plenty of time to hop into that with a 350 buy-in. Lots of value in that event.
Absolutely right. And I'm right in saying that we're not covering that event, or we are?
No, we're not covering any of the Poker North Masters. We're focused on the Norwegian Beasts alone. But there is some international flavor in that event.
Oyi, once again, raising it up from the cutoff with a similar hand to the previous still. This one He unfortunately doesn't benefit from Bedell in the small blind, as we lost the player in seat 1. So he has to tangle with this often quite loose style of Bedell that likes to call these opens in position and apply pressure post-flop. But will Bedell find a fold here? Rainbow hand once again. Does let it go, nice.
It looks like Oe is going to get this through. We do not see the cards, but I did see 2 players throw their cards forward. So Dahl with a 9 high, Hagen with a king 9, 8-3. So happy days for Oe there.
Yeah, really surviving off of those well-timed opens for now. Bedell with the aces in the cutoff, 2.9 million. Hagen surely gonna avoid disaster with the King Jack 3-3 and does get out the way. And Stye, I think, has an easy fold as well with the King Jack 4-3 try. So a nice pickup from Bedell. He'll be gutted there. They didn't get any action. He's not really had the best card distribution. Lots of rainbow hands, lots of pretty murky, disconnected, low hands, but just taking it down with the aces. Bedell, once again, with this kind of familiar hand that he's been having on the final table. Low, rainbow, disconnected, with a pair this time. Don't think he gets to open this one, but he's a man that beats to the sound of his own drum in the form of pre-flop hand selection, so let's see what he arrives on.
Pretty much whatever we've said about him has been the exact opposite, and this is no different. He's reaching for some chips. It looks like a min raise, but maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, wow.
325, so a chip more than a min raise. So far, so good. Getting away with it.
Dahl out the way. Let's have a look at Oe, who looks somewhat interested here. If he could see his hand, he'd be potting, but you don't get that benefit on the final table, of course.
I'm wondering what he has, actually. Because they're showing Dahl's cards still.
And he does continue with the Queen 8-7-5, getting a pretty good price, just over the min-raise here. So taking a flop and a complete swing and a miss, unfortunately for him.
But there's a chance Bedell just checks back. We've seen him with so many different modes. He likes to check a lot of flops, and
Yeah.
does indeed check it through.
And allows Oe to catch up in some form. Got a gut shot, but still unlikely to be stabbing this one. No diamond, not really much of anything, just the non-nut.
His Queen 8 and 7 are still alive, and hits the Queen, but it is a diamond. So if he's facing a big bet, the Broadway would have been completed as well. And being that Oe has the short stack at the moment, it may be hard for him to call, but Bedell decides to rep the flush.
Yeah.
Even rep a straight flush.
Got that 6 of diamonds. Surely knows that he's not going to have any showdown here with just pocket sixes.
And being that Oe checked the turn and river after some passivity by Bedell, he should think that he can get away with it here. But
yeah.
And we're finally predicting him correctly.
There we go. He finds it. Now, does Oe have the gusto to find a really sick hero call here?
Perhaps if he had 2 pair, he can do it, but not just with the Queen. So
agreed.
Good awareness there by Bedell. Picks up the pot, stealing it away from Oe. Meanwhile, now Oe is at big risk. And maybe it's Oe's dad clapping in the background. We're unsure who that gentleman is, but he is very engaged in the final table. Does not even want to watch it on direct sport in Norway. Or watch us in English. Although he'd have to wait a little bit of time to watch us in English. We're on a much longer delay than the Norwegian coverage. But I think a lot of people were there railing Christian because the rail seems to just be this one gentleman, at least on that side of the table. But before, there was a lot of people watching.
Yeah, potentially. He's quite a popular figure. He's always in a bit of a crew when I saw him in the other casino here.
Very friendly guy, so it shouldn't be that surprising. I can't say I've gotten to know Christian that well, even though John and Oscar are both friends of mine. I've gotten to know Oscar's brother Jonathan, who I consider to be a poker friend as well.
Yep.
So Sty opening up his Jack-Jack 9-4. It seems like whenever he opens, he's getting away with something.
Yeah, this one is he folded? I don't think he's supposed to open this hand into the chip leader, but looks like he's gone for the min-raise there, which is brave versus Bedell. Bedell's don't think it's going to fold. He's been playing a lot of these hands. He's got some decent connectivity.
And it looks like it was just a min-raise. It's, I think, a pretty easy call, but...
Yeah, definitely.
And
that will be the call.
We're back-to-back correct about what Bedell will do.
Hey, we're finding some momentum here in the booth.
Either Bedell is adapting to us or we're adapting to him.
For sure. Flopping bottom 2 pair versus the jacks with the jack of hearts and the gut shot. I feel like it's going to go check, c-bet, and then I've got no idea what Bedell's going to do. Call, fold, all in, all on the table.
If it's a pot-sized bet, he will fold. If it's one of these little cheeky ones,
yeah,
then everything is on the table, but a fold.
Agreed.
And it looks like it was a cheeky one. 250. It also smells like kings when you do this, but you would be betting those kings a little bit bigger because of the hearts.
Exactly. The
And
only
the
hand.
7-8.
That's the thing with these small c-bets. Like when you really think about it, You've got to have a lot of hand to be comfortable with the smaller size, although ICM does dictate that you can c-bet quite small and gain the same efficiency as, let's say, a half pot or a 2/3 sizing in the normal scheme of play. Bedell looks like he's going to peel one off, just wants to navigate to a safe turn card to feel happier about that 2-pair. The issue is now he knows he's going to be ahead a lot, but he knows that his opponent is going to have a lot of equity. Can he find the 10? He cannot. So he does have the nut straight blockers, though. So this is a great reason why we c-bet the flop. We've got the Jack of Hearts. We can represent straights once when we make it, when we hit the 10, but also on cards like a 9 or a 6, we can potentially follow through.
I don't think Bedell is going to go anywhere right now, though, because the 6 also gives him a straight. Obviously, he should be concerned about the 10 Jack, but he has a partial blocker for that.
Yeah, and a nut gut shot. And Sty actually elects to wave the white flag here, trying to take this to showdown, and finds a winner on the river with the backdoor trips. Backdoor Bangkok.
Backdoor Bangkok, I love that. But it is a heart, that's the problem. He blocks the high end of the straight flush, but doesn't obviously block a lot of flushes. Didn't fill up with this.
Yeah,
but after it gets checked over to him, he should be betting anyway. But may opt to check back, worried about a 3 deuce kind of hearts that we've seen Bedell play.
Low hearts, 6-5 are all very prevalent in the range, so I think he just takes the showdown here and checks down, tries to show the winner.
It's a nice little pickup there for Sty, getting closer and closer to that chip lead.
Absolutely.
There have been a couple times where a player has gotten that close and only for Tom to pull away once again. Tom has been so far wire to wire the chip leader. Yeah, and there's Vojta there taking some photos. He should grab one of the rail there. He's been very dedicated. He deserves a photo.
Yeah, he almost feels like he's been playing a role in this final table as he's trying to G up his horse in there. Say, come on, let's go.
If I was reporting instead of commentating, I would definitely have had a chat with him by now.
Yeah.
I like to, when I have like a spare couple minutes or I just need to take a break from the floor, I usually take a peek over at the TV table 1 out of every 4 breaks, and then whoever's there for the rail, I try to find out who they're rooting for if I don't already know. That's the curiosity in me. I do this job because I like poker a lot, not because for other reasons. I would say half the reporters are in my boat where they really love poker, and the other half just are hating their lives and somehow doing poker reporting, which I don't get because there's a million things you could be doing that are easier than poker reporting.
Yeah, the people that like played poker for a while, didn't quite make it, and then do it because they don't know what else to do or whatever. Yeah, doesn't give the best tinge or energy from those kind of souls, unfortunately.
And even though I've had a couple stints where poker has either been the main source of my income or my only source of income, I never considered myself professional until after that fact. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't really do anything else but make money playing poker. You know?
It was something
but it's not something I ever strive to do.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
you didn't wake up as, I identify as a professional poker player every day. It's more something you kind of fell into just because you were winning in the games, yeah.
When I first moved to Lithuania was one of those points. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wasn't going to be a professional poker player, but I had a lot of time on my hands learning a little bit of Lithuanian and playing poker. That was basically my life for in 2009, 2010.
How's your Lithuanian? Are you fluent?
Negare. Aš kalbu truputį lietuviškai, but nesuprantu daug. I can speak quite a lot, but in Lithuania, my accent is so bad.
Yeah.
That I only typically speak Lithuanian to Lithuanians I bump into when I hear them speaking Lithuania on my travels.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is quite a lot because I'm traveling all the time, so that's when I'm practicing my Lithuanian.
Okay.
Sometimes at the casino because those guys, some of them are just like, come on, Jason, you've been living
patient.
here for 14 years.
Yeah, yeah.
I let them make fun of me for a little while and go back to playing. There's one guy that's actually a little bit angry about it, but pretty much it's all in like fun spirits.
Yeah.
No offense, Arunas, I still love you. You have your rights to your opinions on that. I agree I should be fluent at this point, but traveling as much as I do, speaking English at home doesn't help. We experimented once with only speaking Lithuanian for a few hours, and it was a very quiet day with me not talking very much.
Taking the sidecar. So Sty managed to find a nice run out with the Jack-9 deuce, which was a pretty adventurous open, to say the least, into the chip leader.
I mean, we would say most players would fold this Jack-9, 6-3 tri-suited, but
yeah,
I'm going to go with that Padel's going to open here.
Yeah, I can't say for sure. Oh, he does
Nope,
fold.
he does
Showing
fold.
some resistance, or
tightening up a little bit.
Yeah, Dahl goes for the limp here, as probably feels like he's going to get a chance to see the flop very often. And yeah, Jack 8-7-5, not really having the qualities to raise here in this short stack depth confrontation. Ooh, 8-7 king. So a middle pair versus middle pair.
Two pair for Hagen.
Oh, bottom two, yeah. Hagen's got bottom two, and Dahl going here with kind of a random stab. He's got the 8 of hearts. He's got some board interaction, but it's kind of unclear whether he's value betting or bluffing here. Mostly just trying to get a fold from his opponent, but his opponent's going to have a lot of continues on this type of low sort of connected, middling connected board, and he does go for the jam. Gets it through, and yeah, by no means like the easiest play, but you can deduce that some of the stronger king-8 hands and also king-king would have just raised pre-flop. So taking your 8-7 there and just taking it to upstairs, getting the job done.
Something is going to have to give fairly soon. I mean, we're going to go up to 100, 200,000 in a matter of minutes.
Yeah.
And at that point, if someone doesn't hit the rail, I'd be shocked. We've been 5-handed now for quite a bit of time, just like we were 7-handed. It's been at least a level of 5-handed play. The short stacks are showing lots of resilience throughout the final table.
They certainly are. It's been a very cagey and intense affair in the form of no one really allowing themselves to bust. Very solid poker, lots of ICM understanding, lots of people realizing that you just can't really VPIP that often, especially when you're out of position. You know, the small blind is a bit of a fake position in these spots, kind of forced to 3-bet or fold.
And then the wild card of having Bedell as the chip leader.
Yeah, that makes things really tricky, because when you try and get these steals through and you've got him on your left, he just peels so much, you know, like he's playing probably over 50% VPIP for the entirety of the final table, and that's awkward.
It's a don't do this at home unless you don't care about ICM kind of moves.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you have a very weak table, you can get away with a lot more, but this isn't a weak table at all.
No.
So Hagen limping with the Jack 8-8-5. It looks like Sty is ready to raise. Indeed, he does with the Ace-King 8-7 from the big blind. Another blind versus blind battle.
Yep.
Hagen will, I don't know what he'll do. I mean, I think he should, he is double suited. I think he should call, but
yeah,
maybe he'll decide something else.
Take a flop, I would say, yeah, for sure. That's the idea when we do go for the limp, just to make sure that we don't overcommit ourselves. And also the benefit of limp calling in these short stack blind versus blind situations is that when you limp call, you're actually first in the pot. So you do get to shove your equity into your opponent and generate that bit of fold equity, looking at about just over 1 pot behind.
And he's blocking that straight that Sty actually has. But what a flop for Sty here. Straight and has outs for the flush, the nut flush.
And he goes for the check. That's surprising. I thought he might just pop this one in here with the nut straight blockers and the pair and the backdoor flush draw. But interesting.
And Stye checking it back. Sneaky, sneaky,
What a
opening up
pass.
the door for Hagen to do it on the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of check-back candidates, having the nut straight with 3 hearts in your hand is going to be about as good as it gets. If you allow your opponent to catch up to a full house, so be it. It's really not much of a consideration at this stack-to-pot ratio.
I'm trying to figure out how Hagen has, I guess a 7 would give Hagen a split. That's why he has 2%.
Yeah, and he goes for the bet of...
All in.
He potted it by the looks of it, is he?
Yeah, but he had less than 1.5 in his stack, so it's an all-in for about 1.05 million, it looks like. A snap call, of course, by Stye, and it's going to look like showers for Hagen unless he gets that 7 for a save. It looks like there's only 1 of them left. So the 7 of hearts obviously does not help him, and either the 7 clubs or 7 in diamonds was already in somebody's hand. Or maybe not, because 2% for a chop, it would still be both 7s are live. But instead it's a 2 of the hearts for the flush. So it's GG to Anders Hagen, finishing in 5th place for a healthy payout of 10,055 euros. Meanwhile, the final 4 locking up 12,905 euros and counting.
Yeah, battled valiantly, did his best job, avoided some situations that other people may have fallen to, and does a good job of getting that top 5 in the end. Didn't really have an awful lot to work with on the final table. Made that king's full earlier where he had the ace, king, king, but only won a small pot there. No resistance from the chip leader at the time, Bedell. But now, I believe Stye is in the chip lead, right?
He should be. Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty big pot for him. We saw Bedell lose some chips, and here we go. He definitely has a chip lead. 31 big blinds with the 4.8 million stack. The blinds will go up fairly soon, though, so it'll become a 24 big blind stack.
Wow.
But I expect still, you know, even though we just lost a player, I mean, look at these averages, and with 4-handed play, it opens up the ranges quite a bit for each of the players. The orbits go around much faster, so a player like Oe is in a bit more trouble than where he would have been 7-handed. On the other hand, being that he's by far the short stack, it takes away a lot of that ICM issues. He could be actually the player with very little fear at this point.
Exactly, just happy to run it and try and almost exert pressure on the medium stacks with his short stack and try and get some steals through. And that's the beauty of PLO tournaments. Even when you're short stacked, you've still got something in your favor where you can get a lot of pre-flop fold equity with the pot limit function.
So Tom is opening once again, this time with a bit more of a respectable holding of a Queen Jack 9-9 from under the gun. Under the gun is the cutoff, though, so it's a little bit deceptive that that's the under the gun. And we have Stye with the Ace King 10-7 going nowhere as well.
Yeah.
So we have the former chip leader battling against the current chip leader. We have Oe in the big blind, yet to make a decision. He is getting some nice odds, but doesn't have a lot of chips, but can call and always get away on the flop with 400,000. We've seen this happen already at the final table. I think the only thing he shouldn't do, he can fold, he can call, but he shouldn't shove here. He has 0 fold equity and is going to be far behind everyone with 5 cards to come, but might be a little bit different with just 2 cards to come. A fold is also okay if you want to let the 2 big stacks tangle it up. You did just commit quite a bit to the pot and 300,000 of your stack, but that's sunk money at this point.
Yeah, I think the play here is to jam and hope that Bedell goes for the re-jam and forces out the other player, because Stye is
interesting.
Never really, just to run that equity, because it's a pretty big hand.
And I would think that the jam is the move not to make. So it's interesting to hear that, because I don't think Bedell would over-jam, actually.
Yeah, well, we can see that he won't, but he should in many ways, because he knows that the small blind is going to be quite capped. But yeah, you're right. Bedell's not the kind of player that goes for those kind of aggressive moves. And actually, Oe finds a way to maybe get away from it. Does flop 2 pair with the 10 of hearts blocker. Would run into the flush of Bedell. Let's see if Bedell gives him a free card here.
He was the aggressor pre-flop. This is a flop that does help him. He can get away if he's pushed around by Stye, because Stye is not going to try to blow up his stack. He can give him credit for the Ace of Hearts flush.
Yeah, 7 would be a dirty card on the turn. Wow, it's the king, so top boat now for Stye.
Yeah, now Bidel's in a bit of trouble. I mean,
yeah,
he
is.
get away, but he's probably going to have to pay a little bit of money before he does.
Absolutely. And I think the play is to bet 200,000 here, which is half the short stack. Just makes it a bit more awkward for Bidel should OE jam, but does have the nuts, looking to drive some value in there versus some check back flushes, exactly what Bidel has. Maybe a 10 as well. Sorry, a king.
Bidel thinking things over, understanding that Stye is capable of making a move here, but that he may have something like what he has, either king 7 or king 6. Maybe pocket 7s, pocket 6s would do the same.
Yep.
At least pays off the turn.
And the card he doesn't want to see here is the River 9. That would be disastrous. It is a 6, which actually lessens the amount of full houses that that Stye is going to have here. So it's kind of an interesting card. But some of the bluffs on the turn, maybe a hand like 7, 6, 8, 9 or 10, 8, 7, 6.
And OE is probably kicking himself, not realizing how far behind he is, because he would have rivered that full house, but an inferior full house to the nuts that Stye has. It's not really the nuts, because 6-6, he would be behind him. He's blocking the quad kings. But for all intents and purposes, it's the nuts.
Absolutely. Goes for a bet of half pot. And gets the reluctant call from Bidel, who feels like once he's checked back the flush, he cannot.
So Tom Bidel, who had the chip lead from the beginning of the final table all the way down to 4-handed play, now is in jeopardy, actually. I mean, he has OE with 400,000, but he may not even make the podium at this rate.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where it's annoying and feels like he has to pay after he went for the trappy option on the flop.
He's thinking about something.
Says he wants to take a break.
Well, I don't think they have a break until after 100,000, 200,000, but being that they're on a 4-max final table, if all the players say they want a break, usually tournament staff is willing to give them a quickie break, like a 5-10-minute one.
Yeah.
Impromptu, but it's really not necessary with a break about 30 minutes away. Perhaps sooner if there's lots of fireworks, but I don't think we'll be heads up before the break, maybe 3-handed. Then again, it's 100,000, 200,000, with 2 stacks under 2 million now. It looks like maybe 3 stacks under. So Stye is just running away with this. Stye has probably about 75% of the chips in a stack now. At least has 2/3. We'll get a chip count, an unofficial chip count, but just looking at the stacks of the other players. Like Dahl does not have. They have 100K chips in place. It's a little bit deceptive based on what we're seeing. So Stye has a little more than half the chips. That makes a little more sense. And is he going to open up this 8-6-4-3? Very deceptive. Can get away pretty easily.
Yeah, just awkward into Bidel in the big blind again. Like when you do have the chip lead, yeah, it's good to open wide, but when you're facing someone that just has no real consideration for ICM and just doesn't really care about pay jumps, it becomes awkward because a lot of these hands that should be folding now call and can dominate us in a lot of ways.
Bidel taking his time, but reaching for some chips, decides to call from the big blind. Is actually pretty far ahead. And now should be likely going nowhere, flopping 2 pair, top and bottom. Stye just with bottom pair is trying to rep a little bit more. But and it was a quick bet too. Being that Stye was slow playing his other hands, maybe that is a sign to Bedell, but I think either way, 2 pair is going to be too strong for him to fold.
Yeah, he's just going to jam here for sure. It's interesting because you can get into this like negative headspace where you just feel like you're being set up again and you're going to get snapped by queens or something, but is he called?
Looks like just a call.
Super unorthodox
If there's
player.
a diamond on the Turner River, that could be trouble for him. Or a hand
Wow.
part like this, it's no longer a strong hand anymore.
Yeah, now loses to some hands like Queen Jack 10 or Ace Queen Jack. Wow, Stye goes for the second barrel here with the lone 8. And gets Bedell to fold the winner. Nicely done from Stye there. Fearless double barrel there with the 8 blocker. Great card to have as well because you block Queen 8, which is the main hand that you're looking to. You're going to see as kind of the strongest part of the continuing range. He probably would have assumed that King 8 would have just gone with it on the flop, but Queen 8 for bottom 2 on such a draw-heavy board maybe plays the passive route. Stye going to continue to exert his newfound chip lead with the ace 10-10-5. Gets Oye out there. He's getting ridiculously short now. He's only got 2 big blinds. And Bedell finds the rainbow kings. He's had so many rainbow hands. Can he find a double here? Oye looks like he wants to fold because he believes that Bedell is going to be the one that potentially runs into it. He doesn't have 1 million, right? There's about 2 million in chips I can see at least.
Yeah, a little bit less maybe, but it's certainly not just 1.
And Dahl with a really strong hand here. Ace Jack 5-4 double. This might be a good one to actually squeeze because we know how wide Stye is going to be opening, and Bedell is just such a wild card that we can actually get it in pretty good against his range, or even force a fold with the ICM. So let's see if he's got the minerals here to go for the squeeze. I think it would be a good move. And he's got much less, actually. So is that right? So he's actually got like 2 big blinds behind or something? No, 3 or 4 big blinds behind.
I'm not sure what color the 100K chips are.
They're red.
Yeah, so something is off.
Yeah.
Because Bedell definitely has more chips.
I think Dahl's chip count is overestimated and Bedell's chip count is underestimated by the looks of it. So there must have been a hand between the two that didn't get picked up. He folds ace jack 5-4, okay. Just wanting to outlast the other short stack.
Not the worst ICM play.
Yeah, it's definitely conservative, but I didn't realize how short he was. I thought he had a decent spot to pop it in there, and it's going to go check and Stye here, playing 2 stack to pot ratio, I believe. Goes for the check back. Ace of hearts, wow. Bedell finds another way to lose the hand somehow.
But maybe we'll try to rep the flush.
Yeah, it's very possible, although with the kings, you've got some kind of showdown. Having said that, though, his opponent is going to have a lot of ace-x in his pre-flop open, even as the chip leader. And so a 2-street job would do it, but goes for the check.
It looks like Padel's sizing up a small bet, about 1/3 of the pot, trying to say, I have that flush. Actually hit the trip kings on the river,
Yeah.
so it's trying to get some value from his trip kings. Apologies. And it may work, actually, with Sty having 2 pair, aces over 5s. He may be more worried about the flush than anything else. He's probably not worried about trips so much.
No.
Not worried about the 3-4 so much. A better 2 pair may do this, like an ace-king, ace-7, perhaps.
I think he thinks that his opponent is so random that he's just going to have to pay him off here, getting to the river in a passive line with a much stronger hand than he'd be expected to have.
And does make the crying call, does not seem thrilled about it, and he will get the bad news that Padel got some thin value from his rivered set of cowboys. So Sty loses a little bit of his big stack, but we could see that he has still more than 6 million in his stack, and a small celebration there by Tom.
Hey!
Still showing that energy.
Yep. It's been going pretty much disastrously for him over the last few orbits, so nice, well-timed pickup there.
Should have more than 3 million now. It says that he has 2, but we think that it's around the million off.
Yeah.
And Dahl should have under 2 million, actually, around 1.5-ish, maybe less.
Even less. I think he's got about 500K there by the looks of it. It looked really short.
Well, we have 30 minutes on the next break. They're not going to stop the action to update the chip counts for us, so we'll just keep an eyeball on it. Maybe they'll stop if OE loses his 1 big blind so that we can get an accurate count for 3-handed play. But it's pretty easy to understand the betting and the general stack sizes, and that's kind of all the information we need. So players are now on level 30. That means they've invested around 15 hours of playtime alone, factoring in the breaks. It's been a full day of their lives in this event, so certainly all 4 of these players will remember this event, regardless of where they end up. I'm trying to think about how many online poker tournaments I could have played during this time.
Yeah, wow.
Probably around 50 or so. You probably even more.
Yeah. 7 tables max on the site I play on, but still, this has really been a marathon effort. We are now 7.5 hours into the second day and still 4 remaining. A couple of short stacks though, and OE is going to take it as he's going to go through the blinds next hand, so almost in any 4 situation really. Padel, we know he's not shy from getting involved. He's got about 3 million, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like even more, but definitely a bit more than what he's showing on the screen. But not this time. We don't know what he has, but it must have not been very good at all if he's folding, because he doesn't like to fold.
Nope.
But Sty likely not going anywhere from the big blind. He's priced in.
Yep.
He has the ace-king diamonds as well to the king, and is a 3-2 favorite. So OE needing some help with this king 7-4-3. As George pointed out, we can't blame him for getting it in. He's going to be in the big blind next hand. He just has to hope for the best.
Yep. Exactly, he's got a half-decent chance here, 44% equity. Can he stay alive? Looking for a 7-4, a 3, 6-5 potentially, some kind of straight, or those clubs. Let's see what the flop brings. Ooh, ace high.
Wow. But he has a gut shot.
He's got the gut shot, so the deuce still saves him. Backdoor clubs. It's not over.
8 of diamonds on the turn, so now 2 pair for Stye, but it's
Yeah.
sort of an irrelevant card unless Owe paired up to actually improve himself. But now it's a deuce and only a 6, that's right, so it is actually an interesting card. But it's a 10 of diamonds on the river, so it showers for Vidar Owe, but he played his heart out. Gets to take home 12,905 euros for his efforts.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Vidar, and the final 3 podium players have locked out 17,440 euros, runner-up 26,240, and the winner a little bit later tonight, 40,051 euros.
Absolutely right. Unfortunately for him, he kind of ran out of steam towards the end a little bit there and couldn't get much going.
So from 5 to 3 pretty quickly. It took us forever to get from 7 to 6. 6 to 5 was a little bit faster, but not by much. And then it took forever to get from 5 to 4, but from 4 to 3,
yep,
just snap the fingers.
Light work. And this is very much go time for Dahl. We can see those chip counts, but those aren't correct. We know that Dahl is the short stack here, and he's got to be fearless because there's really no pressure on him whatsoever. And the payouts are extremely top heavy, so he's just got to take his spot.
It looks like he's all in already.
Yeah, so he's got 250, which is just over 1 big blind. Managing to navigate that pay jump, which is a big bonus for him. What's the third place payout? It's around about 16 or
17,440.
Nice, so 5K pay jump.
The next one is nearly, it's like 8,500 pay jump.
Wow.
And it looks like it's going to go 3-way. Oh, Stye isolating? Is that right?
No, I think Stye's just called, and now Bedell is going to come along as well.
So everybody's chip counts are off then, but they'll get updated soon enough unless Dahl can get away with a miracle here, but his 4 is pretty much dead.
Yeah, and
his queen is not so good. His 7 is live, but he has to fade quite a lot.
Needs some diamonds, really, as the main source of a route to victory.
Or 5, 6, and then another 2 or an 8 later.
Yeah, exactly. Trip 3s, trip 7s, you never know.
Well, that's not good, not bad. This 5 is at least still alive, but it's looking very strong for Bedell at this standpoint.
Yep. Does he lead out or does he elect to check?
This is not caring about ICM at all, just wants to take the pot.
Yeah, exactly. Not the usual play to bet into the dry side pot, but maybe just wants to fold his opponent off of hands like gut shots that have a bit of equity and take the chance against Dahl's mystery hand with the 2 pair, and that's what he's going to do, so heads up.
So Dahl needs a 5 to stay alive. Maybe
Yeah.
something else after the turn, but I can't really think of too many other combinations.
Just backdoor trips like Queen, Queen, 7, 7, 3, 3 or something like that.
Yeah, the 4s are already dead for that, so it'd have to be all those, or a 5. No backdoor diamonds.
7, so a 7 or a 5 to do it. And it's an ace, so full house for Bedell, not to be for Dahl. He battled valiantly and gave a really good showing. Made some nice plays across the final table. And again, just like the other player, Owe, there before him, running out of steam somewhat. And these were the 2 that kind of had their head and shoulders above the rest for at least the last couple of levels. Bedell has been consistently the chip leader. He's given away a little bit of that momentum, but we will be going to the heads-up match relatively shortly. It's probably going to be a quick break from us, and we will join you back a little bit later on.
Yeah, and they're playing for quite a lot, George. It's 26,240 they already locked up, but 40,051 euros on the line, so it's nearly a 14,000 euro heads-up affair.
Yeah.
Probably means more to one player than another, but they're both hungry for the title. So be back soon.
Absolutely. See you in a bit.
You don't have to call? The break is in
put a little bit of my staff. Derfor du har lurt på du var skoleløs. Du skal ha med deg without the hat, you said? Yeah, I can put it there. It's okay. Nærmere deg, min Gud.
That's good. Up and down. And keep smiling. Yes, that's good. Both of you. Beautiful handshake. But look.
Lykke til, Tom.
Look at me, that's perfect.
I'm looking at you. Perfect. Øystein Stray. Tom på den. Hyggelig. Nei, det her. Og den for meg.
Har du litt under 4, eller?
Ja. 1, 2, 3.
Ja.
3, 8, 5. Jeg er på røykerommet hele tiden. Hvis ikke er her, så er jeg på røykerommet. Ja, hvis han holder så lenge, så... Hvor mye hadde du det?
8,150.
Nei. Oi, hva? 8,150?
Da har du 3,850.
It was those 3 million. Oh, I give you
3,850.
3 million. 1, 2, 3, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7, 3, 8. 3, 8.
That's correct. That's correct.
I'll leave this here. I'll leave that there. Ah, yeah, that's what. That's why I got it back. Okay. That's perfect. Better for me.
That was fast, folks. They've already set up for the heads-up match, and we do have updated chip counts for the two players. So we have Oystein with 8.15 million, with a more than 2-to-1 chip advantage over Tom Bedell with 3.85 million. You could see that amazing trophy on the table, the nice plaque, and I was eyeballing those slippers. Out of all those things, the slippers would be very well worn in a variety of casinos around Europe, maybe even in places like United States and Canada as well.
Yeah, that's the big coup here. Forget about the money, forget about the massive trophies. Those slippers look ever so delicate and nice and cozy, don't they?
I would feel like a boss wearing this, better than flip-flops even. But that trophy is really nice too, and the plaque is a nice touch. I was taking a look at the plaques the other day. They're nicely finished. Obviously, somebody took a bit of time creating those.
Yeah, some casinos tend to cheap out on those, but it's a great investment because people really like to show it off when they do win, and it's high quality. So it's always nice to get a good trophy, and that's what a lot of people here are playing for, especially someone like Bedell. You know, I don't think the money is so important to him, but having a chance to win a trophy, absolutely massive. So heads up.
To wear that winner's sticker that you see people wearing is important to him. You don't see that on the table, but he'll get a sticker with a star on it, being that it's a one-time champion, if he can come back. But right now it's Oystein Stay, who's a very impressive player of his own, in command. That can change pretty fast with blinds at 100,000, 200,000. They will finish this level, and then we're going to likely have our real break, but it's possible, being that there was a quick break now for some photos and to set up heads-up play, that we will play right through the break. But we'll find out likely when you find out. And still some pictures being taken, so they haven't started play yet. We just have the players on the table. So a hand, I'm confused. A hand was dealt, so it said the hand will be played out and then something will happen. Maybe the winner will be crowned regardless of whether there's an all-in and a call.
Let's see.
So we don't know what happened here, but we do see a flop of ace, queen, deuce. It looks like there's 400,000 in the middle, which I can't really do the math with unless they took away the big blind ante heads up, which is possible. But it doesn't look like it says 600.
So,
yeah, but if you look at the board here, it's 400, so I don't think there's a big blind ante.
Okay, so
we'll get that fixed. Probably not during this blind level, but if they continue for another blind level, we'll make sure that the adjustments are made.
So betting a call on the flop, Sty with the initiative here, and kind of difficult to predict what Bedel's going to be having. Looks like we've got those cards that aren't showing up on the RFI again.
Yeah, I don't know if they were supposed to actually play this hand or whether they were still supposed to be on a small break for photos, because the floor did say something about one hand and then something will happen.
So we know as much as you do at home, guys, but so far just a stab from Sty on the flop and a call from Bedell, and looks like this one could be checking down. Don't see a reason why Sty would be reopening the action, and Bedell has an ace. Ace-9. That should get the job done by the looks of things, and he also had the, oh no, not the nut spade draw, it was of course the ace of clubs.
I would say even though Bedell is down in chips, the fear factor along with him having wider ranges in general could make this a very interesting heads-up affair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oystein has been deep before in events like this.
Yeah,
I do remember him doing something decent last year during the Norwegian Championships, but let's pull him up while we're waiting. We may or may not have graphics this hand. It looks like we have Tom standing up. Tom doing something. He's flying like an eagle. Yeah, Oystein with 131,000, so impressive, but nothing compared to Tom's 3 million. But Tom is playing buy-ins sometimes that are bigger than the top prize here. And it was during the Cool Bit Open, actually, that I probably recognize him from, because he has not one, not two, not three, but it looks like 4 different final tables, including the main event, which I commentated on. So that's where he's familiar. But he also took 7th place last year in this very event in the 800 PLO. So he was the first player out the final table last year.
Right.
And he has a good chance to be the last player out this year.
Very good chance, yeah. If you were to use some kind of bookies odds, I'd have him at about 1.5 to win at the moment. About a 67% chance, I'd say.
That's about right. Because even though he has a nice chip advantage now, 1 double up by Tom, and it's much different.
It flips on its head, yeah. But he is quite solid. I don't think he's made really many mistakes on the final table. He had a couple of loose opens and maybe could have gone for the double barrel with the jacks, but found a way to win that hand anyway. And Bedell has been a bit of a wild card, which can play into his hands and also against him in some ways. So a limp, a bit unsure as to whether this big blind ante is in play. It doesn't look like it is at the moment. Six-5 deuce-deuce for Sty is obviously no good in the form of considering any kind of ISOing. So ace check 9-5 and an open-ender for Bedell and a complete swing and a miss for Stye here. So does Bedell elect to bet this straight draw? We've seen a real mixed bag with his kind of straight draw type hands. He's bet some, check some. It's been rather random, but he does take it down, 250, and gets the job done.
So back-to-back pots for Bedell.
Yeah.
He has 400,000 less, I think, than what is shown. At least 200,000 less than what's shown. But I've been informed by the technical crew that they will be fixing the big blind ante as soon as possible.
Okay.
And it's not going to affect things that much if they're going to fix it in a couple hands. As we mentioned, there's going to be a break fairly soon, so it'll likely be during the break that's adjusted. And with the blind so high, you might think, well, why is that important? It is quite important in terms of chip stacks. If somebody wins 4 or 5 hands in a row, they're going to be showing with a lot more chips than they really have.
Yeah.
If it's 50-50 in hand distribution, then it doesn't matter at all. This is where I get confused personally during heads-up play, what my ranges should be, when I should limp, when I should raise. You have to have a balanced range as well. Probably I have a very exploitable heads-up play at the moment. I don't play any heads-up Omaha cash.
No, me neither. Very rarely. Sometimes when I'm starting a table, I'll play a bit of heads up. But with the sort of rake, there aren't often many changes in the rake between heads up and 6 max, so it's sometimes less attractive to play heads up just because the rake still remains high even though you play so many more hands.
So Tom checked back his top pair only for Oystein to get there with the lower end of that straight. He completed his gut shot on the turn, but there's 3 spades on the board now. So if Tom found the bet here and a bet on the river, he'd probably be able to steal it. But now that it went check, 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 the 5-7 still doesn't look strong, even if you don't put Tom on a flush because it's a paired board now. There are some 6s, some 2 pairs that would have been checking certainly on the turn.
Yeah, 8-6, 9-6 for sure.
But I would expect after Tom checked a 3rd time that some sneaky value trying to be snuck in. And he may get a bite here.
Yeah, Bedell's somewhat of a non-believer. He had the opportunity to get away from that flop flush when the board paired. Stye bet into a 3-way pot on the turn and followed it up with a pretty meaty river sizing, and didn't get away from the non-loaded flush. And in this situation, he's only got top pair, but he does block a straight 2-way. The Jack 10 and then 10-7 is blocked. So in the form of considering a fold, this would a call. Sorry, this would be a half decent candidate. But where are the bluffs coming from on this type of board? You would have perceived Stye to potentially barrel with a lot of the bluff candidates that could now bluff the river. You know, like a 1-spade hand or some kind of straight blocker. So a nice disciplined laydown there.
And showed the queen to show that he's capable of some bigger folds. Not that it was a massive big fold, but it was still heads up, I think it was.
Yeah, exactly. In the context of heads up, it's by no means an easy decision.
Do you play any Omaha sitting goes to get used to some heads up spots, or is it just the dynamic is so different than compared to getting there from like a big field tournament?
Yeah.
But it's not really worth it to study in that fashion.
I think small field PLO tournaments give you a lot of heads up practice, because usually in the small field bounty tournaments that I've played, by the time you get heads up, it's actually quite deep stacked because you've been doing a lot of kind of like bounty you know, chasing and stuff like that. So the stacks get quite big compared to the blind level. And I've played a fair few matches of between 50 and 100 big blinds. And yeah, I enjoy them because you see it's just one-on-one, nowhere to hide, very player and read dependent. And so every heads-up match is different, right? Some players play 6 max like a lunatic, but then play heads-up super loose passive and just don't want to put money in all the time. They're just kind of unused to playing these wider ranges. whereas other players are quite tight aggressive, like usually regular players, tight aggressive in 6 max, but then super loose aggressive in heads up because they understand that it's difficult for you to make a hand as well as them. So why not be the one driving the action and asking the questions?
Meanwhile, Bedell flopping bottom set on a little bit of a scary board. There's some straights that would have been made, some flush draws there.
Yeah.
The 2 of spades is an innocuous card, though. So if Sty checked again, I would expect Bedell to try to get some value, but I don't see him going anywhere. Facing a min bet, there's no reason to be raising here, even though you have the open ender. You're behind at 8-5 and 8-10. There's some sets that you're losing to, but you should feel pretty good about your hand and let your opponent bet into you. And if he checks the river, then that invites you to bet. Ace of Hearts is not the river that Sty wanted to see.
Yeah, just left with the 9. It's a little bit of a weird kind of mergy bet on the turn. Just trying to clear out some overcard equity potentially. Yeah, just the lone 9 there without the straight blocker. Without, it does have the 9 of diamonds as well, but yeah, just kind of stabbing in the dark versus the check back for the most part. I think we either want to be stronger or weaker with our turn lead there. But yeah, very much an easy value bet as played. Bedell should be going for a pretty meaty sizing here because it's just very unlikely that he's got so many strong hands when he checks back a board on this texture. There's so many draws available, so the hands like sets and straights are going to look to gain value and protect at the same time. So this looks pretty suspicious, I would say. And Stein needs to really work this one out. What the hell is my opponent representing here? Some kind of ace-7, ace-6, ace-deuce?
But why would Sty even be thinking of calling here with just his 9? Is that ever really good? I guess it could be, but it would be very strange after calling the small turn bet.
It just kind of looks like Bedell has a missed straight draw as played. It's very difficult for him to have any kind of nutted value unless he's got a hand like this. So I can't blame him for the call there.
Is Bedell showing the 6s last? Yes, he's showing the 6s last. A little bit of a slow roll there.
Cheeky man.
Sty is not amused. The 2 were getting along nice and fine. He does say nice hand, though. He's more not amused that he made the call there, I think, than the ways that Tom released his hand at the end.
Slow rolled him a little bit there, but all part of the fun and games of Mr. Bedell there.
I don't think he means any harm anyway. He seems like a very fun fella.
Yeah, absolutely.
A nice close-up of the trophy there. And you could see the plaque and most importantly the slippers, which is the real trophy of it all.
Absolutely, that's the big coup. I want to get my hands on a pair of slippers. Looks like I've got about an hour to register the PL08 for... I don't know if you get slippers on the PL08 side event, do you?
No, I don't think you get on the side event, but maybe you know the right people to maybe ask for slippers if you win the side event. You can pull what I did at the Swedish Championship once. I was chip leader on a break, and I said, if I win this, and then I was a little bit, let's say, inebriated, and I said, if I win the event, and it was first break.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to win the event. And I said, if I win the event,
yeah.
do I get one of those trophies? And I said, no, Jason, those trophies are only for Swedish winners.
Oh.
And I said, yeah, but yes, we will make you a trophy, Jason. Never thinking that I had any chance, even though I had the chip lead. And I never let go of the chip lead. 7 hours later, still win. It was a half and half, so
yeah.
I do have a little bit of heads-up PLO experience, but I had such a massive stack.
It was kind of, it did the job for you.
Yeah, everything played itself, basically. Yeah. There was never any jeopardy. It was one of the most fun events, live events I played.
Yeah, it's beautiful when you get a run like that, isn't it? It just feels like you're living the dream, winning loads of pots and exerting that chip lead.
Whenever somebody's playing back at you, I had the goods, and I was getting away with murder. Like, my VPIP was even higher than Tom's.
Wow.
You've seen me in that mode in cash games, which is not recommended, but you can imagine a drunk Jason playing cash games, but somehow has a chip lead in a tournament and is just going with the flow.
Yeah, blasting around, having fun. So, middle pair for Bedell and a bottom pair gut shot flush draw for Sty. Pretty big flop as far as heads up goes.
We could see some action, but Bedell checking his second pair, which he should.
Yeah, maybe he gets away on the flop. He's not got much interaction apart from that lone middle pair. Even heads up, it's difficult to defend these types of hands. 225 though is a pretty reasonable price. I think we take away 200 because there's no big blind ante, of course. So it's 225 into 1 million or so.
And Tom usually likes to see turns. He grabbed his cards in a way that most player will fold, but we learned that that usually means he's calling.
Yeah. Never know what to expect.
Does have some possibilities to improve. We see if the hand ended here, he actually wins the hand despite being a 2-1 underdog. Facing that flush draw, the gut shot to Broadway. 2 pairs trips. And as predicted, Tom makes the call. So we're understanding the mindset of Tom a little bit better now. 7 of clubs doesn't really change much. It gives Tom more equity, being that it didn't help Sty. And checks again. Likely hoping that it gets checked back. He doesn't know that he's ahead. And even if he did know he was ahead right now, if he knew what Sty had, he would still prefer to have a check back to see what the river might bring. And does check back, so a free card here for Bedell, and it's a 5 of spades on the river to give Bedell the straight. He was already ahead, but had no way of knowing it. Now he should be pretty confident.
Surprised to see that turn check back from Sty. I think we can really exert some pressure there with the combo draw, just the pair of 8s. We can really get even a weak ace to fold the turn. All of the king X has to fold. We've just got good equity versus anything. So Bedell ends up backing into this low, quite disguised straight, but unfortunately he's not going to get a customer here. Sty just has absolutely nothing.
It is possible that Bedell checks. I don't see that happening. And then Sty betting into him after missing all his draws.
Yeah.
Hoping that maybe Bedell was also on draws with, let's say, like a Queen Jack 10. But that's a bit ambitious, or a diamond draw. But Bedell reaching for chips, so we shall never know that. Looks like a decent sizing as well. Those are 100K chips, so around $1 million it looks like.
725.
Okay, so there were some other colors mixed in there, and an easy fold for Sty.
Yeah, absolutely. Just third pair. And it's going to be a 20-minute break for the heads-up match. So we're going to get back to you. We're going to have that big blind ante sorted out after the break, and everything's going to be all stations go for the penultimate stages of the Norwegian 800 PLO tournament.
Ja, da vi altså inne rett fra finalebordet I Potli med Omaha. Vi har en helt fantastisk, magisk heads-up-duell om titelen. Øystein Stai, en av Norges suverent beste Potli med Omaha-spillere, mot legenden Tom Axel Bedell. Det kommer til å bli helt sinnssvakt å få lov til å følge den matchen til enden. Jeg tør ikke å gjette hvem som blir vinneren, men her har du I hvert fall de 5 som de har slått ut på veien mot titelen på finalebordet. Poker noen ganger utrolig brutalt. Og selv om det å komme på 5. plass I et norgesmesterskap høres egentlig, og det det jo også, veldig, veldig bra, så det kanskje ikke akkurat sånn det føles nå, Anders Flemhagen?
Nei, jeg sa jo til deg litt tidligere på dagen at jeg ikke fornøyd hvis jeg ikke vinner. Så helt fornøyd er jeg ikke. Det må jeg si. Nå ble det en sånn stillingskrig ganske lenge der, når det var tidlig på finalebordet, der det var to som var veldig shorte.
Ja.
Man måtte avvente...
Og de røyk ut relativt, det var jo de to som røyket først også.
Det var de to som røyket først, men det tok jo ganske lang tid, så alle ble relativt shorte.
Du begynner å merke blindene blir så store, og du begynner å merke det hvis du ikke har fryktelig mye skjetonger.
Ja, nå begynner man å merke det. Altså, før den siste hånden jeg spilte, så hadde jeg vel rett under 10 big blinds.
Ja, da begynner det å bli... Da er det grenser for hvor mye spillerom du har.
Ja, 5 maks med antå, så er man blir nødt til å spille henne, rett og slett.
Ja. Og så er det to stykker som sitter med mye skjetonger der nå, Bedell og Stai.
Det er riktig, så de har løpt litt fra. Så nå... Vidar og han, nå husker jeg ikke hva han som satt til høyre for meg het. Men,
han som sitter til høyre for deg, det er Christian Omholt Dahl.
Ja, så de må jo finne seg en dobling snart.
Og han hadde jo flere, han har vært inne mange ganger all-in og fått doblinger, så...
Det stemmer.
Men, Anders, jeg kjenner jo deg som en meget habil kortspiller og en meget dyktig PLO-spiller.
Det er hyggelig.
5. plass. Hvis du får sove på det, så er det jo OK.
Det er OK. 8. plass i fjor, 5. plass i år.
Det er ikke så mange som har vært topp 10 flere ganger i PLO-feltet i NM.
Nei, det er jo kanskje ikke det. Jeg vet ikke.
Så er det jo...
Øystein var jo på finalebordet i fjor.
Ja. Det er også 8, 5, det er 3. Da blir det minst heads up neste gang, da.
Minst heads up neste gang, vi får på det.
Det må vi satse på. Ja. Hva bringer resten av NM-uka for din del?
Nå rekker jeg jo ikke fix limit, dessverre.
Akkurat ikke.
Så da blir det vel main event neste da.
Main event i morgen.
Ja.
Du har kjøpt deg en allerede, eller skal du spille en kvalik-satellitt i dag?
Det blir nok ikke noe kvalik-satellitt på meg. Kjøper meg en i morgen.
Kjøper deg en i morgen. Og da snakkes vi igjen på lørdag. Forhåpentligvis med tøfler i hånda.
Håper det.
Vi snakkes.
Okay, takk.
Takk skal du ha.
Takk.
Ja, sånn er det noen ganger. Pokeren brutal. Noen er strålende fornøyd med en toppplassering. Noen andre er litt sånn litt stang i utførelsen. 5. plass er veldig, veldig bra. Vi har 4 spennende spillere igjen. Vi gleder oss til å se hvordan dette her går fremover. Vi så jo dette her i går på finalebordet i 8 Game, og vi ser det dessverre igjen i dag, Christian Arstad.
Ja, det gjør vi.
Sure 6. plassen. Men det er jo egentlig 2 fantastiske prestasjoner når vi ser på det feltet du møter i begge øvelsene.
Ja, absolutt.
Så du er liksom du er en av Norges 6 beste pokerspillere i 2 øvelser, og kanskje 2 av de som henger veldig, veldig høyt hos de som er hardcore pokerentusiaster. Eller hva tenker du selv? Du er jo en av dem.
Ja. Nei, jeg er strålende fornøyd med hvordan NM har gått så langt. Jeg skal rett inn i en ny øvelse og main event i morgen, så det har vært en god uke så langt.
Du dropper late-reg på fixlimit?
Nei, det er den jeg skal rekke nå.
Du skal egentlig bare rett ut av studio og rett inn på fixlimit?
Helt riktig. Det var akkurat sånn jeg kjøpte meg inn her, og jeg rakk akkurat late-reggen når jeg bøsta 8-gamen.
I går?
Så nå er det rett inn i late-reggen og fixen, så ja.
Du startet ganske lite skjetonger 7-veis her?
Ja, det var mye action på bordet når det var 2 bord igjen, og da røyk de fort etter hverandre, så da ble det litt sånn...
Men du hadde en 5-veis, eller 4-veis, så du hadde en 5-dobling, eller?
Ja, 2 ganger fra superlite, så jeg kniva meg fast, holdt jeg på å si. Prøvde liksom å vente ut han andre som kanskje potensielt kunne ryke, da. Det blir litt sånn, når paygums har litt å si, da, så må man bare ha litt is i magen.
Ja, for vi snakker jo om et par tusen euro på hvert steg oppover her, sånn, så det er jo penger.
Det er jo det.
Men du fikk det på, best på flopp.
Ja.
Du har et offepar?
Ja, jeg har hånda er vel, den er grei nok, den situasjonen. Det er selvfølgelig, akkurat nå er det bittert at bordet rønner ut sånn som det gjør, men jeg hadde jo masse flaks den siste timen nå, så det ser jeg ikke noe på.
Ja, Bedell har truffet godformen den siste timen her, ser det ut som. Hvis du skal komme med et hot tips, hvem det som løfter pokalen og tar med seg tøffene hjem på slutten av dagen?
Det tror jeg Øystein Stai eller Anders Flem.
Ja, det de to mest solide, grundige spillerne, eller?
2 gode venner og 2 dyktige pokerspillere.
Så det både litt at du håper på de to?
Ja, fordi da håper man jo på en som fortjener det, samtidig som det noen man liker godt, da.
Ja. Nei, men da skal ikke jeg holde deg tilbake for lenge, Kristian, for jeg vet at nå du ivrig på å komme deg på fikslimiten. Tusen takk for at du kom. Gratulerer med to strålende turneringer. Og så tar vi en ny prat i morgen på finalebordet på fikslimit.
Høres bra ut.
Lykke til. Takk skal du ha. Ja, det noen som må ta det sure sjetteplassen, men vi fortsetter jo med fikslimit i morgen, og da snakker vi sikkert med Kristian Arstad igjen, tenker jeg. Da vi kommet fram til 4. plassen i Potlimit Omaha, og Vidar Furu Øye. Det gratulerer, eller det kondolerer?
Litt begge deler, tenker jeg. Ja. Det jo litt kjipt når den kommer så langt og ikke nå helt til topps, men...
Du startet bordet med OK skjetonghaug foran deg?
Ja, jeg hadde vel det ganske OK med chips i starten. Det hadde jeg.
Og så var de to shorte, de røyk ut tidlig. Og så ble det litt sånn...
Det var litt stram.
Han til høyre for deg?
Ja, Øystein.
Stai. Det ikke så lett å sitte ved siden av en sånn monsterstack som han har klart å bygge seg opp etter hvert.
Nei.
Og så sitter han rett etter deg, Tom Bedell. Det jo også... var jo også en periode der veldig, veldig stor.
Ja, så absolutt. Ja, Øystein, han kjenner jo litt til han hjemme, og han veldig flink.
Ja.
Så nei, det ikke så lett. Han avhengig av å få litt kort og litt flaks.
Ja. Men du Sunndalsøras beste i Potlimit Omaha, eller?
Per dags dato, kanskje.
Per dags dato? Så du ble ikke norgesmester, men du definitivt Sunndalsøras mester?
Ja, det kan jeg si.
Men du norgesmester også, for du vant en øvelse nå i vinter.
Ja, det stemmer. Fikslimit online.
Ja. Men litt mer penger denne gangen, eller?
Ja, det ble litt mer her. Det ble det.
Ja. Men så du har en NM-titel. Nå har du også cashet live i POKERNM her i Bratislava.
Yes.
Du fornøyd da, eller skal vi spille noe mer i løpet av uka?
Nei, vi må spille main da, og turbo. Fikslimiten rekker vel sikkert ikke nå, for den tror jeg akkurat...
Late-veggen dessverre over.
Den det, ja.
Den rakk du ikke.
Så da blir det turbo og main.
Turbo i morgen, nei, main i morgen, og så du skal spille 2 bord på lørdag. Du skal være finalebord på main og spille turbo.
Vi får se hvordan det går i main først da, så får vi vurdere turboen.
Ja, Vidar har sagt at han skal spille turbo og main. Da blir det 2 bord da, på lørdag for Vidar. Da vi inne på pallen i Potlimit Omaha, og det mange som sier at poker, det må man spille i mange, mange år før man blir riktig god. Men Christian, du 20 år gammel.
Ja, stemmer det.
Har du spilt poker hele livet, eller du relativt fersk i gamet?
Jeg har spilt i 2 år.
2 år?
Ja.
Og kom på 3. plass blant 240 erfarne Potlimit Omaha-spillere.
Ja.
Gratulerer.
Tusen takk.
Det gøy.
Ja, det veldig gøy.
Arendals beste pokerspiller?
Ja, det dine ord, men...
I hvert fall nå. I dag du Arendals beste.
Ja, kanskje i dag, men jeg ikke det. Nei.
Det ingen fra Arendal igjen på bordet, så du må jo være den beste Potlimit Omaha-spilleren i Arendal akkurat denne uka.
Ja, det dine ord, men...
20 år gammel, du har kanskje ikke rukket så mange utenlands-NM tidligere, eller?
Nei, første utenlands-NM.
Hvordan følelsen så langt?
Veldig bra. Veldig gøy.
Og hvis jeg da gjør matematikken riktig, for jeg vet at du ikke spilte heads-upen, og jeg vet at du ikke spilte 8-gamen, Så du har kommet på pallen I samtlige NM-øvelser du har spilt utenlands?
Ja, det stemmer det da. Skal du spille noe mer nå, bare for å beholde den statistikken, eller blir det noen flere øvelser denne uka? Jeg skal spille main og turbo, tenker jeg da.
Så det blir 2 bord på lørdag?
Ja. Ja, men da, 2 bord på lørdag?
Ja, main event finalebord på lørdag, vet du.
Ja.
Arendals fremste pokerspiller, vi forventer jo å se han der igjen.
Løpe mellom begge to.
Ja, løpe mellom begge to. Har du spilt, du har ikke spilt så mye OMA, sier du, men hva synes du gøy med OMA kontra de andre pokerspillene?
Nei, det mye muligheter da.
Mye variasjon og mye varians. Ja. Så jo at du var inne flere ganger all in I løpet av finalebordet.
Ja. Ja, heldig.
Kjenner du litt på hjertepumpa at det slår litt ekstra, eller du sånn ung og kul, og dette
Nei,
liksom...
Jeg var egentlig veldig fornøyd med å bare komme på finalebordet, det var det som var målet egentlig, så alt derfor var en bonus, tenkte jeg da. Så når jeg kom på finalebordet, så var liksom jobben gjort, følte jeg da. Så tar vi ett page-jump på gangen.
Ja, og det ble jo småpene 17.500 euro.
Ja, veldig fornøyd med det.
Det greit det når du 20 år gammel å tjene det på en helg.
Ja, veldig.
Skal du bruke opp alt før du drar herfra, eller har du tenkt til å investere noen penger hjemme? Eller blir det mer pokerturer fremover?
Det blir mer pokerturer. Men bankrollen større.
Større bankroll. Du har spilt 2 ganger Gardermoen-NM, fortalte du meg rett før vi gikk på. Hvordan har det gått der?
Jeg har kommet inn pengene I 5 eventer der.
På 2 år?
Jeg spilte bare 1 turnering det ene året da.
Ja.
Men nå, sist på Gardermoen, så kom jeg I pengene I 5 av...
Så vi snakker her nå med en kommende storstjerne I det norske pokermiljøet, rett og slett.
Ja,
Merk dere navnet, folkens. Christian Omholt Dahl, var det riktig uttalt, fra Arendal.
Stemmer det.
Han kommer til å bli en verdensstjerne I poker, eller I hvert fall Norgesstjerne.
Jeg håper det.
Main event I morgen.
Ja.
Eller blir det noe mer spilling nå, eller skal du bare kjenne på følelsen?
Kjenne på følelsen, ja.
Og så starte på ny frisk I morgen?
Ja.
Kose deg med main event I flere dager, og så kanskje turbo, kanskje noe annet underveis, hvis du skulle ha litt ugling.
Ja.
Christian, gratulerer så masse med en strålende innsats.
Tusen takk.
Tredjeplass. Og ja, med fremtidig mange NM-titler, spår vi. Du hørte det her først på direktesport.no. Christian Omholt Dahl. Masse tøfler på den gutten fremover. For en duell vi har nå I PLO-finalen. 2 mann igjen. Det har legenden Tom Axel Bedell, og vi har fenomenet Øystein Stai. Dette her lukter det svidd av. Det kan gå fort, det kan ta timesvis. Uansett så kommer det til å være helt deilig å følge med på for alle som glad I kortspill. Nå har dere sett et par intervjuer med noen av de som røyket tidligere. 7. plassen, bare minner om det altså. Min gode venn Einar Magne Mjelkekua Bolås fra Stjørdal. Han røyket offisielt på 7. plass, ikke finalebordet selvfølgelig. 6. plassen igjen da, på Christian Arstad, som også kom seg på 6. plass I 8-game. Det jo surt, selvfølgelig, å være så nære. Christian var skuffet, men fattet. Rakk fikslimitten, så da det vel en ny 6. plass på Christian I morgen, før han skal på main eventen. Og så var det vår gode venn Anders Flem, fjerdeplassen Vidar Furu Øye, og så må jeg si at det er gøy når en 20-åring kan tukte alle disse her gamle gutta. Christian Omholt Dahl fra Arendal, 20 år gammel, vært i pengene 5-6 ganger allerede i NM-øvelser. Det er helt spinnvilt. Men nå er det legenden Tom Axel Bedell og Øystein Stai. Nyt de neste timene.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back, everyone, for the heads-up battle between Tom Bedell and Øystein Stai. They have already locked up quite a lot of money, 26,240 euros to be exact, but they are playing for much more with a 40,051 euro top prize on the line, the trophy, the slippers, the plaque, and of course the sticker with the star that you can wear proudly during Norwegian events to show that you are among the Norwegian champions over the years. So we have a limp pot. The blinds have been fixed so that we do not show a big blind ante. There is no big blind ante, at least in the PLO heads-up affair. And Stai flopping the flush draw, flopping middle pair, gut shot, straight draw. Not the worst flop for him. We do not know what Bedell has. And it's also very hard to read him at times with his body language. This body language would typically mean for most players that they don't have much. But with Tom, it's a completely different bag. And let's see what Tom has, if it'll show up. He does have his cards in the box, but it looks like he caught a piece of something. It doesn't have to be much. A, because it's heads up, and B, because it's Tom. Not the card that helps Øystein, the pairing of the 5. It makes those flush draws look a little bit weaker, especially after Bedell called the flop, but Bedell really could have anything. Let's see if he tries to rep something like a full house or trip 5s or the 6-7 that he just decided to call on the flop. But does check back. And the 9 of spades on the river. Not the best card, but also not the worst for Stai. After the 5 was checked back, his 8 might be good. It's possible Bedell has an overpair. It's certainly possible he has a 9-8, 9-5. The 6-7 is still ahead as well. But he could have just as easily a 10-jack combination. And Øystein going for some thin value here. A bet of 250, a min bet, into a pot of $1 million. Let's see if Bedell caught anything or not. If it was a 10-jack XX, he will not even be calling this bet. It is possible he would try to raise those hands to get his opponent to fold some hands, but it looks like he has something, and it looks like he's reaching for a raise, which doesn't mean that he has the goods. It just means he thinks his opponent doesn't have the goods, but might have the goods here. Could go either way. A fairly polarizing raise from Bedell. From other players, you would give them the credit that they have something. And now Øystein with the decision to make. He has a bluff catcher with that 8. The problem is he also had the 3 diamonds, so he was the one with the flush draw. Not so many flush draw possibilities for Bedell. And gives up on the hand. Very curious what Bedell had there, but a nice little pickup for him to regain the chip lead. It's the first heads-up swing. Bedell had the chip lead until 4-handed play before Stai took over. Stai had the chip lead until this very hand, but it's still rather close between the two players. I hear the lovely voice of Sean in the background. One of the TDs here at the Norwegian Championship and Poker North Masters. a well-respected tournament director and floorman around the world at a variety of events. And Tom and Oystein having some friendly discussions. It's nice during heads-up play. They're playing for a bit of money. More importantly, at least for Tom, is the pride of winning the title. Possibly also the case for Sty as well, now that he's locked up 26K already. A min-raise with the King 10, 7-5. And now it's Bedell with the mystery cards again. Bedell thinking things over, perhaps thinking about 3-betting. I think if he was just going to call, he would have done that already. But it's hard to predict what Mr. Bedell is up to at any given moment. A very tricky player. More than 3 million in cashes, according to the Hendon Mob, where he ranks in 5th place of all time among Norwegian players, behind a very impressive group of people, including Felix Stevenson, the 5-4-8 flop. Connects a little bit with Sty, but it's Bedell first to act. We do not know what he has. And Bedell checking, but he could easily have a 6-7 or spades and check as well. Especially if he has a 6-7 and has 2 spades in his hand, then it's almost a mandatory check, hoping your opponent bets into you. That's a very good turn card for Sty here. Now he has the top open-ender with the 7-10. It would be better if he had the 10-jack, but still gives him some possibilities here other than just the 6. But perhaps that was also a good card for Bedell. He opts to check. I would think if he made the straight now, he would have bet the turn after the flop checked around, so we can kind of discount that from his range, at least not the 6-7. And the 4 hearts pairing the board on the river. Is Bedell going to take a stab at this pot? It's another check for Bedell. Sty checking back, hoping his 5 is good. But we see a 9 in the mix there. I can't see the rest of the cards, but there is a 9 and a king, and that's going to be good enough. It's not a king. 9, 10, jack, queen. So quite a nice rundown pre-flop. That's what he was thinking about 3-betting. He was never thinking about folding pre-flop. Was hoping for a better card on the river, but this gets the job done. And the first 2 pots since the break going over to Tom. And we have Mr. George Sanford back in action. Welcome back, George. Since the break, you've missed 2 hands, and it was 2 small pots over to Tom. Tom has the chip lead now, but not by much.
Just getting a little bit of food from the cafeteria. It's absolutely mental up there. I think it must be the break of the 350 as well at the same time or something, but there was maybe 200 people in there.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that many people in that room.
No, yeah, it was crazy. There was a line right back out through the turnstiles. So Bedell doing Bedell things, finding a way to get it done, right?
Pretty much. It's been passivity that's gotten it done. It hasn't been big pots, but relatively speaking, when you have a 250,000 big blind and 12 million chips in play,
Yeah.
Even the small pots are rather big.
Absolutely right. So another limp, and check back the rainbow version of the hand. Just going to be quite honest with his ISOing from the big blind, I believe, because Bedell is so loose and so call heavy versus these pre-flop raises. So no real reason to go for these kind of bluff raises, trying to get the limp fold. It's not really going to happen from someone like Bedell. And is he going to take a stab at it here? He's got some backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws. He does not.
No, there's been no active action from Tom at all
really, yeah?
since the break.
Just call. Yeah.
A little bit of calling, but it's been a lot of checking. We didn't see Tom's hands during the action during the first two. We did see at the end of his hand. And he had a lot of ways to improve when he was checking back, and here he really doesn't have any way to improve. We see that he's actually ahead.
Yeah, with the king 10.
But he's not betting there for value. He's betting to take it down.
Yep, just versus the double check line. Feels like he's going to take a stab at it.
A little time for this next hand. But meanwhile, we could take a look at the payouts. Dahl, third place, 17,440. Owe, 12,905. Hagen, 10,055. The rest of them went away, but we know that Christian Arstad took sixth place for 8,130, and it was Einar Bolas, the first out on the unofficial final table, in seventh place for 6,455 euro.
Very nicely done.
Looks like another limpy. Maybe Bedell does raise its tri-suited.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think so. Ace King 5-3. Just Ace King with the nut suit is a powerhouse hand in heads up. Wants to drive it to the lower stack to pot ratio, and of course, what do I know? Just checks it back here. So Sty is going to be able to really just limp every single button and not really fold a hand versus this kind of big blind play. Just getting allowed to see 4 cards almost always.
It's kind of smart from Sty, though, in a way, because when he's raising, Bedell's also calling, so he could do a little bit of pot control based on being the shorter stack.
Yeah.
It's very easy to build the pot when you have a hand.
Exactly, and he doesn't need to worry about balancing his limping range and his raising range. It's just going to be good hands raise, bad medium hands limp, and there's not really anything that Bedell's doing about it.
So Oystein was actually ahead when he min-bet, but it's a similar situation of what we just saw by Tom, where he bet it wasn't for value even though he was ahead. Just happy to get a fold.
Yeah, just taking advantage of being the first one in the pot, taking a stab at it on a board where it's difficult to make a strong hand.
This could go for a little bit of time, even though now the M ratio is a bit lower on average, but still could easily go to a 400,000 big blind. I would say, though, chances are we're looking at an hour or less before we have crowned a winner.
Yeah.
This is the one time I'm ignoring phones. I'm ignoring just about everything because I do not want to know who won, when they won. There are the occasions I peek in for a spoiler, but this is not the time to do that.
Good stuff. We will sweat it on the delay. Bedell now with a pretty strong hand would be Likely to see him raise, but who knows? Just calls. This is, yeah, this heads-up match could go on quite a long time if we're going to be seeing these types of hands limping.
Unlike in Hold'em, though, so many setups happen in Omaha. Hold'em setups happen that...
yeah, like 3 diamonds on the flop here and it's over, right?
Yeah,
So
pretty much. Because the limping... in Hold'em, it's the limping strategy. Once you see that, and all players are doing it, you know it's going to be a long one.
yeah. So top pair and a nut gut shot with a backdoor flush draw for Stye. Pretty big flop for as far as King 10-9-4 goes. Bedell has this bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. It's odd to now bet if he's going to decide to limp this hand. Doesn't really make an awful much. Yeah, okay, so agree with the check back. 7 on the turn. Not great news for either player.
But Bedell can bet now that it's been checked twice to him if he wants to.
Yeah,
it
potentially.
probably wouldn't work because we see Stye has the king. Also has the 9-10, but the king more importantly. And the 2 of spades on the river, check mark over to Stye. Perhaps now he will try to get some thin value, but what is he getting value off of? Like a king 9 maybe, or less, but maybe,
Yeah.
maybe crying from a 6.
Maybe some hands like 10s and 9s, even though you block those, jacks, maybe a very weak queens.
And if you're raised here, you can easily get away and give him credit for the 7 or a boat.
Yeah, potentially.
Depending. It's not that we've seen Tom get out of line with, let's say, raising in those spots. And Oystein has been paying attention. He's been one of the guys that chats once in a while in between hands, but seems really focused and watching every bit of action throughout this whole final table.
Yeah, he's played really solid and found some really nice spots to apply pressure and other spots where he's shied away from and kind of preserved his stack. So I think he's been one of the better players I've seen in the field, actually, would say so. Very solid, not really doing much like outward, sort of outlandishly aggressive, like you'd see like a John Quito, for example, in the earlier stages of the tournament, but difficult to beat this type of player because he just doesn't really make many mistakes.
And also difficult to be playing against Tom, who you can't really predict at all. It's very hard to put him on ranges.
Yeah.
Even when he's raising pre-flop, we've seen him like limp hands that he could potentially be raising with, and raise hands that he should be either folding or limping with. Heads up, you can pretty much limp anything other than trips, but at least that's my perception of heads up.
Agreed. So 10-9-9-4.
Tom taking his time. It sounds like a raise was announced. Jack, 8-8, certainly raisable.
Okay.
But it's just, what did he raise to? To 750.
Just gets rid of the 10-9-9-4 rainbow and was in pretty rough shape. So nice pickup there from Bedell.
It's been all Bedell since the break.
Yeah, that small pot there that Stein managed to find a nice value bet with the King 10, but apart from that, certainly agree.
And you can see a little bit of weariness in the players, and who can blame them? It's been a marathon for them. Nearly 9 hours of play today combined with a 13-plus hour day yesterday.
Yeah.
So nearly 24 hours in chairs in this event for both of these players, assuming they got in from the beginning, which makes sense in a double chance.
It does, yeah. To give yourself the best chance to get the most out of both of your bullets.
I would expect to see a limp most of the time by Tom. It is not a pretty hand, but once again, your head's up. And it might be Sty raising.
Yeah, I think we can ISO this one with Jack, 10-9. We know our opponent's going to limp call many worse hands that we've got in pretty rough shape, this being one of them. We've just seen Bedell be so sticky once he's entered the pot. Doesn't strike me as the guy that really folds to a 3-bet ever in a cash game, for example.
But I think in this spot, despite what he's holding, he should be calling. He's in position.
Yeah.
But decides to fold, so.
Yeah, Rainbow just didn't fancy it. Allows Sty to pick up the one big blind. And yeah, it's a hell of a grind, this kind of format, or this style that Bedell's playing. Influencing the game, really slowing it down.
I think if there was still a big blind ante, we wouldn't be looking at this style.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's just not enough in the pot to really be raising.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big blind ante certainly can incite more action.
But I like it when they either half it or remove it during three-handed or heads-up play. I know that a lot of places are shying away from that these days, but I find that the heads-up then plays too big if you have a big blind ante. I don't know if it would affect things so much in this match, but in Hold'em matches, it has a pretty big effect.
It does. Played a heads-up in a Hold'em at the other casino here in Bratislava, and it had big blind ante, and it really just killed the prestige of the heads-up, because we go from 30 to essentially 20 big blinds or so effective with that ante. Just kind of kills it a little bit. Less play. Just you have to basically complete everything on the button as well, which is annoying, because one of the edges that you can get playing heads-up is that some people like to overfold their button in 2-card, so you can just pick up a lot of small blinds quite cheap.
A little more limpy for Sty, and Bedell deciding what to do. And it looks like he's reaching for a raise here. Now, I don't think this is a hand Sty can just fold after limping. Jack 10-8 deuce. The deuce isn't so good. The Jack 8 are suited, though. Jack 10-8 all together, especially during heads-up play. Nice little combo there. And does call, so 1.5 million in the pot. Maybe we see some action this hand.
Yep, certainly possible.
A 10 out of the window, and it's a heart. Action card.
Hello there.
Really good flop there for Sty. Top pair. Nice little open ender. Not the best end of it.
Two pair, backdoor flush draw, spade blocker, and the open ender. Yeah, it's a big flop as far as things go for him. Interesting to see what sizing Bedell goes for here, having ISO'd the big blind. Looks like 550, is it? Sort of third pot, bit more. 675.
I assume you just call here, you don't raise this. It is a little scary with the spades, but you have some draws to the straight as well to back that up.
Yeah, I think with the 10 of spades, the open ender, the backdoor flush draw, and 2 pair, we don't mind just raising for value and getting it in here. I think Bedell is going to still have hands like an overpair. Yeah, he goes for the raise. I like it.
And we see Tom doing a little song and dance.
The only hand you're quote-unquote worried about is a hand like aces with the flush draw or kings with the flush draw. But you're still ahead of that hand, so I think it's a good decision with the added backup. Backdoor flush draw, front door flush draw blocker, and open ender to push the chips in with a pretty decent equity advantage, you'd imagine.
If Bedell had something like the Jack Queen of spades, though, that's like the one hand that's basically not the one you want to see.
Yeah,
especially if the 8 goes along with it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Bedell's not really a bet folder, especially on the flop. He's probably going to have something relatively decent here. My guess would be King, King, Queen, or King, King, Jack. Some sort of overpair with a gut shot.
It is a rather big call he has to make, though. It's going to be for half his stack.
Yeah.
More than half his stack, actually. He has to call 2.9 million. And it looks like you're right, George. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he would have counted out the chips, only not to put them in. But he is checking his cards once again. Did give a nice little wink to the camera. He has the body behavior of a fold, but we've seen when he has the body behavior of a fold that it's usually a call or a raise, and it is a call.
Yeah, we're going to run it here by the looks of things, and it's going to be 2-pair with the open ender and the backdoor flush draw versus Bedell. What's he got?
So it was a jam by Bedell, a call by Stye, and it's
Aces.
exactly what you said, an overpair.
Yeah.
The queen obviously wouldn't be very good for him for a better 2-pair because that would give Stye a straight.
Yeah, so he's in rough shape here.
A 9 or an ace at the moment.
And he blocked the 9, so it's an ace, a 9, or a backdoor board pair. So like a 4-4 or something would get it done.
Or a king-jack.
Yep.
But we could see, based on the percentages, that 4 out of 5 times Stye will win this hand. The 6 of spades on the turn.
That's no
Perhaps Bedell should have waited for that turn with the ace of spades in his hand.
And muscled him out of that.
It's really the perfect bluff card. But it's a little too late for that. One more card to come. Can Stye stay alive? And indeed he does. It's a blank 4 of diamonds. So now Stye is a heavy favorite. Tom, I think, thinks he's out, but he's not out. He has a couple million.
1 million back, yeah. So 1 million and a little bit of change. That's 4 big blinds for Tom Bedell.
So not looking good, unless a Cinderella story is in the making for Tom Bedell, Norwegian poker legend, for winning his first Norwegian Championship. Instead, it's looking pretty strong in that it'll be Øystein Stye that will win his first Norwegian Championship and start the legend maybe one day that exceeds the legend of Tom Bedell.
Yeah, could well be. Seems like a strong player. Has definitely been one of the ones to watch from the majority of the feature table stream. Let's see if he can get the job done, though. It's by no means over. 4 big blinds can easily turn itself into 16 to 20 in just a couple of hands in this format. So,
very true.
Let's see what he does.
But Bedell took that rather well.
Yeah.
Showing a lot of sportsmanship throughout. We did see that one little kind of fun slow roll, but it wasn't done like out of malice. It seemed that it was 2 friends joking around.
He was just having fun and kind of working off of his image a little bit as an older gentleman that likes to play cards and isn't necessarily worried about anything, just having some fun.
Which might be the case, actually.
Yeah, it feels like the read, right?
He's certainly having fun.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So he's 1.6 million, it looks like. The dealer is calling out Tom. You don't have that.
How much
What's talked about between the players, I'm surprised the dealer's interfering with that.
How much do you think his jacket is worth in terms of buy-ins for this tournament?
I don't know. I mean, I know that that's not a cheap jacket. Maybe 2 buy-ins, or am I way off?
No, yeah, 2 to 3, I think. 2 to 3 by the looks of a Google search here.
I do like it. I'm not willing to spend €1,000 on a jacket, but if I ever am,
that might be one.
That might be one, in different colors, though.
Yeah.
It's funny, it's Tom with the big smile on his face and Oystein looking like he's sad and serious. But maybe a little bit nervous about having such a big chip lead, because before, if he lost, there would be no pressure. He did well, runner-up, but now if he loses, it's very bad, actually.
Yeah, exactly. All the pressure is kind of on him in some weird way, because he's often expected to get it done. And here we go. It's going to be off to the races here. 8877 is more than enough for what seems to be around the 4 big blind mark for Tom. And in they go. And it's Queen 10-9 deuce versus the 8877 single. So Tom's got 3 overcards here and some straight connectivity plus a suit. And Stye just looking for a clean run out. No Queen 10-9.
Doesn't even want the 8-7 to come out despite it hitting his sets, because it's actually connect a little bit with Bedell's cards for the straight.
Yeah, exactly. Just an ace-ace deuce flop would be a good start for him.
So best of luck to both players. We'll either see Tom double up to something a little bit more respectable, or Stye win this event. And it's a 9 out the door, but look at this.
And a flush, and an open ender for Stye.
Wow, everybody with a little bit of something.
Yep. So the non-heart 8, 2 7s available, and the non-heart 10 or 5 to get it done. Nope. That's a club draw, though. Wow.
And it also takes away, though, the potential for the 8. But not the 8 of clubs is in the hand, so the other 3 8s. But both players with a flush draw, both players with straight draws.
Ooh, what a break.
And it's a blank 2, a spades bingo for Tom.
Yeah, 9 deuce gets it done.
So that was a interesting sweat for both players.
Wow, yeah. Right until the end. Bedell happy to be back right in the tournament here. He's going to have about 7 big blinds. Still going to have his work cut out to get his way back into the heads-up bout, but let's see. Fighting hard for those slippers, isn't he?
Do you think Tom would wear the slippers if he won the slippers?
Hard to say. With that Gucci jacket, potentially. I think the slippers would complement that jacket quite nicely. It gives the feeling of, you know, old money and comfort.
Sitting by the fireplace with a cigar and your slippers and your fancy jacket.
Exactly. Playing a little bit of online on the iPad or something, maybe.
But not poker, online slots on the iPad.
Or chess, potentially.
I played in a tournament last week, and one of the guys who was just compiling chips but playing like an absolute maniac and dusted it off before the money, he was just playing online slots the whole time.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, how are you focusing, and why are you doing that? You're in a casino. You know, you can go to a slot machine during the break.
Yeah.
So
just a lost cause, essentially.
Yeah, I tried to have a talk with him, but sometimes I know he can afford to do it, but it doesn't mean that you should be doing that. You know,
No. Very, very expensive hobby, playing slots on your phone with all of your spare time. Wow.
Well, he had a top 3 stack also in the tournament we were playing for a bit of time.
Yeah, and what was the buy-in?
250.
Oh, wow, okay, so decent field.
I took 4th place, but I punted it off at the end in a play that I'm not so happy about, but I was also very tired. Guinness was still flowing. I can excuse myself, even though I recognized as soon as I made the mistake that I was making a mistake. You know, it's one of those things where it's much easier to be in the booth to do the analysis. You do have the time when you're playing live poker. Typically, when I'm playing tournaments these days, I take a moment or 2 to think, and this was just an impulsive decision that I couldn't take back.
Yeah, and you had to live by the sword and die by it.
It was still good. 4th out of 82,
Not
one
bad.
bullet.
So what do you get, a 3x cash or 4x cash?
It was a 4x, so it was a bounty tournament.
Nice.
And the guy I went up with, he fired 4 bullets into it, but still somehow made money with the 7th place finish, because that 4th bullet, he was just eliminating everybody. He came to the final table with the chip lead and then finishes in 7th after doubling all the short stacks.
Ouch.
That's why I was mentioning it's very easy to go from A to Z.
Especially in a bounty tournament where you're just hunting people and giving them a spin when you know that you're behind a lot of the time, yeah.
But it wasn't even a PKO, so there was really no reason to be getting out of line.
Okay, I see. Yeah, usually, yeah, that bounty's worth almost nothing on the final table, right?
It was less than a pay jump.
Mm-hmm.
So Bedell with a monstrous hand, double suited ace, queen, 10-3.
Yeah, he's going to raise it up, and let's see.
Everything kind of connected together. Would be nicer if the 3 was connected more with the queen 10, but at least it's connected with the ace. And Sty also with a nice rundown, although it is actually a rainbow. I thought it was single suited.
Yeah, I wonder if he defends this or if he elects to just relinquish it and wait for a better holding in the next couple of hands. He knows that Bedell's opening range is super strong because he's just doing so much limping, but he is going to elect to defend. He feels like the connectivity is too good to let go. Fair enough.
And Bedell with 2/3 of the pot left in his stack, so I expect this to go in on most flops. Maybe not this one.
Maybe
this is
not
a
this
flop.
one.
Helps Sty quite a lot.
Could see a check-check.
I mean, it doesn't help a lot. It's really just the 6, but yep, here we go. We have
There
a
you go.
jam.
And
this may work.
That should get it through, yeah. Just 9 high for Sty. Quite a ballsy player there from Bedell on the dry king high board. You're either getting snapped and in a lot of trouble, or you get a worse hand to fold. But enough in there for him to just kind of chuck the rest in, I guess.
I think it makes sense. He was betting 1.2 of his stack into 1.8.
Yeah.
And, you know, picked up a nice pot with getting a fold and still had some thin hope if he was called, as long as he's not being called by a set.
Yeah, some backdoor draws and the overcard.
But I think with blinds having just gone up, and with him getting down to fumes and doubling up, and there's no ICM implications heads up.
No, of course.
I think it's okay.
That's all out the window. Sty should be happy to get this one in. Bedell waiting patiently there in the big blind, as Sty does indeed open it up to 3 times. Yep, 3x.
Most players would be comfortable folding in this spot.
As for Bedell, you never really know.
No, he's not most players.
No, he's certainly not. Beats to the sound of his own drum. You never really know what to expect.
But does fold. So Sty getting some chips back, really just the 300,000 big blind. And our rail guy is still here, so...
Oh, wow.
He wasn't rooting for OE
He must
or...
be a friend of Bedell's, I guess.
Yeah. Or just wants to watch the conclusion. It's nice when you're actually at the event to, even though you could see more by watching the stream, it's nice to see things sometimes in live time. They're 30 minutes ahead of us.
Yeah.
We're in the future. So Bedell with the ace 10, 6, 5, tri-suited. Will either be limping or raising. He will not be folding this. That I'm willing to say with pretty much certainty.
This one should be going upstairs. Is he limped?
It looks like it was a limp.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Ace, queen, jack, 3. This is a bit of a cooler for the losing player in this hand. I can't see how Oystein's not going to raise to jack up the pot.
No, absolutely not. And I don't think Bedell's going to be going anywhere with a nut suit and some half-decent sidecard connectivity.
I think, yeah, it's just a question of whether Bedell wants to get it in now or wait till the flop. I like waiting till the flop, but...
Agreed. Gives yourself more options, more maneuverability. You get to play a flop in position. So you might be able to seize advantage of a board that your opponent completely misses or is showing some restraint on.
Meanwhile, if it was a Hold'em strength hand, then I would love the 3-bet jam. It's such like a different proposition.
Yeah, exactly. When you've got a hand like ace-10 off in Hold'em, that's just happy to jam it in, whereas in PLO with the additional side cards, gets a bit more murky. It's a little bit more post-flop play in PLO just because of the pot limit function for the most part. And what's that?
Yeah,
Complete swing and a miss for Sty. He's not even got a backdoor flush draw, just ace-queen high.
He has the 3.
Oh, he's got the 3, okay.
A little bit of a piece. Shouldn't be that worried about Bedell having like high pairs anyway.
Nope. Let's see if he goes for the jam. He does.
And Bedell has a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, although he's partially blocking that as well.
And just ace high.
And we could see the equities are very close. He knows that Sty would be betting whether he hit the flop or not. We see he barely hit it. That's not really enough to hit it. He's more hoping for a fold here.
Yeah.
And gets the fold.
Gets the fold. Nicely done.
Sty showing some aggression, and aggression was paying off.
Absolutely. Fortune favors the brave, and that's exactly why the pot is heading in the direction of Mr. Sty there. Nicely done, sir.
We have an impressive collection of coffee cups here. Tom is in desperate need to double up once again. He's down to just 6 bigs. A walk never hurts. Not that Tom had anything there. He would have come along for the ride, but was it a limp raise? No, that was 300,000 in front of him. Not the red chips. It's also late for us.
Yeah, exactly.
We've had to depend a lot on the chip counts on the table rather than other things at the moment. So the chip counts are accurate right now, so let's rely on what's coming up in the graphics. We will be back tomorrow, though, all fresh and ready to go for the final day of the Limit Hold'em.
Absolutely right. Looking forward to that one.
And after that, we have an exciting semifinal matchups in the Heads Up. And the finals of that will be the following day on Wednesday.
Okay, so that starts tomorrow, but then we come in for the business end.
It started already, so
Okay.
it's down to just 4 players.
Yeah.
It started before we even got here.
Oh, wow, okay. So they've already done, they're all in the money, are they?
Yes. And last year was so fun. It was like Espen losing to Seaman, and then Seaman losing Heads Up. I forget who even won. Seaman, to me, was so impressive in his victory against Espen, facing somebody fairly fresh off a world championship and showing all the composure in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
He had a massive bluff against him as well.
Got it through, yeah. Nice. Oh, wow, what a cooler this is. Ace-King 6-5 double versus Ace-Queen-Queen Jack. And Bedell has gone for the limp trap. And it's going to work out nicely as he's going to get a slight equity advantage. He's going to be unfortunate to run into such a strong hand. That king overcard to the queens, not what he wanted to see, but he's got so many hands absolutely crushed here. All in. There we go.
It's a bit of cooler for both players.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is strong, even full ring for both players, let alone Heads Up. And we could have a winner. We could have Tom double up. Let's see. Double suited for Tom as well. It doesn't get much better than that, other than if one of those queens was an ace.
Yeah, Stuy's reaction there as if to say, wow, how's he got such a strong hand there? Just heads up with less than 8 big blinds.
We've got the photographers, we got the social media, we got Frody on the rail as well. Everybody in anticipation whether we'll have a winner right here, right now. Tom is marginally ahead at the moment.
Can he find an ace or a king? Whoa!
Wow!
What a cooler.
Wow, so unless it's some kind of runners with the 6, it's gonna be nut flush winning over second nut flush. Oh, and the 2, does that change anything?
No, because he needs a pair in his hand to beat it. And the king was the one he was looking for on the flop. That king deuce deuce would have been a better flop than the run out in the end, but not to be, as Mr. Bedell finds a way out of trouble once again. And now the match starts to get interesting. We're back to almost even, I guess.
Not quite, but it's still a 2-to-1 advantage for Øystein, but 1 double and it's 2-to-1 the other way now. And Tom having fun every step along the way. I think even if he can't complete his Cinderella story, he'll remember this experience for a long time. And same with Øystein, regardless of where things wound up. 2 very deserving champions, but only one of them can get that honor. And I think we're probably pretty close to the 200, 400. So if we get there, then I think that's the level things kind of have to give. At 150, 300, you have a little bit of room still with 40 big blinds on the table. It goes down to 30, though, if it goes up 1 level, which makes a massive difference. And if it was Hold'em, we probably would never get to this level. That's the difference between the 2 games, primarily because of the pot limit functionality. Another pretty hand for Øystein, double suited.
Double suited, surely has been playing kind of a limp, weak, middling, and raise good hand strategy, and I think this would classify as a good hand, heads up. Gonna go for the limp, though.
And Tom also with not such a bad hand, double suited, also with the spades covered.
Yeah, that's a beast of a hand. Should be raising here, really.
What a poker face here by Øystein. Limping and then putting on the face. And Tom reaching for those chips. Looks like a raise to $1 million, give or take.
Yeah, 900 would be the max, right?
Yeah, so raise to 900. I forgot about the fact that we do not count his small blind in that calculation.
Not sure. Well, Sty just taking his time, but we know he's going to call with this particular holding heads up.
So now if Tom is able to pull out this pot, things are really tight. And it's a flush
2
draw.
pair. So it's a gut shot flush draw for Bedell and 2 pair for Sty. So money's going to be going in here. We saw Sty fast play the top and bottom in the previous hand with the 10 deuce, and certainly reason to fast play this one as well. Going to be getting in quite good against hands like overpairs here. Bedell just pots it in, and it's going to be on their backs as we will play a huge flip for the title here, essentially.
So Bedell slightly ahead, looking to double up, but not ahead by much.
Yep, he needs a 6, a club, or a backdoor spades. And even the ace 2 pair outs could help him as well. An ace would be a huge card for him on the turn.
He also has backdoor spade draw as well on top of that, and the wheel draw. Any 6, any deuce, any club. Does have to fade an 8 or a 3.
Yeah, an 8 or a 3 would completely kill it.
Unless it's a 6 of clubs. No, that doesn't help either.
That's a jack. That's all looking Not so tasty for Mr. Bedell, although he does turn another gut shot, so that's a 10 now. A 10, a 6, or a club.
Still has a 42% equity in this hand.
Double, yeah, open-ender and a flush draw, essentially. Can he find it? Oh, the deuce as well, I forgot about that.
And it's the Queen of Diamonds on the river. A better two-pair for Stye than he originally had. A friendly handshake there by Tom Bedell, who had a valiant effort, was the chip leader until four-handed play, got it back for a short stint during heads-up play, but will need to settle for the runner-up prize of €26,240. Meanwhile, Øystein Stye ready to celebrate, the big smile on his face. The latest Norwegian champion winning €40,051. Massive congratulations to him.
Huge congratulations. You played excellently throughout the final table. Really brought a solid game plan and grinded your opponent down nicely. Being on the right end of a couple of callers at the end helps, but certainly that's what it takes to get the job done. So that's going to be our winner of the €800 event. Thanks very much for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow for the day 2 of the Fixed Hold'em Norwegian only event. See you then.
Yes.
Da har vi endelig kåret årets første norgesmester. Det ble deg, det, Øystein Stye. Gratulerer.
Tusen takk.
Hvordan føles dette? Norgesmester i PLO?
Ja, det føles veldig bra. Det er ekstremt deilig, så kjempefornøyd.
Det er en sånn bør som kommer raskere. Du har jo vært skipper på bordet her nesten hele veien igjennom, eller fra start.
Ja, jeg hadde en stor sterk inntil dagen i dag, og så holdt jeg egentlig den gående. Og på finalebordet så var jeg vel nummer 2 fra begynnelsen. Og så tok jeg over den når vi var 5-6 igjen. Og så... Ja. Det var liksom 1 og 2 skips hele finalebordet. Så det måtte vel bli en av oss.
Det måtte bli en av dere. Jeg kan hilse deg fra din gode venn Anders Flem Hagen, nummer 5 i dag.
Ja.
Han heia på deg, han ville at du skulle vinne i dag.
Flem Hagen en fin fyr og en god plassering på han også. Så...
Ja, han var veldig skuffa.
Ja, det skjønner jeg. Sånn det jeg som kloner, men jeg skjønner at han skuffa.
Hvor mange NM må man gjennom før man endelig får en sånn fin patch på brystet, og et par tøfler, og...
Ja, for min del så det vel vært noen NM for mye, dessverre. Men nå har jeg hatt 3 finalebord på rad i denne øvelsen her, da, PLO. Så det var på tide å få seieren.
Hva det som hemmeligheten bak å bli en så god PLO-spiller som deg?
Nei, det
bare talent og mange timer og...
Nei, du må jo vite når du skal være aggressiv og vite når du skal ha potkontroll, og så må man rønne bra, selvfølgelig. Ha litt flyt.
For lite når du taper.
Det en god egenskap.
Det har vi plukket opp i løpet av de siste dagene. Veldig bra pokertips. Det fra Norgesmesteren selv her.
Ja, det kunne ikke faktisk vært bedre.
Men hva skjer nå? 40 000 euro rikere. Det rett ut på byen, eller det rett inn på cash? Eller skal du slappe av og bare kjenne på norgesmesterfølelsen, og så gå rett på main i morgen?
Ja, det blir nok noe mest av den siste. Det blir main i morgen og en rolig kveld. Kanskje feire med et par øl, men ikke noe mer enn det, tror jeg.
20% alkoholfri øl i baren her også?
Kanskje vi går for det.
Men main? Langt i main, selvfølgelig.
Ja, nå må man bare fortsette, ikke sant? Nå må man bare kjøre på videre.
Det vanskelig å omstille seg fra Omaha til Texas Hold'em dagen etterpå, eller skal det være greit?
Nei, det ikke noe vanskelig. Men det spørs også blir det omstille seg fra seier da, til å liksom sette seg ned fra start igjen i morgen, men det går nok greit.
Ja. Du, Øystein, det har vært en glede å få lov til å følge dere på bordet her i dag. Jeg føler at jeg har lært en del Omaha i dag, faktisk, så tusen takk for det. Gratulerer igjen med seieren, og så tar vi et nytt intervju på lørdag, da, eller?
Det kan vi gjøre.
Sier vi det sånn? Gratulerer nok en gang.
Takk skal du ha.
Norgesmesteren i Pot Limit Omaha, Øystein Stai, 2024. Vi har en norgesmester. I morgen får vi nye norgesmestere. Vi skal blant annet ha Fixed Limit siste dag. Vi skal ha semifinaler i Heads Up. Og om lykken står hos bi, så skal vi avgjøre hvilke 3 som får de forskjellige trinnene på pallen i 8 Game. Så i morgen blir en strålende spennende pokerdag fra Bratislava nok en gang. Så tune inn på direktesport.no.
Dette ikke det mest morsomme, da, men det må vel... Ja, sitte rolig. Oi, men dette her...
Hold in hand.
Hold in hand?
Yes. Like that. With 2 fingers.
2 fingers, yeah.
Rotate the hand, it will be better. Yep. Amazing. This one.
This?
No. Just the trophy. This is just 10.
Okay, this?
You know this one, yes.
Yeah.
Up. More up, champion. That's good. Amazing. Speed up. Ido. Perfect. Trophy back in the table. And now we can do same thing. All the slippers.
Okay.
Oh yes.
All right, players, you're involved in that fixed limit 6 max event. You've got 3 minutes remaining to break. You're more welcome to go ahead and make your way back to your tournament area at this time. Once again, tournament players, you have
Slippers up.
3 minutes
More up.
remaining to break.
That's good. And now if I say 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah.
I want if you throw the cards and slippers together.
Okay, on 3.
Just look at me.
Yeah.
Do not look anywhere else.
Okay, I'll try.
Keep smiling.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.